I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Good morning. And good morning for some, maybe not for others. Man, YouTube's got some serious health epidemic going on here, man. The YouTubers. I'm talking some serious shit, man. Pardon for a second here. I get my shit together. Yeah, she came home with donuts last night. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let me get my shit together here, and we shall begin. Good morning. Yeah, it's a good morning for a lot of us. Not good morning for some. I kind of gathered regards to Heide, and from the information between the lupus and what was it, 90 mm/Hg, it had to do with the blood volume and pressure and other factors in there. She's dudes, she's in some serious bad shape. I mean, this is like in the lupus, which is also, contributing to the problem. We're talking some serious shit. Now, whether you like Heidi or you don't, you can at least recognize that, there's somebody that's in really bad trouble. I mean, she needs an operation like now, not, like now. So I was reading over some of the stuff. If you look on there's some little stats that George put on the GoFundMe thing on there. And holy shit. And I kind of looked it up, me the researcher I am. Pretty radical shit, man. Pretty radical shit. Of course she's scared, of course she is. As you would be too. When you're in a situation like that, you lose your pride. Oh, Brian to the rescue. Brian opened up his wallet. I think he gave her $50 or $25 or something, I don't know. Last I checked, she was just under 1,000. But that's the tip of the iceberg of what she's going to need to have everything done. When you're really desperate, you'll even reach out to the people that don't even like you. And you'll even thank them too, How things change when you're in a dire health condition. Dire. All of a sudden, even your enemies become your best friends if they donate, But let's not look at the troll side of this shit. I mean, even if trolls, if they had a fucking heart, would consider donating. I did donate under anonymous. I was one of them. So, like putting your money where your mouth is type situation, Let's see. Nah, I changed the water bottle. Oh, fuck it. All right, hold on here. Let's get down and dirty here. Where's my stand? All right, hold on there, folksies. Let's see here. Get the stand working here. If it's possible. Standing, cooperating here. Yeah, hold a second. What a cheap ass stand this is. If it holds, here we go. Duck bill, baby. I don't know. Here we go. I'm not gonna even use this stand. Fuck it. I go on camera here, but I'm not gonna hold the camera in front of my face. This stand ain't working, so fuck it. I would do my normal here. See, I was willing to get on camera here, but fuck it. Gotta hate this new hat I bought. I think I'll give that away too. I bought a new. Okay. Oh, there's Mix. Mix. What am I gonna do with you, man? Yeah, he's pounding you pretty hard, isn't he? Yeah. But like I'm saying, I was talking about Heide, her situation, but when you got a serious health condition, you ain't gonna be on here, downing people, and you're not gonna be on here being a total fucking asswipe like he's been. Well, I'm not saying that you're not guilty of something, buddy, because you keep on going back and forth with him. And I keep on telling you about that. It's when you do that kind of shit. I could hold the camera up, but hey, ain't good thing. Do. Oh, I know what I could do here. Oh, fuck it. Here we go. Okay. Whatever, lean it up against something. Okay. It's my shtick, the glasses, whatever, Anyway, just kind of getting through your shit with who and all that. It's just a back and forth shit that's just gonna. Sitting room, it's a living room, yeah. What do you call them, sitting rooms in Ireland? Everybody, I guess, has their own terminology, I guess, on that. But the back and forth shit is just getting more intense. He's trying to get your goat and all that. If you really want to get to him, ask him about the. What's that bar name again? Ask him about this bar. He'll know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, sitting room, yeah. Yeah, we all use different terminology. But you always find it interesting, Yeah. But, everybody's got a weak spot. Keep that in mind, Mikko. Everybody's got a weak spot somewhere. mention certain words, they'll know what you're talking about. Yeah. Why don't you ask your great friend there where he met his wife? That's all I'm going to say. Hey, get down and dirty when they get down and dirty. Ask him where he met her. That's all. Yeah. I feel karma comes into play with these individuals. Oh, they do. It does. Okay, let's move this table a little bit in here. Look at this. I had a haircut like about a week ago. I guess I don't have a hair growth problem, I'll tell you that. Not at all. I'm ready for another. I don't. You'll get one. Just cut it short, short. You know, we'll get a little pompadour going here or something. You know. You understand what I mean? Okay. Yeah. They all got a hidden past. They talk about others, but ask them where they met their spouses and stuff like that. Ask them. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. That's the last of my involvement in this. Yeah. I know they're quick to talk about everybody else. Just know the history of the person and why they act the way they do. Family members died. You know, things like that happen. Sends them into a spiral. Yeah. You lose people you love. That affects you. Yeah, I think you understand what I'm talking about, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. His company is... I know all about his company, which is a hub. I gotta hold this a bit. Hub of a Tassi, a well-known company that funds IDF in Israel. I checked into it. His money is blood money. I don't know. You may know more than I do. I mean, I know the company, of course. Believe me, he knows I know his company. Yeah. Don't you, Eric? Yeah. I actually reported his behavior to his own company. He won't deny that. Oh, the limit, there's no limits to what I'll do. But, you know, done with that shit, you know. It just goes to show that if you want to get deep and dark and ugly and dirty, you can do it. There's ways of doing it, you know. I mean, the only thing I could definitely say truthfully is he uses money as a denominator for his empowerment. I don't mind talking about him a little bit because he keeps on mentioning me in his fucking shows, and he says he's getting down and dirty on me. Just, you know, ask him about the Seahorse Bar. Ask him about the Seahorse Bar. Why is that important to you, Eric? Seahorse Bar. He knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh, he's talking about I made 1.5 million. You know something, Eric, I'll direct you directly here. No one gives a shit of course he knows about the bar. There's a lot of reason why we mention that name. But I'll say it directly to Eric, so I'm not afraid to do that. He doesn't intimidate me. Your money, Eric, don't mean shit to anybody except the company you keep. How's that? Being direct, but yet not attacking. Your money means nothing to any of us out here. You are not making us jealous. You're not making us envious. We don't give a shit about your money. Because what good is having that money if you have no good character? You're a pissant. Go on and on. Well, no matter where his money comes from, it don't matter to me. I'm not intimidated by his money. And basically his whole life is he definitely reminds me so much of Trump in so many ways. So many ways. Just think of some of the things that Trump was guilty of, and then think of him. Okay, there you go. There's a correlation here, believe me, there is. But Eric, your money don't mean diddly squiddly to me. It doesn't impress me. Because I'm not you. Spoiled child. Well, not everybody, Eric, is as privileged as you. You were born into money, apparently, and you got pretty spoiled. That happens. But, Eric, you spend most of your time boasting about your money or going to a nice hotel or a nice dinner or something like that, or where you traveled. Do you ever think that nobody really gives a shit and that you're not really impressing anybody but yourself or your immediate family or whatever? You're not impressing me. A surfer? A surfer? Somehow I can't picture that. Okay. Is that what you meant, surfer? You're just spelling it without the R. I know where his family comes from. I know everything. I know his parents' names. I know his brothers, and mother would happen, and this. I know all about that shit. I know all about that. I know his history. But I don't always feel I gotta, splat it out on here, but I somehow can't picture him as being a surfer. His height and everything. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I guess it's possible. But I'm sure he was the best surfer around in Newport. I'm sure he was the best. It had to be the best. Yeah, we were a lot of things when we were younger. If you could picture, I was on cross-country running in high school. Yeah, me. My God, I don't have the patch. I got the Presidential Physical Fitness Award. And you had to go through all this battery of tests. The president at the time, they were encouraging students to get involved with more sports. Then they had these competitions. You had to do all this shit. Everything from climbing up a rope to the ceiling, all this different tests they put you through. I got my first patch. Presidential Physical Fitness Award. Wow, looking back at that. Believe it or not, yeah, believe it or not. The way he's talking now, he's going to be a prize-winning author. Humble is not a word the big man understands. Well, we figured that out, haven't we? I don't want to make the show all about him, though, but he's been incorporating me on there, calling me a loser and all this shit and all that crap, so I'll fire back a little bit at him. Eric, I know a lot more about you than I think you know, okay? If you want me to do a whole big expose on here, I'm certainly willing to do that. I don't think you're going to like it, but I'm trying not to devote my time to you, which should only swell your head a little bit more than it is. But I know a lot about you that you don't think I know, okay? You're not one to talk, you know. I mean, where do you normally meet your women? May I ask you that question? Huh? Yeah. Okay. That's all. About the Seahorse Bar, does that strike a bell to you, Eric? The Seahorse Bar? It should. It really should. Guys tell me I look like Epstein. Oh, you definitely gotta go. Ho, 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 ho. Epstein and me don't go in the same sentence, buddy. Ding, ka-ding, ka-ding, ka-ding. A-ding, ka-ding, ka-ding, ding, ding. A-ding, ka-ding, ding, ding. A-ding, ka-ding, ding, ding. No, they don't want you to get down and dirty. No, they don't want that. I could, and he knows it. But anyway, let's kind of move on a little bit here. Eric, you know, call me any name you want or label me any name you want. Eric, okay, first of all, doesn't even have really a reason to be pissed off at me or whatever. He really doesn't. Because actually, I've never done anything to Eric when you think about it. I got to sneeze. Okay, maybe one more coming here. Oh. Yes, I do actually have allergies. Okay. But just to let you know, Eric, you know, talk about me all you want and make these innuendos about me. You think it phases me at all? And yes, Eric, I actually do have put money aside. I do have a better life than you. Yeah, maybe I'm not traveling and all that shit. But I'm stable, unlike you. You can't stay in one place. You can't stay in one place. Stability for the children, I think, is really, really important. That's my opinion. Stability. Stability. Frank, we'll move on, but I'll say this. I'd never want his life and leave it at that. They all think I'm jealous of him, but I know. You know what, man? Just being totally serious, I would not want his life. You know, I would not want his life. I don't give a shit about the money. Money is his denominator for empowerment, or he thinks he's empowering every, you know. He uses that, which is about everything, his family, every fucking thing. You know, the fact is, let's face the truth. If this guy was piss poor fucking broke, piss poor fucking broke, you think anybody would be with him? No. No. Of course, that's my opinion. It's my opinion. I'll stick to it. I'm not going to change my opinion. Once I said it, it's on record, and I said it, and I mean it. And I'll reinforce it if I have to. Boy, I'll tell you guys. Hold on a minute. Good morning. Now, you see, I got this lovely woman here, and, you know, she's not here because of money. She's here where she wants to be. I didn't meet her in a bar. Although I heard out there, well, we won't get into that, but that's not where I met her, my friends. And I'm not the wealthiest person on YouTube by far. But she's still with me. Do I got an extra big schlong? No, I think I got an average schlong, so it ain't that. It ain't that I got all this money. Gee, there must be something more than that. Must be. I don't flaunt around money to keep this beautiful woman with me. Door works in and out, many entrances in this house that go in and out. Nobody's forcing her to be with me. Nobody's forcing me to be with her. We are with each other because we want to be. And that's right, we celebrated 10 fucking years together. 10 years, we certainly did. I didn't meet my woman in a bar. I didn't meet her on a street corner or anything like that. I didn't entice her waving money in front of her face. Hey, date me, date me, date me. I didn't do any of the above, my friends. You can see Gilda really supports you the way she sticks up for you at times. It's not a fabricated relationship. No, there's no fabrication in here at all. You see, understand, folks, that's why I laugh this shit off, because I know what I have. I'll even know the things I don't have. But you know what? It's great to have more money. Absolutely. I'd be lying through my teeth if, said different. But I don't use money as a ruling dominator with relationships or my life in general. I don't look down my nose at people at all. I grew up in a poor family, a family that was still respected. It wasn't like in the socialist system of life, the elite, they'd look down on people that didn't have money, peons, I don't look at people with less money than me as being peons. I don't look at my parents as being peons because they were not rich people. I didn't grow up in wealth and get spoiled like some people. In other words, you didn't earn your keep. You just inherited it. What I have, and it may not seem like a lot to some people, but it's plentiful for us. We're not living in a fancy mansion, but it's a nice home, period. And there's a lot of people on here that don't have their own home. There's a lot of people on here that are not grounded. There's a lot of people on here that's not in a good relationship. There's a lot of people on here that don't even have a relationship. Those are the things that I cherish. The fact that I could put my life together as such. I don't have to boast about it. I don't need to. There's no need. It is a stable home. Brett says, Big E has a good life. Every man's dream is to have 2 women. Yeah, I could make a lot of comments on that, Brett, but I'm just going to hold back on that. Yeah. I could say, well, how did he get these women? But I'm not going to elaborate on it. And that's, good morning. And that's all I'm going to say on that. You just put the rest of the dots together. That's all I'm going to say on that. Yeah. Well, I don't know, when you say that he has a good life, I think you're kind of joking or something. I don't know. Every man's dream is to have 2 women. I don't know why. Let me tell you something, dude. There's more complications. There's complications with having 1 woman sometimes, but 2 women. A lot of complications and fights and issues over money, this, that. We all know that. We know the history a little bit, don't we? We do. We absolutely do. And he knows that too. So I could definitely say with total honesty, I am not envious of that guy at all. But I admit the one thing I do envy is the travel, because I have not been able to travel. That's about it. That's about it, I'm not a big traveler. But there, only to say in that respect that Maybe there's some countries I'd like to see. I don't know if that's going to happen in my lifetime, but that's about it. That's about it. See, you could be happy in your own little niche. You could be happy in your own little world. And you don't have to prove to people, that I'm better than you financially or any other way. I think people prove themselves as to who they are by their actions, who they support, underline the word support, and flaunting their money around with this better than thou type of attitude. Those are the ones that fail. And when they fail horribly. Because when all that shit is taken away from them, what do they have left? I'll tell you what they have left. Nothing. Because without that money to use as that proverbial carrot, what will they have? Are they necessarily good looking? Do they have a good character? So let's take away the money. Let's just completely take away the money. People like this character, where would he be? Honestly, it's an honest question. Where would he be? He'd be nowhere. If he couldn't buy these 5-star dinners and stay at the 5-star places and boast about it, strip him of his money. Strip him down to, make him naked without money. And what's going to boost his character? What will he have? Take him down to bare bones, take the investments, take the money away. Where is he? He's nowhere. He's nowhere. Yeah, Brett says no money, no honey. That's exactly what it is. Himself and regular guy love to travel, both, I think, unstable individuals. Well, there's nothing wrong with travel. We would see the cracks, no doubt, if he had no money. But sometimes it's all they have. They think that's the answer to life and all problems in life is having money, and that cures all ills. Which gets me to segue, and it means something here too. Let's segue back to Heide for a second, or anybody in her situation. I will guarantee you that if Mr. Moneybags, if Mr. Moneybags had health problems like Heide, believe me, he wouldn't be on here downing me or you, Mix, or anybody else. He'd be more worried about living, not living well financially, but he'd be worried about his own ass. He wouldn't be downing people. I mean, I hate people like that. I've been around a while. I'm not 20 years old. I've been around a while. I've met all kinds of people in my life. Those with money, those without money. I met wealthy people, poor people. It seems to be the happiest people, the ones that really don't have that much money. You know why? Because they appreciate things more. So if you worked hard to buy something, saved your money and you bought it, you got a lot of pride with that. It didn't come to you easy. When you get things in life that come to you easy, you think you deserve it. You have that train of thought. We're going to get back to Heidi because this is all related in a way. You don't appreciate things. When you know, oh, you got money, you could buy this, buy that. There's no sense of appreciation compared to a person that has less money, had to work hard to put a few bucks together to buy an appliance or a trip or something like that. It means a lot. But if you have a lot of money and, it's been handed down to you by relatives, you've been spoiled from the beginning, you're used to having. But here's the thing, strip them down of that money. Strip them down. Make them naked as a fucking blue jay without that fucking money. And who are they? take from the people who have, take away what they have, down to bare bones, bare pockets. And what do they have? Nothing. The rest of their life. Except a really rotten disposition. Try to get a woman with a rotten disposition and looking like you look. Horrible personality, better than thou type of personality. Without that money, you ain't gonna have no harem. You ain't gonna have shit. And people like that know that. That's why they gotta boast about what they have. And they should never even come on YouTube. And I think everybody who knows people like him should not even give him the time of fucking day. Because basically, he's not gearing it to just a few people. He's gearing this to everybody. Look at me, look at me. Look what I have. Look where I'm able to travel. Look what I can do with my money. And I could attract women with my wallet. Man, that's not what I want in life. I've never, ever, ever used money as a tool to get any woman I ever had in my entire fucking life. And it's not because say, well, you never really had money. Not big money. But even so, I never lied to a woman I met saying I was anything other than who I was. I presented myself to women and anybody around me as to who I am, not what I want to be or pretend to be. I presented and if they liked me for me, and money had nothing to do with it. Zero. You can see why McFish and himself get on, as they are both the most arrogant, pompous individuals you could ever meet. Brett says Heide wants 25,000 USD, but are seeking 80,000. Yeah, I know. Let's kind of segue back into Heide, because I think I pretty much said what I needed to say on him. But you just take somebody down to their bare bones, strip them naked. They don't have condos, they don't have money, they don't have a portfolio. They're nothing. They're nothing. And by the way, just to save you time and toil again, Mick, understand the way he works. He wants to get you riled up. And he's doing a good job of it. And I keep on telling you, man, don't comment on him. You know, even we're bringing it up here because it pertains to something, but there's no need. I'm only saying something because he's been definitely using my name a lot. Sneeze again, hold on. He's been using my name a lot. Not that he never did. Not that he never did. But I really don't give a rat's ass about that, because you see, I got things that he doesn't have. I got a lot of things he doesn't have, that he will never have. Character. Good character. Good ideals. I value a relationship with one woman. I don't need more than one woman to prove my sexual or manlyhood or prowess. When people become so egotistical like that, that's what they do. Let me show you how much a man... No, being a man is not having more than one partner. Okay? It's all a facade. That's all it is. Because that's what you call someone who has a huge... And that's where I guess the nickname comes in. Having a huge fucking ego. I mean, we're talking about an ego. You know, the height of a fucking mountain. But that doesn't work all the time in real life. I mean, you know, you get chopped down too. take away the riches from somebody with such an ego, and what do you have? You have an empty shell of a man. That's what you have. An empty shell. Okay. He's always used my name. It's not because Mix comes on my channel. Well, he's upset that Mix comes on my channel because he doesn't want me to have any support. He doesn't want Mix to have any support. That's why. And Jesus Christ, it's like, leave Princess Anne alone. I think she's got her own problems, They're trying to attack her, put lawsuits on her and shit back and forth. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous with those two. It's ridiculous. She's kind of a disadvantaged person in many ways, And he'll make fun of people. Make fun of their height. Make fun of what they look like. He's attacked her with all that shit, But you gotta understand where this guy's psychologically coming from. No matter what you say to this guy, it's kind of like Barry and shit. People are very dense, they're very cocky. No matter what you say to them, you're not gonna get through. That's why it's a waste of breath. They're so deep into their psychology, it's so deep into the character they become that they can't see themselves in that proverbial mirror of how they're projecting to, what other people see, what other people hear. They don't see that. It's like Trump. It's nothing less than Trump. I mean, it's a Trump syndrome is what it is. In every way, using money as a tool and power and downing people, and his time will come. Don't worry about it. His time will come because, as I said, who says he doesn't have any health problems? Who says that his height is not going to affect his heart no matter what fucking walking steps he does? Look at his diet. Look at his height. People with that height don't live very long. It's just, go look it up. Don't listen to me. Of course not. I don't know anything. I don't know shit. I don't know shit. Yeah. It's not right how he bullies a PWD. That's why I stood up for her. He'll bully anybody because I think personally, when he was a kid, he was probably bullied in school. Maybe he was an extra large height or weight or something. He was probably bullied. I'll give you an example. There's a very well-known MMA fighter that didn't live that terribly far from me in Hawaii. Have you guess his name? He grew up into money, and he was the cockiest and the bulliest kid. He got bullied, but then he bullied back. He was beating up neighborhood children. Well, yeah. Now he's in a real bad position where nobody likes him. He's actually losing his mind psychologically. He's become paranoid. And all the knocks to his head has done damage to him. Yeah, people like him are just putting it on to others, okay? That's what they do. And sometimes they don't even realize they're doing it. It becomes so natural for them to do that. But let's segue into Heide and how important things matter when your health is involved. And then you're not going to spend all that time attacking people when you've got a disease that's attacking you. And now you just, you're worried about your own life. And that becomes really important. Now, what Heidi's got on with her is fucking serious serious as a heart attack. It is. Literally. Heide any moment could go at any moment, any time before she gets anything done. I'm not sure what's holding her up, whether they got to do more tests. I don't know. She is literally a ticking time bomb. Right now, this second. Her breathing and everything has to do with the heart. She got the lupus against her, which is a contributing factor to her heart condition, and vice versa. It is like so critical. Heide is ready to check out right now, this second. That's how bad it's got. And you think Heide is really thinking that much about trolls and shit like that? Or, I mean, no, she's not. She's fighting for her life right now. Now, as you put yourself in that position of Heide, then Mikko, you wouldn't matter to this guy. When important shit goes down like that, he's not going to think about attacking you. He's going to be worried about his life. He's going to be worried about survival. He's not going to worry about sicko Mikko, as he likes to call you, okay? You will not be an issue with him anymore. Neither with anybody else. But until that time comes, he will continue being arrogant and cocky and narcissistic. You or team of horses is not going to change somebody of that character. It's not going to happen. It goes well for some others on here too. If you think arguing with them is going to change them in some positive way, you're fooling yourself and wasting your own oxygen. Let it roll off. I get people that talk about me on here, obviously. They devote a whole channel to me. It don't even faze me, Mikko. It doesn't after a while, it doesn't faze you. It becomes an expectation. But you see, you have to rise above it all. Rise above it all. They don't want you to succeed in life. They don't want you to be happy. And when you're miserable, they're happy. So don't let them get you that way. It rolls off. Oh yeah, Big E makes lots of little comments about me. And last night he got a little deeper into that, called me a few names and shit. It rolled right off. Because I look at it this way. Who's it coming from? Examine the source of where it's coming from. They're not leading wonderful lives as you think they are. As according to what you want to call a wonderful life. If having money or able to travel or something or have a 5-star dinner or something, is that what life is all about? I mean, really? Life is deeper than that. It's being in true relationships, real love, not convenience, not attracting not being a carrot hanger and seeing what bites on it. I could not live my life that way. I just could not. I have a whole lot more than he will never have. It may not do with money, but money is not the answer to everything. If your health is in fuck shape, your money ain't going to mean shit except, well, it'll pay the bills for your doctors or hospitals, certainly. Beyond that, you have nothing. Nothing. Nada. Well, it is phasing you because you're going back and forth with him. And I keep on telling you to stop it. And I'm taking a chance with you because I don't know your background. I know that you trolled me in the past. I know that for sure. Okay. A lot of dinners he eats are just takeaway rubbish, nothing to be thinking about. Or the cheap Korean buffets, yeah. Oh, Mr. Benny Hahn, I'm sure it's somebody I know on here. Let's read what you say. It says, let's say you say people could say anything without being blocked. You're a hypocrite, you're a bully in many ways. All right, I'm not blocking you. That's your opinion. And I have my own. That's the point. I got my opinion. Where am I a hypocrite? Oh, you mean like to talk about health, supplement, and diet, and I happen to smoke cigarettes? Yeah, I can see that could be perceived as being hypocritical. But I've talked about that. So next, without being blocked. No, I only block people who are interfering with my channel when we've got a good dialogue going and they want to bring up something that maybe we don't have as the topic matter at large. Okay? Okay, did I answer your question? All right. Thanks for your comment. Frank has always given people a chance on here before. I got blocked by McFish, and he let me back, and he let me back again. Yeah. No, I don't stop people from saying things on my show, but if I'm on a particular topic matter, and they want to get into some kind of a troll topic or something, then I get rid of them because they're trying to break the mode of what we're talking about on my show, and trying to go into troll topics. We don't always talk about trolls on here, but if I'm on a particular topic and I don't want to deviate from it, and somebody comes in and want to start attacking, then I'll block you or something. Yeah, that's all. So I hope I've answered that for you, Benny Hanna. Are you blocked, Benny Hanna? No, you're not. See, you're still there. So I guess I proved you wrong. Okay, getting back to Heide. No, seriously, folks, when you have you have a life and death situation going on, okay? I mean, you're in a state of terror. At any moment, you could live or die in a moment's notice. Now, I don't think she's, okay, let's say, okay, here we go. Okay, here's a good one. I'll only mention it one more time. The big man with the money, if he's such a caring person and somebody out there is having a hard, health problem, why don't he donate to Heide? He knows who she is. And why don't he donate to her to help her? Be a good sanitarian, as I call it. Why didn't he help Barry out and get Barry out of jail since he was supporting Barry? No, he won't do that. Because he's got a bone to pick with me. I don't know where the bone came from, to be honest with you. I don't know where it came from. Where did I historically just decide that I was going to attack Big E? Where did that come up? No, it was him talking about me in the past that, basically put us against each other, whatever. I never in the past had any reason, unless, he was attacking me, to have anything against Big E at all. I always knew he was an egotist and all that stuff. All the above. I knew all that shit. I've actually talked to the guy on the phone a couple of times, which some people don't know. But he decided to make me some enemy. Why didn't he, Barry is still in fucking jail. And I know you're listening, Eric. I hope you are. Why are you not helping Barry? Why? Because Barry owes me money? Is that the excuse you're using not to help Barry? Barry should have been out of jail. You were supporting him, remember? Remember? That we remember. In September. Okay. But you're not helping him out, Mr. Good Samaritan. Unless it's a woman, you ain't helping nobody out, right? Am I? Come on. Let's hit the nerve. Unless it's a woman of some sort, you're not going to help anybody out. You're not going to help anybody out. Heide could use your help. Want to be a good YouTuber, a good Samaritan. Give Heide some money so she can have she's in a life-threatening situation. Why aren't you helping her? Why? You got money to spare, right? You could get Barry out. You could help Heide out in a life-in-debt situation. Why aren't you doing that? Because you're a piece of shit. You're a selfish piece of shit. Only interested in women. If it's a man, you're not going to help him out. Except, well, okay, Kevin, of course. You got a little love affair with Kevin or something, I don't know. It gives money to the wrong people, okay? But I say put your money where your mouth is, just you support Barry, get him out of jail. Come up with $1 million pesos. You could do that real easy. Just lint in your pocket, right? Right? Get Barry out of jail. Stop being a bullshit artist. The great pretender. That should be your name. The Great Pretender. Get Barry out of jail. Okay, there you go. But you won't do that. Oh, am I hitting a sensitive nerve? I'm sorry. Here's the truth, people. I never had anything against Big E in the past. Well, I've always thought he did, as the titleman goes, a big ego. Oh, yeah. I've always known he had a big ego. Everybody knew that from 10 years ago, whatever it was, But I knew that from the beginning. I didn't really hold that against him. And the only reason Big E ever got into my conversation is me and him had something in common. We both met this girl, Nika, and she tried to take advantage of both of us. And I was very surprised. That's when I started talking to him. I said, what a small world. That he knew her too. I said, you got to be fucking kidding. You putting me on? And he said things to me that made sense. That I knew he met her. And she tried to pull some same shit on him that she did to me. That's where I had started talking to Big Ego. And we were on the phone talking about it. For the record straight, I never had anything against Eric. They started becoming a real putz. And he pissed me off, and I did a few things that pissed him off. That was it. But to this day, he's knocking me. And there's really no reason. There's no reason. Past is past. Move on with your life. Only reason I talk about him is because things I think have gotten really carried out of hand with this guy. And I don't mind talking about it when I'm involved in some way, all these innuendos and even straight out comments about me. And he does make innuendos, as I call it, about my girlfriend. He does. That's what sets us apart right there. I owe him shit, I don't owe him apologies for anything. I don't owe this guy shit. Except I will say his time will come. And I'm a good predictor of events, proven. His time will come. Karma will hit him hard again. He's been hit with karma already. But it's just going to happen big time. Speaking of big. But okay, Heide. It seems that when something so hard-hitting comes in your life, what's happening to Heide, that all this talk about what other YouTubers are doing, and she's doing shows about people who are scammers and all that shit, and, it's not going to be important to her. You see how things work in life? When something hits you fucking hard, you're not going to be worried about what YouTubers think of you. In fact, you get so desperate, you might reach out to the very YouTubers that have been your, let's say, not admirers. That's what happens when you're desperate in a situation for money, and your health is any second you could just check out. Things change when that situation goes on. Things change. Things changed. Oh, you think I'll be on here talking about these fucking idiots on here? If I had a life-challenging illness going on with me? No. I'd be looking up health things. I'd be looking up alternative medicines. I wouldn't be on here doing a shit show. And it is a shit show. They're all shit shows. All the shows on here are shit shows. Mine just has less shit. The fact that I even have to talk about this troll is kind of very belittling to me. To go down to that level of wasting precious oxygen in my lungs, which are probably damaged to a point, to waste that oxygen on lowlifes like these people. Lowlifes. Oh, there's Benihana. You said you met Big E a couple of times. He seemed fine to me. until he became a double teamer. Yeah, well, how you doing, Mr. Benihana? Great to make your acquaintance. All right, you were bold. You came on and you figured you thought you'd test me out, test the waters a little bit, see if I blocked you. I didn't do it. Proved you wrong, right? There you go. You're welcome on my show. You could ask me anything you want, But, within limits. I mean, don't start attacking. That's when you're going to get blocked and shit like that, Obvious things. But really, put yourself in Heidi's position or anybody in here that got sick with illness. Man, she's frightened to death, man. She's frightened to death. Well, excuse me. Yeah, it is. She is frightened to death, right? She is frightened to death. And rightfully so. You got to feel for somebody like that. I don't care what you fucking think, Even my worst fucking enemies on here, I don't wish that kind of shit on people. I honestly don't, because I wouldn't want it to happen to me, brother. Huh. I'm out. If oh my God, my last, I have to hold on. Oh my God. Here we go. Do you remember? In September. Okay. You see how I keep a sense of humor? You see, I could do that. Because I try not to let the little things bother me. Sure, I got some shit going on, but that'll be taken care of. I go on with my life every day. Do whatever it is I normally do. Little or a lot or whatever I do. When you remember. Okay, see? I'm kind of a happy-go-lucky person in a way. It's because, again, I appreciate what I have and not what I don't have. And that makes a huge, huge difference. I never really flaunted the fact that we bought a house and shit. Don't matter who bought it and technically whose house it is. It's our house. Our house is a very, very fine house with 2 dogs and, that's all. I have never actually boasted about it. I know the logistics. Oh shit, I gotta. Oh God. Before I go on here, I gotta get this water bottle on the dispenser going here. Oh yeah. Okay. That's a heavy mofo. But this 71-year-old can move bottles like greased lightning. Okay. Hold on a second, folks. Okay, like, here's my point. If I had a choice of having, say, great health or great money, what do you think I'm going to choose? Okay? When the chips are down, man, that's when you hit reality. Yeah, and only then. Take away the money from a greedy person, an obnoxious, disgusting human being, Strip them down, like I said, and what do they really have? Nada. Okay, so it is good if you have money, if you can do something good with it. Okay? I never hear that guy. Never heard of him contributing to charities or something, unless it had to be a tax write-off, and that would be the only reason. You think somebody like him is going to give with his heart? I don't think so. Look, I'm not envious of people like that. But again, strip away all this shit from them, all the material shit, the money and all that. What do they have except whatever character they have? Good character, bad character, strip them down to the bone. And who are they? Take away all that bragging rights about having money or property or whatever. What do they have? Nothing. Nothing. And that's my point. This whole show, that's my point. And, you know, people are happy with what they have. I was starting to say that, you know, if I had to really compare apples to oranges, I am. You know, I mean, you know, I'm living a better life. I'm living a better life in the sense that I am settled down. I am in a happy relationship, in a real and actually bona fide real relationship. Can you imagine that? Imagine that. They do exist. They do exist. I guarantee you. They do exist. And I've got one of them. What is that worth in cash? You can't put a dollar figure. You can't put a dollar figure on a good relationship. You can't do that. You can't measure it in money. But some of the most richest people in the world, the movie stars and shit, they're all into drugs, alcohol, they're into trouble with the law. With all the money they have, they could travel, and they have traveled all over the world. Even that gets boring for them after a while. Or they wind up committing suicide because they've done it all, they had all this money to do whatever they want with, but they're still not happy. All the money in the world, and you're still not happy. What's with that? Right? What's with that? Ouch, motherfucker. That's hot. Ooh, man, that was hot. That's right, buds. Oatmeal. There we go. That's a big pad of butter in there, baby. You guys got to develop a different mindset with people on here. Don't let people intimidate you on here because they have money. Have you got something good going in your life? Appreciate what you have, man. And not everything good in life is measured in the dollar bill. You could have all the money in the world, still be the most miserable bastard that's ever walked the fucking planet. I look at things a little differently too. Right now, as far as every test and whatever I've had, I seem to be in pretty decent health. Put a dollar sign on that. Put a dollar sign on that. You can't buy health. Although you could buy the foods and nutrition that you need to stay healthy, of course. But you can't buy normally stuff like that. He gave $20 to Ann, and we never heard the end of it. He gives fuck all to charity. All right, let's move on with him on here. I think we all made our point on here. You know the character, you know what they're all about. Now that you know what drives them, and you also know their sensitive points too. Believe me, they're sensitive to things you say. That's why they get overreactive. And that's why it just continues and continues, because people like him with an ego like that, they can't help themselves. It's ingrained in them. Like I said, you can't get through to certain people on here. Barry was a great example too, you know. Barry just continued to do all the shit he did until, well, something hit him. And where is he now? Am I making my point? Yeah. I mean, if you want to be a giving person, be a giving person. You know what? And I'm not a person with a lot of money, but I have always given. I don't mean just here in the Philippines. I have always been a giving person. Human or animal, I've always been giving. It's not that I'm trying to win an award. It just does my heart good to help somebody out if I can. Somebody maybe less fortunate than me, or an animal that can't take care of itself, needs a little help. I know it's a futile effort to help this dog that hangs around next door here. He's old and got a lot of shit wrong with him. It doesn't mean I can't do something good for that dog's life. Every being has a need to eat. Although I dig into my own dog's food to give this dog next door, I don't mind. But no animal should starve. No animal should suffer. That's who I am. That's who I am. I can't be like these people. I just can't. Paul, huh? Well, I'm not wishing that kind of shit on people. They may wish it on me, but I'm not them. I may really dislike people on here, and I got a list of people, but I'm really not going to wish anything on them that, you know, I wouldn't want to happen to me, you know. Mick says, Gilda's mother is a good judge, and she really appreciated you when you stood by her bed and put cloth on her head, and that's why she knows you could. Oh, you remember that. Boy, you remember everything, don't you? Yeah, people remember good, just like animals. They know a good human. They have a good way of making their own judgments on people, on humans. They get sense if you're a dog lover or not. Dogs, animals can sense that. Look, things are not going to change on YouTube anytime soon or anytime at all. So if you have, adversity from people on here, well, number one, just expect adversity to begin with. And number two, it ain't going to stop. And number three, everything eventually dies. Keep that in mind. They're here one day, they're gone the other. at the rate of people with their bad health and dying on YouTube, well, all our traditional well-known trolls ain't going to be around too much longer. Well, they'll just be replaced with more trolls, but I'm just saying. Yeah, it's one thing about me. I don't. I've had incidences where I thought something was happening to me was life threatening, and it didn't turn out to be. But during that time, that small amount of time, what turned out to be nothing, really. But during that time, when you're thinking, "Oh shit," you know, that moment in time is so critical. And you realize, even in that split moment of time, what's important. I remember one time, well, I'll give you an example. It's very rare that I've ever had these so-called anxiety attacks. The one that manifests itself into something physical. You get all these symptoms, you know. It's very rare. But I've had them. And one time I lived at the other house we were renting. Oh man, I had a doozy. And all the symptoms, almost like I had to consider my age. I had to consider a lot of considerations went in my brain at the time. You know, it was my head at the time. And how these symptoms, which could have been a heart attack. And you realize how important things are. First thing I said to Gilda, I told her I loved her. I really thought I was having a bona fide heart attack, but went to the hospital, to the EKG, whatever, fine. I was fine. But the last moment, you're going to reach out to people you love and you're going to tell them, "Hey, I love you. Just in case anything happens to me, I want you to know that." But in those moments, you don't know what the hell is going on. Fuck, you might be thinking you're having a fucking heart attack, and that's what I thought. That happened one other time, actually. It was 2 times that happened to me. Because, you know, then again, when you get my age and you feel anything strange like that, right away you're thinking, "Oh God, the heart. Please don't let it be the heart. Please, please, don't let it be the heart." So I kind of know how it feels in a way, although that wasn't what was happening at the time. Heart was fine. I still have a good heart in more ways than one. But you get scared. You get scared. Just like Heide is right now. She's losing it, man, in her mind right now. She's like so fucking scared. You blame her? Got a life and death situation going on with her. And I know all the illnesses she has, and one is a causative factor. The other, which acts as a causative factor, the other, it's just like they're sort of complementing each other, you know. And YouTube just doesn't become that important when you experience something like that. Suddenly it just takes on no meaning at all. None. There's no meaning to it. And that's the way you gotta look at things. You're gonna come on here and attack people all the time, and I don't know, you think it's your call of duty to do this to people? I mean, come on, man, get fucking real. I think a lot of people are wasting so much of their time. I mean, I'm wasting my time right now even talking about this, okay, to be fair about it. I'm wasting my oxygen and my time. And we all have limited time, and some more limited than others. To waste your time, even to talk or address this shit on here, It's not worth it. Do you ever sit down and, whether or not you're contemplating your navel or contemplating life, and just really think about your life? The things that you actually did achieve that maybe you thought you never could. Doesn't mean about money. But I take the little, I take the small and I appreciate. I'll give you an example. Nobody in my family outside of here, has never owned a house unless it was in a marriage. Like my sister, they own a place in Pennsylvania, and she couldn't do it on her own. Her husband bought it. Now my brother owned a house, but only because it was his wife's property or acquisition. I'm the only one in my family not only graduated college, nevertheless high school, and so far owned, 3 houses, not to mention the property out here that was sold, a piece of land in a port. I never thought, because my parents never owned a house. They never owned a house. They were always enslaved to paying rent. I took, a lot of pride when I bought my first house in Seattle. And I used to pass this house all the time because her babysitter, well, some woman we know very well, and she used to be babysitter at her house to my daughter. We passed this house all the time, and I seen it was for sale. And this shows how you could get on your feet too. Not even a year after bankruptcy, I bought this house. And then when I knew finally I got it, and I brought Shauna down over there, I said, "This is our house." "What do you mean it's our house?" I said, "It's our house. You ready to move in it?" She was so excited. She had her own room upstairs. I mean, she's very excited about it. Yeah, no, that's our house. That's our house. To me, that was a big accomplishment that I could even not just to do it for me, but to do it for my daughter. I'm a lousy father. If you listen, they call me a lousy father. I was more happier for her than I was for me. I really was. I got tired of renting, answering to the man, I got tired of it. Heidi's only 54. Well, no matter what you think of Heidi, I wish her well. She has a background that's, criminal background, but, she did serve her time. You got to say that much. I think she learned from it. And that's the whole thing, life experience. You learn from your mistakes. She got into drugs and all kinds of shit like some people do. Made her do things that maybe she wouldn't normally do. So the question is, should you hold that against somebody the rest of their life? They know what they did wrong, and they paid for it. You paid for it. It's important to say that. You paid for it. But, like her or not, you got a woman here who, well, she's kind of part of her own problem, really, because, her obesity, which is a causative factor to many illnesses, as you all know. It didn't help, let's put it that way. It's just kind of exacerbated everything that else is going on with her. One thing caused this and caused that, and then another thing exacerbated everything that she already has. It's like a vicious cycle, that's hard to get out of. Very difficult. So put yourself in her position. Is YouTube going to be really important to you? Are you going to give a fuck as to who's scamming who, that you think is scamming who? Who's in an illicit relationship or something? Or give a shit about who has more money than the other person, who's a better vlogger, who has more viewers, more subs, who's monetized, who's making money on here and who's not. In the scheme of life, that's not important after all, is it? Look, I know what I have, and when till the day I go to my grave, I'm going to be appreciative of what I have. That's the bottom line, and the whole point I'm making. I do appreciate what I have every single day. It don't matter that I'm not living in a big city with all the amenities and all that shit. I'm happy where I am. I go to the big city when I need to, get off the island. Sometimes it's nice to get off the island, but you know what? Anytime I leave the island at all, it's always a pleasure when that ferry and we're approaching this island. I see the beautiful colored water, the palm tree, and the whole ambience of the island, to know that I live here. I've achieved something that I always wanted to do. Now, it's not that I'd never lived on an island before, because as you all know, I lived in Hawaii for quite a long time. So I am an island type of person. I've acclimated myself even to the climate here. Sometimes it's very hard. But, I had training wheels when I lived in Hawaii, which was subtropical. But when you consider all, I'm not living a bad life. No, I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. I don't feel I have to, but I will say I'm living the life that I wanted to live, and that's important. It's important to me. It may not be important to anybody else. You could laugh about it all you want, but I had certain achievements in life that I went for, and I achieved it. From the first house to this house, everything in between. I've always appreciated being able to buy something because I wasn't so spoiled and never was a wealthy kid growing up. And I'm not a wealthy person, adult either. But I appreciate the small things. Having the money to, little things to get a job done around the house. Or if you need a new appliance, having the money to buy it. Because when you're spoiled rotten with money, and you can buy pretty much everything you want, you don't get the same enjoyment and satisfaction out of it. I know I achieved a lot more than my other family members have. That's an achievement to me. I went way beyond. I didn't own a house because let's structure this, what I'm going to say this way. I worked up to something and I got it, and it took a little bit of effort. But when I did achieve that goal and I accomplished something, whether it was having my own house finally, there's such a feeling of gratification that I got out of that. I still feel that now. Then I see other people out here that are pretending to be something that they're not, and that they're living a better life than I am. And all you have to do is look at their lifestyle, and you could come up with your own conclusion. Are they really living a better life than you? Is it because they have more money than you? Is that the reason to live in a better life? There's no truth in that. You could have all the money in the world, still be miserable. You could still be lonely as a motherfucker. You could be in a relationship that's not a real relationship, that's based around money or whatever. Or getting a woman because you have money. It's not the same. You didn't earn that relationship. It was not based on love. It was based on the fact that you were probably lonely as a motherfucker. And you had to use the only tool that you have, which is cash, to entice. I mean, look, you put bait on a hook to catch a fish, right? Would that fish come to that hook and bite on it if there was no bait? Likely not. Okay, made my point. I don't live life that way. I'm not trying to bait somebody into anything. Who you see and who you hear on me here on YouTube is who I am. And I don't try to be anything that I'm not. Little things, just because I took up a little martial arts when I was a kid, does not mean I'm a fucking martial artist. Not even remotely. Okay? And just because I have a house doesn't mean I'm rich. Okay? And just because I'm in my start of my 70s does not mean I'm going to die tomorrow either. I probably would outlive most of the goons on here. More likely. I see some of the shape they're in, what they eat, everything else, their diet, and I could come up with my own conclusion. It's my own. It doesn't have to be shared by you. I come up with my own conclusion that they're not going to make it to my age. And I've been right so far about a few. And there's some that's coming. I'm happy. I'm not unhappy to be my age. I've managed to live to my age, which people have died half my age or less. I mean, you got to think of the good before you start emphasizing the bad, whatever. You got to think of the good. What is the good that you have going for you? Build up on it. Appreciate that you're alive. You don't have any current health conditions that are life-threatening. You might have a couple of ailments, allergies, whatever it might be. Some bones that hurt now and then or something, age, injuries you had. But be grateful, that's all you have going. As I said, put yourself in Heidi's position. She's kind of the denominator, really, of this show we're talking about. And we're kind of relating other things and it might relate to Heidi in some way. Okay, so with that being said, now we're going to conclude this show. And Miko, just, dude, come on, you're just feeding the sharks. That's all you're doing, man. You're feeding the shark. And he's getting off on that because that's the kind of character he is. Don't let the shit he talks about you bother him. He talks shit about me and mine. But as I always say, I examine the source of where this information is coming from, where this behavior is coming from. Money is not a solve-all problem. It may pay the medical bills, it may pay the rent. But you got to examine everything else that's going on in that person's life, where even the money didn't help, or the money actually created the problem. And somebody's after your money when they get pissed off at you and they take you for a lot of money. And you got to settle this amicably because you don't want that sword over your head again. So I'm not going back over there to live. Something like that could happen again. So I'm going to knock that country. Where I live now is the best place in the world. It's only because they know they can't go back and live there and stay there under the situations and have a certain situation happen all over again. They're in fear of that. It's amazing how I could figure things out with people, huh? It doesn't take much. That's an ability that I have to figure people out. And some people say, well, Aloe's being friendly with you at the moment, but Aloe could turn on a dime. You think I don't know that? They say Aloe's playing with your head, Frank. Well, it's like this. As Barry liked to say, it's like this. Aloe being cool with me, I'm being cool with him. You come to that point. I don't knock him. He doesn't knock me. He comes on my show and he's welcome. Yes, I do communicate with him on email. All the time. I know what he's did to me in the past and all that. It doesn't mean he won't do it again. But I live in the present. If the person's cool with me now, I'll accept that. But I don't forget, please don't get that wrong, I don't forget what anybody on here said about me or mine. I will never forget. That's a guarantee I could give you. I can't guarantee you everything else in life, but I could guarantee you that I don't forget the people who have attacked me and or Gilda or anybody else. My family. Even my dead parents. There's no limit they won't go to get a reaction from you. So what is your job at this point? Ignore it. You're going to hear it again over and over again. They're going to try to get a reaction from you. And if you give in to that shit, like you, Miko, you're just allowing it to happen. Consider the fucking source. That's all you got to do, and you feel better about yourself. Don't let them influence you in any way. That's why they're called trolls. They're not called trolls for nothing because they like you, or they're going to, try to appease you in any way or say kind words to you. That's not what a troll is. Until you understand what a troll is, then you're just going to continue feeding them and feeding them like feeding the sharks. They're going to come back for another meal to get a taste of that meat. They want to come back for more, okay? Okay, I know you agree with me, but you still continue battling him. If he goes on another show, you're probably going to make a comment, right? Like you did on mine. And I really wasn't wanted to get into him on my show here, but I didn't mind because I heard more mention of me on his last show. So I didn't mind talking about it and coming out with some information. And I got a lot. Look, I can reveal stuff, let me tell you. I do it in little tidbits. And when I start doing that, I start hitting a nerve. And yes, they'll start attacking me more for that because that's how it goes. The fact that I have information on people that they don't want people to know. These are the same people that point out supposedly your inadequacies, your bad points. They talk about your relationship. I never had to buy my woman. I never had to buy her. And I didn't meet her in a bar. I certainly did not. And some people actually did. Picked up a bar girl. Yeah. Some people, no names mentioned, picked them up in a fucking slutty fucking bar. I didn't. I'm very happy to say. And I wouldn't. Because I value myself more than that. And my choices turned out to be great choices, the choices I made in life. Most of them, I think. And the relationship I'm in, absolutely. Can't complain about it. What's that worth in dollar signs? There ain't enough money to get what I have. There is not enough money in the world to find, which is so hard and so difficult in life, especially as you're getting older. It is so hard to find what you may deem to be a great woman, a great relationship, a lasting one. No money in the world could buy true love, true affection, true intent. No money in the world could do that. You could attract women to be with you and around you, but it's all a facade. It's all a facade for show. It's like eye candy, but in some cases it's not eye candy. I can understand if you're with some beautiful women, but so let's get the eye candy out of that one with some of these people. Let's remove the eye candy. It's just the fact that, hey man, I got these women, but how did I get these women? Let me be true to myself. I hung out that carrot, and they bought it, and they went and took a big bite with those big teeth, and, they grasped onto that fucking carrot real hard and real strong, and they're still here. Because, when you grow carrots, you're going to have an endless supply of carrots, right? And all those bunny rabbits are going to come around and get those carrots, aren't they? Miko said, they all thought you were going to be finished in your relationship when you got trapped in Hawaii due to COVID, but you proved them wrong. I absolutely did. Came right back the minute it was open. Had nothing to do with my tenants. Wasn't running away. Nothing to do with a civil case, not criminal. A civil case in Hawaii. But they still mentioned again, yeah, but you owe somebody $60,000. Oh, you want to pay it, sir? You're so worried that I owe some horrible people who are out to make a paycheck on me that I owe 60 grand? Why don't you pay it if you're so worried about it? Why don't you pay it? You got to contact the courts. Why don't you pay that $60,000 if you're so concerned about it? The fact is, they never got a dime from me, and they never will. And they never will because they were evil people who were trying to make a paycheck by lying about me. The same as something else that's going on right now. Somebody's trying to achieve something on me because they decided they didn't like me. They wanted to enact revenge on me because of their boyfriend. Well, let's see how that turns out in the future, huh? Yeah, let's see how that turns out. I'm killing it. I'm always killing it. Without even trying it. Because the truth is the truth. And when you tell the truth about something, about somebody, it hurts their feelings. Because nobody wants to be slapped in the face with a truth bomb, okay? They get real sensitive about it. Look at all these slobs on YouTube. Look at the lives they live. Look at Licky. Look at Snicko. Look at Kevin. Look at all these creeps. Are they living a good life? No, they're not. Look at Scotty, endlessly wandering around, trying to see if he can reach his tail and chasing it, like he's got a perpetual itch on his anus. Chasing his fucking tail, chasing his ass, and not accomplishing one goddamn thing. Not one goddamn thing. Except making a fool of himself. And people like to watch shows like that. That's why they're successful. They like the train wreck effect. And my in a tattoo is sadness. Sadness is one word. Not two words separated by, I don't know, an asterisk. And look what was written on there. Go read what it says on there. What a joke. In other words, forget all the frustrations in life and let it go. Well, this person can't let it go. They create their own frustrations. Just read the tattoo. Funny stuff. Oh, a little walk this morning. Gonna walk on down to the beach. Gonna check it out a little bit. Man, look at my pace. For an old man. Look at him go. Anyway, gotta get my walks in. I figure just to take a walk to the beach, look around a little bit, come back, whatever, just get a few steps in, get the blood flowing. I wish the whole block was paved like this, but that ain't gonna happen. Now, this was a special favor situation to a special person who owns all this that you see all around here, owns all of this. Ah, see how politics are. Do. See how politics work. Connections. Look around. All of this. You know how many lots there are here, what it's worth? Now, when you got the money, you just hold on to it for future generations, if that's what you want to do. No, I'm not on a trike. That's me actually walking. That's my speed. That's my pace. Do you hear me out of breath? Nope. I walk a little more. We'll test you, Frank. Not yet. Do you remember? Okay. Do. On the road again. You're on the road again. Modest abodes. Very modest but functionable. I think a little bad timing here because I think I got to hit the CR, but oh well. Timing has never been a great thing for me. But I got a mission here. I got to finish it. Good morning. They're always very friendly. Try it sometime. You got to mesh with the culture. Good morning. See, say good morning. Let's say good morning. It's the way it is. Treat somebody with respect, they show it back. I've always said that. Look at this pace. Look at this pace. I'm fucking over 71. It is said in the medical journals to know somebody's overall health, watch them walk. They got a lot of sprite and energy. Good morning, gentlemen. See that? He said I'm not sociable. You say morning, instead I'm going to say morning back. How terrible it is to be misjudged by people, by your peers. Do you remember? In September. Yeah, it kind of looks like somebody. Say, gentlemen. Good morning, gentlemen. Mayan Putang with you. Good morning. Hello. Greet the morning. Embrace today. That's what I say. There is a fortress of love. Right there's a fortress of love. I don't make this shit up. It's the fortress of love. Oh, my timing is really off. I could tell you that right now. Oh my God. Never leave the house without finishing business. See, very modest businesses here. You don't look down on these people. They're trying to do the best. This block floods a lot, so yeah, you got to see. Sometimes the water will go into their business here. Okay, got you beat there. Hold on, folks. All right, maybe I will, yeah. Go down there, take a little peek at the beach this morning. Yeah, dogs are resting in the cool of the shade. Interesting colors on that dog. Yeah, join me for a little walk here. A little break from the usual. And no, Gilda's not by my side. I can go places without her. No chains on me. I'm capable. Look at this pace. Look at this pace. And I'm not putting on it for show. That's my normal pace. Hell, we're in Cebu. She can't keep up with me. And I'm 20 years older than her, mind you. Yumsky, what a name. Yumsky Pension House. Yumsky. That's a couple of years old now. I remember when he started building it. Yumsky. Yummy, 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 yummy. Got Yumsky in my tummy. Pension house. They're probably very small little studio type rooms or something in there. I gotta come here sometime, damn it. I think we've been here before. But they offer all day breakfast here. If you want bacon and waffle, homemade bagels, bacon and eggs, homemade bagels and sausage, waffle, premium corned beef, well, Hungarian sausage, Ricky, cheese omelet and toast, unlimited brewed coffee. They got the Filipino breakfast, well, you know, tocino, beef tapa, longanisa, chorizo, bangkag. Yeah. A little bit for somebody, a little bit for everybody. There's the fish. The fish, McFish. Yumsky. Yummy, 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 yummy. Dogs bathing in the sun a little bit here. They like a little sun too. Morning, boys and girls. There's the beach. Let's just take a look. Good morning, guys. Good morning.
You have some friends?
You're asking me for something already. Oh, there's always got to be a catch. Well, I'm sure they meant the good morning, you know, because they really meant it, you know, but I'd like to believe that. I really would. So here we are. Look at that pace. Look at that pace. You hear me breathing hard? No. Little bumpy road. Here we go. Let's see what's happening on the beach. It should be low tide this morning. I should have to stay on panoramic, not this vertical mode. I never think about it though. Oh yeah, tide is definitely out. You go to see that a lot. Unfortunately. Nothing's perfect. Look at all the fishing boats. All the fishing boats. They were out all night, really, a lot of them. All the washed up coconuts. Santa Fe. Shit goes all the way around the beach area. I like it when, of course, it's high tide. It's prettier. And these boats are pretty old, but they function. And believe me, they use them. They're making a living off these boats. Now, I can't walk out there. I haven't got no slippers on. It's all muddy anyway. Yeah, tide's all the way out. But normally, even when it's high tide, I mean, you could actually walk out quite a distance over here without the water being over your head, anything like that. Okay, well, I'm not going to be walking the beach this morning. I didn't bring any water. There you go. I guess they're working on that one. Remember when Red Zero used to have a boat? Oh, let's bring back those good times, man. Let's bring back those good times. There's the Yumski. Okay, well, enough of that. Nice tree-lined roads over here for shade. Makes a big difference. They're working on this new complex here. Hello, doggy. Me and my shadow. Oh, you can see my pace in the shadow, right? Yeah. You know, I pride myself on a few things. Some people can't even walk at my age without the help of a cane or a wheelchair or a mobility device. And hopefully I'll never need such. Please, no garbage. Boop-a-doo. So you got all the resorts around here behind these bushes and nicely manicured. Look at that pace. Hey, home is where the heart is. You don't need nothing fancy. Protect you from the weather. Place to sleep, rest, contemplate. Now if you go up this road, that's where the little cliff is. People like to jump in the water. And where they did the ruins, which is not much of a structure left. Just a property that was abandoned by its owner. Got kind of hit up pretty bad with some storms. But it's a big advertised, publicized place. With all these trees. Truly is the jungle, other than having some houses around. What do you think it was? It was all jungle at one time. Okay, back to a paved road, which only goes so far. And you see all the land surrounding it here. It belongs to one person, his family, not mine. Right to the end of their property line. There's like an old abandoned structure here. That's about it. That's all you find. Still maintaining my pace. Haven't broken my pace. Well, no, I gotta go to the bathroom. The truth is, I would have took a walk on the beach, but that might have proved disastrous. Had a good opportunity. It's still cool out, but being such an honest person that I am, well, see where it ends right here? Okay, now you know what I mean. Not here. Almost home. A little more to go. I think the average 71-plus-year-old would take about an hour to go from where I went to go back home, or vice versa. Do-do-do-do-do. You're seeing what I'm seeing. No AI, nothing. No fancy editing. Oh, there you are. You ate your food, right? You're lucky you got something to poop out because of my feeding you. That's the old dog I've been talking about. As I still got pussy again. Oh well. I can't do much about that. This is the lemon tree. I'm waiting for it to produce again. It will. There's some small ones on there, but they're growing. Okay. We are back, and I'll tell you where I'm heading when I get inside. Hope you enjoyed the walk. A little something different here. And there's my Ponderosa. Ponderosa. Right there. My dogs already know I'm walking. I'm not even there yet. They really know it's me. See? Yes, girls. Daddy's home. Daddy's home. Yes, I am. Nice to be greeted with love. Okay, I gotta go. I mean, literally. We really got to stop meeting like this. I mean, really. The one thing I offer on my channel is for people to come to their own conclusions. I don't write the stories. They write themselves by people's own demonstrations. Pardon me, let me get back to my Jane Fonda workout while I'm on here. Which is what I've been doing in production of this spectacular video. And people do realize that what I present on my videos depicts and or demonstrates other people's behavior, not to mention some of their crimes. And it's not created with AI. It's not created with editing. Just basically talking about and demonstrating what other people do on here. Call it life's reflection, whatever you want to call it. But I don't make up these stories. They write themselves. If you're guilty of something, you're guilty. If you're not, we'll know it. I cannot control what people do, what they say on their shows, the message behind their shows. That's not of my doing. But I'll be damned if I can't talk about it. Nobody's taking that right away from me. Unless I'm doing physical harm to somebody, Well, I'm saying something highly, highly illegal, which I have not been. Now, if you're going to put something out on social media, it's your bad. If the message in it, you know, speaks many words, that doesn't make it look very good. That's not of my doing. I don't know, look at me as a documentarian who've always loved documentaries, and I still do, actually. I just document things. There's no intended purpose to hurt anybody. Just to document. If it's put public, it means it's made for people to see, just like myself. Is there a message in what they put out? Of course. It's their inner self that's exposing itself. It's a way of saying, I'm suffering, or I'm in pain, or I'm an emotional wreck because of what they did. It's a way of saying, I am guilty. I've taken to things I never did before, like drinking, to hide the emotional pain, which basically is self-inflicted. Now, I'm not going to feel sorry for people like that, the same as I'm not going to feel sorry for people who overeat and they become obese or they overdrink or whatever. It's not my doing. I'm not that influence. And I'm not that influential that I force people to drink to hide their pain. To hide their pain. It's not my doing. But they demonstrated very well. Because I don't know. We all have our own opinions about stuff. Here's the way I feel. If somebody you don't know them as a drinker, and then, a problem comes up, and next thing you know, they're drinking seemingly on a regular basis to hide the pain. And they even put captions on their show about the pain or the drinking. What does that say? What does that say without me putting words in your mouth? What do you come away, what do you see? What do you come away with this with? Well, it seems that somebody could take the drinking to hide, as I said, their emotional pain, their guilt. There's no reason to drink. I face some challenges a challenge going on in my life right now, right? Nothing nobody's not aware of. I'm not taking to drinking. No, I'm not. Because I got nothing to hide. I don't have a guilty conscience for anything. Henceforth, here I am, not running away from my viewers, not turning my channel off, and doing regular videos every day. I walk the streets, I go to beaches, my life goes on as normal. Nothing has really changed. Why? Because I got nothing to hide. I got nothing to run away from. It's that simple. It's that simple. What are they barking at now? No, but I don't take the drinking for when I don't drink. And if I didn't drink and I took the drinking, man, it had to be a reason I take the drinking. Sorry, I just can't do that. I got to be emotionally just totally, totaled, to take the drinking. I won't do that. I just slide and just go along with my emotions. And I control my emotions as best as I possibly could. I'm not going to take the drinking because there's a kind of a pending little pesky little problem going on. I'm not even going to resort to that. I live my life every day as if there were no other challenges. And that's what people that are not guilty do. They go about their life. If there's a challenge, you meet the challenge. You do what you feel you have to do to remedy a problem, no matter what it is. And that's yours truly. Little old me. Ah, boy. Yeah, I went for a half-decent walk. You see, I did a short, if you want to watch it. I think it's a short. I don't know. It might be in the video. A little walk. I went to the beach a little bit, but, nature was calling, so I would have walked the beach. But nature spoke louder than my quest to maybe do a little beach walking. But, oh well, we took care of that problem. That's right. Walk with me, talk with me. Doesn't really look like I have a real bad little life here, does it, really? No, not really. Somebody's always going to have something to say about it. But you know when somebody's guilty, and you have not heard guilt in my voice or my demonstrations on here. No, you haven't heard that at all. You haven't demonstrated it. They're a way to resolve, keyword, resolve problems. It is a way to avoid problems, and then something else happens that, you think you're loathing now, wait till later on. There is a way of resolving a dispute. It could be something as simple as telling the truth. The truth, Your Honor, and nothing but the truth. There you go. You could absolve yourself, just like when you go to confessional booth. Dear priest, I committed some really lousy shit to try to ruin somebody's life. Yes, my child, I'm sorry to hear that. Perhaps you could say 10 Hail Marys. You'll be absolved of your sins. What was it if it was that easy, folks, really? What if it was that easy to go commit crimes, to lie, to try to hurt somebody, and sleep at night at the same time? I mean, can you chew gum and walk at the same time? Can you really sleep at night when you know that you're trying to damage somebody's life and family? Are you that crude, rude, heartless, mindless, guilty? That's what some people do. And they go back to church. And they think they could do that every week and just resolve everything, but it just doesn't work that way. It don't work that way. I assure you it don't work that way. There are things someone could do to resolve the problems and go on with their life. I assure you. I assure you. But some people would rather take the drinking to hide the pain, to hide the guilt. Yeah, that's no way of handling. It just could turn out making you a genuine alcoholic, and then you just created another problem for yourself, besides potential legal problems in the future. I mean, does this make sense to my viewers? Can you feel me, brothers? Don't make any sense at all. Sometimes you got to lose a little bit of pride to get back on track. Never mind hitting up the bottle. That's not going to resolve anything, any personal problems or any guilt or anything like that. Drinking only makes you more depressed. And when you get depressed, you're going to want to drink some more. Next thing you know, you're an alcoholic, where you never were an alcoholic before. Congratulations. You just screwed up yourself even more. Not very wise. My opinion, it's not very wise. Shit, man. I found an outlet here. My Jane Fonda workout. My Jane Fonda workout here. Jane Fonda, right? So I exercise. Little resistance stuff. It doesn't hurt. That's what I do. There you go. It's not a lot. It's 20 pounds, but you'd be surprised what you can do with 20 pounds. It's not just physically, but mentally, emotionally. You know. Yeah. That's what I do. I don't pick up a bottle and drink. And no, it's not my meds that control my emotions. I take it for sleep. Yeah. I guarantee you I'm in full control of my emotions. Only one person would really know that. I'm in full control. Thank you very much. But I just don't think that taking to drinking is the answer when you have some problems, ongoing problems. It just makes things worse, and you don't think clearly. I mean, I've been witnessing something over a period of time that I think is very sad. If your life is complicated, as this person indicates on their own videos, why make it more complicated by drinking? That's just hiding the problem. It's just hiding the problem. It doesn't resolve any problems. But they know that they have the power to resolve any particular problems that come in mind. They have the power. But instead, they'd rather drink a bottle and eat crappy snacks. What's that going to do? It just masks the problem, my friends. It just masks the problem. Some people just can't see beyond their nose. They can't see the whole picture until something drastic happens to them that turns their world totally upside down when they had the opportunity to disallow that to happen. What are you going to do? Put a gun to somebody's head and knock some sense into them? You can't do that. You're going to physically attack them? You can't do that. No, you can't. You could, but you wind up in jail or dead yourself. You can't do that. There's ways of handling problems methodically, one by one. When you know you can resolve a current problem, yup, you can resolve it right now, right today. But they won't do it out of pride. Well, throw the pride out the window, because if you're drinking now, you'll be drinking a hell of a lot more in the future if you're free to drink. But of course, people don't want to see the pending, future. They don't want to see that. You just want to hide it, sweep it under the rug like it never happened. Well, it did happen. No getting away with that. It did happen. And there are consequences to every fucking thing that you do in your life, folks. Every fucking thing. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. There are ramifications. Full circle, my friends. Full circle. Full circle. But some people don't have the capacity to think that way. And they want to hope for the best. It's going to work out for them. But what if it doesn't? See, that's the part that I'm thinking about. What if it doesn't? What if things get worse? Drinking ain't going to solve no problem. I'll tell you that right now, brothers and sisters. Drinking ain't going to solve that problem. It's not. It's not. Far from. Just makes everything worse. What is the message out there anyway? Come on a show and you're showing everybody, and you have a caption on there that has to do with the drinking, like you want everybody to feel sorry for you because you're under such intense emotion and pain and guilt. Fuck that shit. Well, you should be. You should be. You should be. You should be. The way I see it. I ain't got no goddamn guilt about anything. My life is straight up, straight out. I've got no guilt. I'll tell you one thing, if I ever did it wrong on YouTube, guess what? I apologize for it. Whether they took to my apologies or not, that's another story. But hey, See, I could live with myself. I could live with myself. And I don't need the drink. I don't need the drink to resolve my problems. I just take care of my problems. I go forward, do what I feel that I need to do for my own good. It may not be the good for somebody else, but that is not my problem. If you're the causative factor of the problem, it's not my problem, it's yours. It's absolutely yours. We're going to have some more Bermuda grass coming in here, as you can see. More places for the dogs to shit and pee, I guess. And more cleanup, but that's all right. They got to go somewhere. They don't have a toilet. My name is Puddin' Tame. You ask me again, I'll tell you the same. Hello there. Adino Bukasasin. You are a subscriber, right? Of course you are. Or you will be, right? All right. You know, I don't sit there contemplating my navel, or contemplating anything else physically, if you know what I mean. Because I don't need to, but, you have to live with yourself, and that's the main thing. I could live with myself. Absolutely fine. I could live with myself. I can't speak for other people, but I could live with myself. Because I know I didn't do anything wrong. And if I did, chances are I'll admit it. I don't have a problem with that. Oh, the one's doing a poop, one doing a pee. There you go. That a girl. Get it all out. There we go. That a good girl. That's a good girl. Yeah. I feel much better now. No, Ginger, stay over here. Leave the cats alone. Ginger, come here. Testing your hearing. You heard me. Ginger. No. She wants to investigate the cats over there. Come on. She hears me. Nothing wrong with her hearing. Happy dogs, happy life, right? Ginger, no. No, sorry. She wants to go in the back. She knows where the cats hang out in the next yard. Ginger, where you going? Just took care of her eyes with special drops. She's going to investigate her now. Smell where she's been, what she did. That's what dogs do. They're very tight. But she'll smell her. Hey, no. See what I mean? Do I know them or not? Their nose is a way of exploring the world. Only if we could do that. But our nose doesn't explore the world, unfortunately. And what do I have? Yeah, I'm even examining her poop. I see something in there. I'm not going to show you. Let's see. Make sure she ain't got worms or something. Let's see what this is. There's some white thingamajigs in there. Ah, could be plastic. I wouldn't be... Ah! What is that? I'm gonna... Is that a bone? Hey, you can see it. Of course I'm gonna wash my hands, of course. What is that? Oh, I didn't put my hands directly in the shit. This was on the surface. But nevertheless, gotta show my lovely, did I say lovely Gilda? I haven't examined their poop to see how their health is. I go that far. If you care about something or someone, now I don't examine my girlfriend's poop. That's going a little bit too far. Yeah, definitely gonna wash my hand here, that's for sure. Ah. This was in Ginger's poop. It's like a little bone or something. Of course, I'm gonna wash my hands, of course. Look at it. And break it. It's almost like plastic. It's bent.
Plastic na.
Ah, you're right. That is plastic.
It's not the.
No, it's not a bone. It's too pliable, palatable. Okay, folks, I gotta go. Whoop! We got a shitload of ants here, by the way. Yeah, gotta go wash my hand. Yeah, I certainly wash my hand after that. Of course I am. Eyes without a face. Human race. Eyes without a face. Oh, absolutely. You know I'm going to wash my hands in case I touched anything. Okay, there you go. See? I was on an exploratory mission with my dog's feces. This way I could tell what she's gotten herself into. You see how animals consume plastic? It's not good. You'd be surprised what's in your body as we speak. You've got plastic in there, I hate to tell you. Let's see. We went for a walk. It wasn't a big walk. I had a great pace. I got up to maybe 118 or something on that, which is pretty good at a fast pace for my age. Coming back, I went down to 80. By the time I got in the house and laid down, I was down to 65, 64. That's not bad. That's not really bad. Definitely don't have high blood pressure. I may have other problems, maybe even some I don't even know about. But I could definitely tell you, I don't have hypertension, and I don't have full-blown diabetes or nothing like that. That's as far as I know. I feel good, I look pretty good. That's all that matters. And I'm here, I'm alive, I got up to another morning. Alas, another morning. That you gotta be grateful for. You gotta be grateful for something, man. Okay. So what have we learned today? That guilt bears its ugly head in different ways. But, you know, dudes, let me tell you. You gotta have a conscience somewhere about something. Because you're the only one that has to live with yourself. Nobody else. You're the one that has to live with yourself. And if you did something that was really crappy, I don't give a shit how Catholic you may be, what you believe in. If you did something that's really crappy to another human, you need to remedy it. Because you have to live with yourself. Put your pride to the side. That's what I say. Put your pride to the side and do what's right. And believe me, you'll feel much better for it. You won't have to take to drinking or anything. You only don't fool us, you're just fooling yourself. But yet, although I'm not an expert in human psychology, but it goes to say that if somebody that never really drinks is suddenly taken to drinking for quite time now, it's quite a period of time now, after a legal event, there's something to say about that. And when the person displays this, like they want to show people that, look at me, I'm drinking, feel sorry for me. Isn't that what they're doing? So we're supposed to feel sorry for that person for causing pain in another person's life. And they get off on that. And there's not a goddamn person out here that don't understand what I'm talking about. Hey man, let me tell you something. I can live with myself quite well. Because I know I haven't done anything to anybody that would warrant me to take the drinking. Nope, not in my case. I can live with myself quite well, and I absolutely am. I can take my punches, legally and any other way. I deal with it. I go with the flow. I'm not going to stress myself out of something that doesn't happen, and even if something did happen, I'll deal with it. It may not put the other person in a good light, but hey, you got to answer to some of the things that you do in life. You got to answer to it. If it has to be in a fucking court of law, then that's what it's going to be. The truth always comes out. And as I always say, it comes out in the wash. Now, it's just a matter, does somebody want to put themselves through that? They're obviously already having problems. They're taking to drinking. And that's pretty obvious that the individual is totally stressed out. But then the question is, why? Why are they so stressed out? If they didn't do anything wrong, right? If they didn't do anything wrong, they have no reason to stress out. You stand behind your beliefs, your convictions, and you don't take the drinking. That's a cop-out. It's a way of hiding your pain and emotion when there are better, muscled through it. In one way or another, Not to take the drinking. There's no excuse for that. Because I know and I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. Never known the person to be a drinker. Oh, maybe an occasional beer when she was dating somebody who was an alcoholic, but never. And then purposeful, and listen to what I say, purposeful videos to show that she's in some kind of agony. Because nobody's going to show that unless they're trying to give out a message for sympathy or something. Who's going to do that? And then they don't say nothing on camera. And then they have an entitlement on there, taking the drinking or something. I don't know. There's always something on there. What is the message they're trying to put out? I mean, really, what is the message? You figure it out. You're smart people, right? Right? You don't have to have a degree in psychology. Not at all. We're all humans. We know human emotion. We could recognize guilt. We could recognize pain from other people. We could recognize sadness and gladness and so forth, right? We're all capable of doing that. I mean, I am. I can't speak for you, but I think most people would be able to discern, happiness from sadness and guilt from truth, I'm not taking the drinking. My lips don't touch alcohol. It touches something else of a personal habit, but I don't take the drinking. Because it's not the answer. The truth is the answer. The truth is, you want to get religious? What do they say from these religious people? The truth shall set you free. That's a bold statement. The truth shall set you free. That's your answer. You a religious person, folks? They always say that. The only thing I'll agree with in the Bible, or whatever it comes from, I'm not a theologist or anything, but I remember that saying, the truth shall set you free. Thanks for the smiley faces. The truth, and nothing but the truth. Fuck the sessions on Sunday to see the priest and tell him all your fucking sins and then go right back on Monday to commit the same fucking shit. I mean, that's the answer? Really? Can I go out and kill somebody and tell the priest and say, okay, say some Hail Marys, it's all good. Don't report it to the police or nothing. Don't tell the person, you got to live with yourself after this, honey. Just say 10 Hail Marys and throw another 5 in there for good luck. For good luck. Now, you make whoever you want to make out of this. I'm not saying yay or nay. I'm just talking. I'm just rapping away. But when you display, and as I said, and I'll keep on saying it, if you have to display to people on your show that you're in pain by drinking, when you know this person never drank like that ever, and has put on numerous shows in the past 2 years, showing that she's taken to drinking to deal with the problems, to me, that's guilt. Stressed. That's how I talk. I'm not stressed. I'm not stressed at all. I'm not drinking. It's the way I talk. I do a lot of serious talking. I'm not stressed. I don't hear it in my voice. This is just normal me talking. But thank you for your concern, of course. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the hearts and shit going by on here. Thank you for the smiley faces. Yeah, pretty much how I talk. When I philosophize and get into some heavy shit on here, I talk with a very serious voice. That's just who I am. If I'm stressed, I'll be pulling out my hair. Which reminds me, God, another haircut. I just had a haircut not even 2 weeks ago. Cannot believe it, man. It's mostly the top of my hair just grows so. Even the guy who's been cutting my hair for years, he said, I don't know, it must be the vitamins you take or something because your hair just grows, man. It does. I don't think I'll ever be bald, not at my age, unless I had chemotherapy for something, which I hope that never happens. That might be another story, but I don't think I'm ever going to be bald. I wouldn't look good. Some guys look good bald. I just don't look. I would not look good bald. I would definitely wear a hat like Jim's Asian, Mike's Philippines retirement does. He's going bald. All his gray hair shows out and looks about 10 years older than me, and he's about my age. Look at Paul, old dog. Oh, Jesus Christ. As I said, I must be doing something right. I don't know. I must be doing something right. No, I've never done that. Oh, my goodness. I'd be afraid to do that disaster. No, that's just ain't me. Some guys look good, but they think they look good, you know. But I don't, no, I've never even had a buzz cut. I've never, ever. I always like something to brush back. I've always have enough hair on my head to brush it back. This is the way I comb my hair. I brush it back. Very simple. I don't even use any hair gel, which I probably should, because I got this flyaway hair. That's why, you see me wearing a cap on my show when I'm on the camera sometimes. Not like I'm trying to look cool or nothing, but, I've always have a bad hair day. All I got to do is wear a hat from, I like to wear a hat when I go out from the sun, but, I come back in, take off my hat, and it's all matted and looks like shit. Even when I come out of the damn salon, the guy that cuts my hair, looks good. Okay, all good. I go back home, and my hair looks like shit. I start combing it back and say, man, he didn't cut enough off the top. It looked like he did when I was sitting there. If it was up to him, he would just cut all my hair down and do a buzz cut. I'm not used to that. A whiffle? I don't remember that expression. A whiffle? No, I don't remember that. I don't know. I just call it a buzz cut. That's what they call it locally here, too, a buzz cut, Take the razor and watch all the hair flow to the ground. And what they usually do is they, out here, they cut the sides real short on the buzz cut. They leave more hair on top. It has that. It's not exactly a mohawk at all, but it just allows you to have more hair. I don't know what the even purpose is. Maybe it just looks good. It's a local look around here. I mean, I see a lot of the kids and older adults, getting these kind of cuts. Mostly the younger. No, I never heard whiffle. I guess I'm not in the know of it totally. I must have missed that. No, but I simply wouldn't look good that way. If I was forced, or if I was losing my hair because of chemo or some shit like that, I just wear a hat. That's what I do. I wear a fucking hat. Then there's this thing, what comes the chicken or the chicken or the egg? Now, the people lose, and I've actually talked about this once or twice. I'll talk about it again briefly. What is the causative factor of, well, there's male pattern baldness, but what's really contributing to that? Now, if you've always been a person who's wore a cap, and do you ever think that could be the causative factor of losing your hair because you're not getting that healthy UV and you're removing a certain amount of oxygen that your cells or roots need to grow hair? And then what happens when you lose your hair, then you're going to wind up wearing a cap anyway. So what came first, the chicken or the egg? Was the wearing of caps all your life causing your hair not to grow? It's a good question. But I can't answer that. It's just, something I thought about. Because people who do wear hats, you notice most of them have baldness, either total baldness or their hair is balding. Every one of them that I've ever seen with a cap on. I haven't seen anybody so far on here that wears a cap that isn't going bald or is bald. Maybe I missed something. I don't know. Maybe. It's possible, but I have not seen it. Oh, the dogs are around right here. Oh, okay. I have not seen it. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. So, man, it's kind of like this, my brethrens. If you're guilty of something, get rid of the guilt. Come clean. It's good for your soul. And you won't be drinking or finding other ways to cope with your problems. I think that's what happens all over the world. People double, triple their problems by drinking, like that's an answer. No, the answer is seeing the truth, to live your life by the truth, to do good things, not only for other people, but to do for yourself. Okay, and you won't need to drink, because drinking is a depressant. And if you got a lot of problems, drinking, alcohol is the worst thing you can do if you are indeed depressed. It's the worst, not just for the liver, but for your whole mind and soul. Drinking does not solve or resolve, special word, any problems at all. Keep that in mind. But, I can make videos talking about this, and I could show people the truth. You have to figure it out yourself. What you make out of what I put on here or display, and if it happens to be from somebody else's channel, you can make your own conclusions. That's what's going on here, because you see, it's not the first time this person has done this. It's been numerous times. As if they're trying to get some sympathy. Look at me, I'm in hell. My boyfriend's in jail, and he's never going to have a future with him. But then I did something stupid, like I put a complaint against somebody that I shouldn't have done, because I knew I was lying. I was perhaps pressured from doing this, and now I'm suffering the consequences and possibly future consequences. So I'll take the drinking. Sorry, that's not going to resolve the problem. From the get-go, it's not going to resolve the problem. It's just going to get worse, not better. Then you got to spend valuable money on alcohol. Goes into your budget. That's not good either if you want to get on that level. Cause damage to your liver. Force you to eat more snack food, because most people who drink, obviously, are eating snack food on top of it, which isn't good. That's just on that level, a dietary level. But what about an emotional level, a psychological level? What about that? It'll destroy you. It'll destroy you. Then you have to ask this question to yourself, and we'll leave it at that. How is it working out for me so far? For what I did, I've taken to drinking since this monumental event, this huge mistake I made. Now I'm taking the drinking. What does that say? It says a whole lot. This can be resolved. Amicably, it could be resolved. But no, if you're pressured by people on the outside, well, that could be a contributing factor. Indeed, it could be. I can't say that's what is happening, but I'm sure as I'm a good-looking 71-year-old man. I'm not a narcissist. I'm sure as that. I'm sure that I'm not overweight. I'm not a boozer. Okay? I got a little bit of muscle on my body. Not much. But to keep the muscles going because of old age coming on me pretty damn quick, buddy. It's like a racehorse. It comes on you and hits you fucking hard. It's like being hit in the solar plex. You're going down, brother. I try not to let that happen to me. That's why I do certain things. Maybe not as much as I should, to be honest with you. I'm always honest with you. But I do things for me that I think are good for me. Not necessarily somebody else, although I do that too. I've given somebody a wonderful life that I don't think they would have had until they met me. Never asking me for anything at all. I did it on my own doing because somebody has done good for me and you do them back good too. That's simplified. So you got to ask yourself the question, was it worthwhile? They lost pretty much a boyfriend that they were trying to defend. Where did that get them on this? Nowhere. Then what they did on the lying part may indeed have some consequences, in the future. Maybe right now, maybe this week, I don't know. What did you resolve? Nothing. Except to make your life worse, to live with the guilt, to take the fucking drinking, man. Drinking. Come on, man. Don't do that. Doesn't matter whether I like you or not. Don't do that to yourself. The truth shall set you free.
Hinges on those results.
Yeah. George was just checking the email and a bunch of people are giving money.
Thank you so much, guys.
It's just
Appreciate you.
overwhelming because I don't want to have that.
And
This is only
Okay, well, finally cleaned off this deck. Took the plants off it. What a mess. We scrubbed it down. That's the least of problems, right? Trying to put anything on the deck anymore here. We're going to try. There's always answers to or solutions to a problem. But sometimes people don't have any definitive answers. Here's my question. The so-called high rollers that are boasting about how much money they have. I made $1.5 million last year because of Trump. Put your money where your mouth is. There's a fellow vlogger, and I'm not a big fan of Heide and George, definitely not. I donated, by the way. I went under anonymous because I wasn't looking to get any credit when I actually donated, but I could only do so much. Got my own set of problems. But I did donate. And she's not my favorite person, neither is George. But the point being is that, and I uploaded a video and you could Oh, Waterman's here. Hold on. Waterman's here. Do we have any other bottles other than what's outside? Yeah, I might have more. Hold on. You got more? Yeah, hold on. She might have more. Hold on. Hey, Sal. Yeah, I do. Is that it? Just 4? Yeah. Okay, just 4 for now. Thank you. Okay, sorry for that interruption. Okay, I want to continue my point here. You got these absolutely disgusting people on YouTube. And you know who they are, who boast about their money, who like to spend their time just putting down other people because they're so fucking cocky, so fucking narcissistic. But what if these particular people didn't have their money to boast about all the time? The high rollers and the high roaders, same. And they built up a bad reputation, which they did. Who's going to help them out? Nobody. 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 And hold on, folks, for about 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back here. So, there's these people out there always boasting, I'm living a better life than you. I get to travel. I made 1.5 million last year. What did you make? Okay, scenario, folks. These bastards, pieces of shit, who's sitting on a little pile of money. But what if they lost it? And what if they found themselves in a position like this of a health crisis? And they built up such a bad reputation that nobody wanted to help them. Would they then understand? Maybe, maybe not. Some people have this inert nastiness about themselves. It gets to the point you can't even stand their fucking voice. It's just so foul, so inconsiderate of other people's feelings, boasting about what they have and what you don't have and what you think, it is just unforgivable on here. There's no excuse not to help. Look, as I said, Heidi and George are not my favorite people. And yes, maybe she should have made a lot of considerations. You can see my upload I just did. And you look at the description box, so I have to say in my upload. It kind of explains some of what I'm talking about now, but I thought I'd do a live on this matter. She has a life in debt situation. So far, only collected about $1,150 or something like that. She's going to need a hell of a lot more than that, for which she has to have done. And time is of the essence. Now, even if I don't like somebody particularly, or maybe they're not my favorite cup of tea on YouTube, especially if they've done nothing to me, especially, which these people haven't. I've never heard a bad word from them regarding me. They must know of my existence. After all, people devote their channels to me. So I would think that they heard of me, but they've never attacked me. They never attacked me. So, point being, these bastards, as I call them, these selfish, inconsiderate morons, self-righteous, self-centered pieces of shit, if they found themselves in that situation, and after creating a horrible reputation for themselves that's very well known on here for being a major antagonist, would they get the help from YouTubers who are familiar with him, or them, let's say plural, if they really found themselves in a position where they lost their money, didn't have that empowerment and the proverbial carrot to hang in front of people, would anybody help such a person? No. Well, the trolls perhaps that follow these people, but these are the high rollers, okay, that boast about their money and look down their nose. People who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth, and all they do is boast about 5-star dinners, 5-star condos, their travels, when there's a person out there that is literally dying. Dying. Whether you like the person or not, they're a fellow YouTuber, So if I ask myself that question too, there's somebody I really just absolutely just did not like, and what would be my answer to that? Would I help this person? It's really according to who the person is and what they've done to me. I have to consider that. I have to be fair to myself. But other than that, if nobody's done, any particular people done anything too terrible to me, yeah, I did donate $50. It's under anonymous. I didn't announce my name on there. I didn't feel I needed to. I don't need the accolades. I don't need the recognition. And as I said, I don't care that much for Heidi and George. And some of the stuff was brought upon herself by her weight. She had pre-existing conditions before she came to this country. There was some that she knew about, which she probably, before she moved out here, should have taken care of. Then further on down the road, while she's been out here, and certain problems have arisen, and while she was able to be mobile, to take a plane to go back to America, should she have done that? These are all questions we need to answer or address. But nevertheless, yet, although you may agree with me on this, whatever's going down with her is going down. And it's a very critical situation. And you could blame her for this. You could blame her for that. Blame her all you want. She has a big mouth and talking about everybody on here. Well, she does. She absolutely does. But if you could move past that, I mean, I know 100% something happened to me and you knew about it, I wouldn't get a goddamn donation for shit. I already know that. Nobody has to tell me that. It's not a reputation I created for myself. It was created for me, not by me. That's the difference. But if you were in a position out there and you're running your mouth about how much money you have, you made $1.5 million on something, no names need to be mentioned because we know exactly who I'm talking about. Not just him, but there's other people with deep pockets too. And they can't donate to her. I mean, what are you going to do with that money? You're going to spend it on booze and a high-fat, high-caloric, high-cholesterol meal, which is also killing them. They don't realize it. But they may actually find themselves in a position like this someday. My predictions are pretty right on. I definitely predicted this shit was going to happen big time with Heide. I said it. I said it with other people too. And I say it about certain characters that I have mentioned from my channel here on YouTube. And it's bound to happen. People with the big mouths and a deep pocket are selfish, greedy, non-caring, have no sense of empathy, no sense of sympathy at all. It's those kind of people that are going to have the hardest time. Let's say if their family's dead, no more relatives, and they run out of their money for whatever reason. They're already technically obese. Okay, they drink. They eat the wrong foods most of the time. In other words, it's a major health problem waiting to happen. So what do we do when something happens to somebody like that? Do we help them? I sure as hell wouldn't. I sure as hell wouldn't. It's collateral damage. I wouldn't help them at all. Not when these people are that extreme in their character. They become the judge and jury on YouTube. And meanwhile, they're doing things that are considered ethically immoral. Well, a lot of ways immoral. They're even religious too. But they're too busy finding fault with people on here and don't want to examine themselves and what they do on a daily basis, on who they attack on a daily basis. They're snub. They look down their nose at people. I wouldn't give a dime to somebody like that. I wouldn't give shit. Oh, leave me alone. I'm not showing my fucking face. Go away. I don't feel like. Because you might see fire coming out of my mouth and my ears, okay? All right, so back to Heide. And, you know, I did a little remix on her. She was crying about her situation. Okay, and she had some guests on there that were live on her show. Did this guy used to be a doctor or something? I don't know. He's a YouTuber I personally never heard of, but anyway, he was on the show. Of course, George is worried out of his fucking mind, as I imagine he would be. I mean, I don't see her in the hospital yet getting treatment, and I don't know if she's just waiting for the rest of the test or she's just ain't got enough money together. The last I checked, it was about $1,160. That might get you in the door. It's about it. It's about it. I mean, even if I don't like somebody, it doesn't necessarily mean I wouldn't help them. I'll give you an example of somebody sitting in jail right now, and I had another case on him for threatening my life. I didn't go forward with it. I had the evidence, just like the evidence that, you know, got him in the courtroom on 5 charges, which he pleaded guilty to. Had the paperwork already. Already. Evidence was abundant. It was there, but I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I could have. He should feel really lucky that I didn't, because he's been in jail quite a while. Easy case. Easy peasy. Physical evidence for the death threats he's made against me. And I could have pursued this. I still could. I still could. But at the moment I don't choose to do that. I could change my mind at any time. He puts another fucking comment about me on somebody's show. I could change my mind on a peso, you know, just like that. Just get me in the right mood, and I'll pursue it. That's my ace in the hole with this guy. Doesn't mean I don't have any aces in the hole with anybody else. Let's make that clear. But I get sick and tired of hearing these fucking fucktards come on here, knock everybody left and right, and they're supposed to be a mature, successful business person by nature. I mean, if the clients only knew what that person was like, they probably wouldn't deal with him. Oh, I can go there if I want. I already went down that road one time. You didn't like it, but I'll refrain. But we're just making a point here. Why not help somebody out? It's not like they just broke their leg or their thumb or something, which breaking a leg is serious enough. Their life is on a you know, a thread. That's some serious shit. Maybe you could write it off on your taxes or something. I don't know. Charitable donation. You're concerned about money, write it off. If you're that concerned and that fucking cheap. But even Heide deserves a chance. She did some really crappy thing in the past when she robbed a couple of drugstores for drugs. She was a drug addict. Had a makeshift bomb on her. Yeah. Well, she went to jail for that 6 years, I believe. But that was back then. She paid the price. I think she learned her lesson. Sure, she's a loudmouth. Absolutely. Sometimes you want to smack her in the face for being such a gossip queen. However, she's still human. And she's not done anything to anybody on here that really warrants, you know, wishing her unwell. I haven't seen that, really. Sure, she talks about people. But, come on, man. Seriously? You could help her out. I have no problem with that, man. I did. I could use that money for other purposes. Hello. Excuse me. I know one thing. Forbid that I had a major health problem. I know that for sure. I'd be laughed at if Gilda put a GoFundMe on here. She would never do that. I'd be laughed at. And that's what people are like on here. I'd rather die from whatever it is than to go begging on here on a GoFundMe, which I've tried before to help a family out in the Philippines, and they destroyed my campaign. I don't want to go back into that. We've talked about this dozens of times in the past and know the real story behind that. And here's my 13. Here we go. Say hi to the regulars on here. Hello, boys. I know who's listening. I'm glad you are. Johnson Smith says, if you go abroad to another country, you should always have enough funds to cover your health. Well, sometimes things happen where you run out of funds for whatever reason. Bad planning, bad spending, I don't know. Or some Filipino takes advantage of you, you lose all your money. That's happened too, which is both their faults. For the foreigner to allow that to happen, for the Filipino to do that to the guy. There are many situations like that, too much to count. But here's the deal. While you are mobile and you could take a plane, I don't think it'd be that hard for even Heide at the time to get a plane and go to America and don't come back until she gets the treatment that she should. She didn't do that. She had to wait until some terrible shit was happening. She's got some horrible test results on her image testing. She has lupus, which is not only partially causative, but it's contributing to her present situation. It's going to cause congestive heart failure. Some serious shit. Serious shit, man. But she's also known that she's had these problems too, some of them. But now they just came out, they're more exaggerated now. Should she have gone to America? And I posed this question on my last upload. Prior to this show, I did an upload. And it just plays a little clip of her crying. And I did in the description box. Said a few things in the description box. You go out and read that. Sorry to say I would never help anyone with money. I work too hard for my money. Well, no, Heidi doesn't have money. Okay, that's the problem. And you don't need to help somebody with money. I mean, look at some of the popular shows on here. You got Philly in the Philippines, has lots of 100,000 subscribers. He makes some half-decent money every month. He don't need all these fucking donations that people give him. He chooses to live in a slimy, dumpy place surrounded by mosquitoes and swamps. It's his choice to put his family to live there. And they're not broke, these people. Would you have a GoFundMe for him? He don't need the money. But they'll take it. They'll be glad to take your money, though. So they don't have to go into their bank account. But I agree with you. John Smith. I agree with you. No, I would not help anybody that's doing very well on YouTube. Okay? There's no need. They're making their money on a regular basis. There's no cause to help. Just say, hey, wish you well. That's all you can do if you really wish him well. I don't like him either. There's a lot of people I don't like on here, and I'll tell you about it. No problem. Yeah, but if you have money, there's no need to help. But you have to look at it, I don't know, the philosophy of this is really with Heidi and George. Whether you like them or not, it's something called being human, which is kind of hard to find real caring humans on social media, obviously. Judgmental fucktards that spend all their time just downing other people. Why? Because they could, or they'd like to, or they get some charge out of it. But Heidi's situation is what it is. You can look beyond certain things, or she could have done this, should have done this, didn't do this. Sometimes you got to move beyond that and say to yourself, you're right. Take care. Don't come here pre-existing conditions. And don't come, and you should have gone at some point, at least raised that money that would have helped you to get a plane ticket to go back to America to whatever family she has, use that as a place of operation to stay, a base, and go with the Medicare, get the Medicare going, and get, it's 80%, get all your treatment going. You need an operation, you need whatever. That would be the best protocol. See, her situation right now is that she's not healthy enough to make that trip. That's what all the hoopla is about. And people are invited, well, you should go back to America. She's too freaked out and too much in a very, very bad, scary health situation to go on an airplane where they may not allow her to use oxygen unless she's got one of those, my brother had one of those machines, that manufactures his own oxygen. They come into a portable oxygenator, but they only last for how many hours is the problem. And they're not going to allow you to bring a tank on there either. I don't think they'll allow you to do that. It's too dangerous. So either way, she needs some oxygen. And whether she could be accommodated means another expense. It's an oxygen regenerator. They have portable units, but I guess there's a place you could plug in on there. I guess in a plane if you had to. That could be a possibility, but you don't want to take that chance. You don't want to take that chance. Not when you're in a situation like that. All right. So we got the facts out. And you have to decide what you feel about this and, what you would do. Any one of us could be in that situation, inclusive of me. Thank goodness. I'm not. And it's scary if I was. Because it's very easy to go through the money you have. Very easy. Like I said, I went for, but I had to go there 3 times to take care of all the business. I had a rather large kidney stone, which is horribly painful. So I had to go through all the procedures. And there were many. A couple of procedures, but anyway. And that probably was about pushing up to $500,000 pesos, okay? And what if you keep on having incidents like that? You'll be broke in no time at all. No time. Ain't nobody going to help my ass out. Ain't nobody. Her family would help my girlfriend as much as they can do. They got money tied up in stuff and property and shit. They're not always that, fluid in money. They're not fluid. It's not like they could go to their bank account from inheritance stuff that is sitting in a bank. No, it's tied up in land, which is in the family. Part of it anyway is. They're not that, fluid in money to help either one of us out here. Once the bank account runs dry, ain't nobody out there. Ain't nobody. Never mind who comes on my channel and seems to support. Well, her money is tied up. It's not all fluid. She does have fluid. Is that the word? Fluid money. But she got things tied up with her other sisters and her brother. I don't need to go into detail about that. Highly personal, and it's none of my business to give that kind of information out on here. I know what's going on. I know the situation. It's not my business to share it on here, okay? Oh no, she has fluid money. But most of it is tied up on paper. That's part of the problem. Okay, did I answer your question? If not, sorry. So put yourself in a situation like that. What would you do? Would you help somebody out? What really would you do? Well, see, some people don't care because, see, it's not them. But if they found themselves in a position like that, they're going to wish somebody would help. When your back is against a fucking wall, and time is not on your side. No, it's not. What do you do? Can't get a bank loan. You can't. What do you do? Do you own property that you could pull out from? No. And these people don't own property. They're renting. They make a little money from their show. They don't make a lot of money every month from YouTube. I'll kind of hit it with that. But you can watch my upload, and I think I explain a little bit on the description box. And there's a little video of her bath. She's crying. She's upset. And put yourself in that situation. Understand, she's a lot younger than me. She's 54. And under good circumstance, she'd have a long life, and she perhaps would live to my age. Maybe, maybe not. Well, she wouldn't if she kept up the obesity. That's part of the problem. I think that's been probably about 75% of her problem. I think she even had a bypass surgery, but I don't know what the hell happened with that. She's still eating and gaining weight and gaining weight and gaining weight and gaining weight. I don't know what's going on with that, to be honest with you. So you blame her for certain things. That, well, if you don't maintain your weight, it's like some people want to quit smoking. I'm one of them. But you find it so hard. You become obese, and the only way you can get your energy up at that weight, a very big weight, is you have to eat to get the calories and to get the energy. And sometimes your body is demanding it. I need more food. I need more food. I need more sugar. I need more energy. And therefore you eat, because you can't stand the uncomfortable feeling of not having enough food in your belly. Afternoon, Mark. You're missing a lot here. So that's why nobody on here should respect those assholes who want to push their portfolio around and boast about how much money they got and just insult and antagonize people all the time. Those are the people where the bad karma is going to hit them hard, really hard, like a solid brick in the head, real hard, not even a hollow block, a solid brick in the head. It's going to hit them when something happens to them. And chances are, knowing some of these people, which shape they're in, that they are already considered obese, although maybe not well, let's see. They're obese, period. Morbidly obese, possibly, according to height and weight. Their time's going to come. Their time's going to come, and they're going to have to let loose of their money. Or perhaps their company they work for has insurance. Saved by the bell, right? But not everybody can be saved by the bell. For 4 years, Philippines Antics told people they need to have money for a medical emergency or insurance. Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying. They weren't putting it away. Well, understand something too. Sometimes you don't have the extra money to put away. I mean, you mean well, okay? But then life catches up with you too. I mean, don't forget, she spends a lot of money on medications too, besides the rent she's paying. Keep that in mind. So isn't it possible that she found it very hard to achieve that? Affording medical insurance is expensive. I don't think any one of those two people have any insurance. Maybe Phil Health. I'm not even sure of that. George may have it. I don't know. I don't know everything, guys. I just, Hey, I ain't got no goddamn insurance. I was considering getting insurance, but I thought it was a ripoff. They wouldn't cover you for this. They won't cover you for that. And meanwhile, if you keep good health, you're just throwing money away. I didn't like the company anyway. And boy, what you got to go through. You're my age, and you go to those insurance agents for foreigners. Believe me, I spent weeks on there. They wanted this test, that test, this test, proof of this, notarized documents. I said, fuck that shit. I'm just going to take my chances. If I know I got something terrible with me, once I'm able to go back to America or something, then I'll take care of it. However, I was responsible enough to, prior to my permanent move here, of not just visiting, but actually living, I did have some tests done, endoscopy, colonoscopy. I had inoculations for certain things like hepatitis and flu shots and all that good stuff. I thought ahead. Yeah, I thought ahead. I was quoted $276 a month from the Pacific. Yeah, that's what company I'm talking about, Pacific Cross. There's an adjuster works for that, and she put me through holy hell. But now I need this, and now I need that, and now I need this, now I need that. No, you have to prove that. Now that you said that you had something this before, oh, but you had, you know, a kidney stone thing going on. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Show us proof that everything's okay. Give us a copy of your creed, however you want to pronounce it. Let me see what your protein levels are. I said, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. And it's only for in-hospital. They don't pay for out-of-hospital costs. Prescriptions, you pay more. Unless you're in the hospital, they'll cover that. But then at my age, they'll be charging me a hell of a lot more than probably $276 a month. I don't know how old you are, dude. But probably think that I probably am older than you. No, maybe not. Who knows? A goat. A female goat. Do, 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 do. Let's go say hello to the boy. You gonna mow my lawn in front of here? I might lose signal here. It is a goat. A goat is a goat. Goat on a rope. No rope on him. He's looking at a mixed shepherd in a field. Okay. Some people with their dog. All kinds of things. Do you smoke? How long have you been smoking? Da-da-da-da-da. Can we have your firstborn? Well, I already had a firstborn. Whatever. Well, they don't want to take on any clients where they're going to have to pay out. I mean, here's the thing. It's called insurance, right? Just like in a car. And I'll give you a great example. I used to be with State. Nobody, just Eddie. I used to be with State Farm. Back in let's go back to Seattle. Yeah, I used to be State Farm. Then I got into a bad accident. We're lucky these old ladies didn't get hurt. As far as I know, they didn't. They seemed all right. I went there. I T-boned them. I was at a little intersection. It's a long story. They were in the shadow of the trees. I didn't see them coming through the thoroughfare. And I didn't really gun it, but proceeded across the intersection. And I T-boned the side of the van. The van, of course, moved, had a big damage on the door. I think I strained my hand. In the process, my vehicle was also damaged. They threw me off. Too much of a risk. I wasn't drinking or nothing. But see, that's what insurance is supposed to be for. If insurance has to pay out on a claim and you're at fault, they'll throw you right off the wagon. They'll throw you off. Well, that lupus has been with her for a while, It's a serious disease, too. You remember George on Seinfeld, not to make fun of this in any formal way, when he was in the hospital for something, they ran tests, saying, please tell me it's not lupus. It's not lupus. Because he had lupus in his family or something. Tell me it's not lupus. And not to make fun of the situation, because lupus is serious, too. It's all serious. And lupus contributes to heart conditions and kind of exacerbates it in many ways. Oh, that's kind of rude and crude. Don't donate if you're going to do that. What is your fucking life on it, asshole? I'm getting rid of you because you're crude. Bye. You don't have to be related to the person to help. You don't even have to like their show. Unless they've done something so horrific to you, then you don't give a fuck and you don't donate, and I wouldn't. They've done nothing to me. They don't even talk about me on their show. They're probably the only show that doesn't talk about me. I donated under anonymous. I didn't even want to put my name. I didn't want any award. I do a lot of things I don't talk about. Helping people when I could. Many things. It's part of my life out here. I am part of a community that I respect a lot. I like my little town, my little dusty island, as they call it. And people are good to me. I'm good to them when I can be. Okay. Some people you know are sick all the time. You remember Barry, of course, and he was coughing his lungs. I don't know if he still smokes or not. How often do you hear me coughing on here? Yes, I still do smoke. No, and I don't chain smoke. I'm not going into that again. I don't drink. I don't chain smoke either. Barry did. And he'd be coughing his lungs out, something horrible. So we know his lungs are pretty damn fucked up. The cilia in his lungs are gone. Cell growth probably is not going to continue. It should be stopped at a certain time. And I got to remember that shit myself, too. Yeah, I know a little about it. Believe me, I do. And it's an indication. He should have quit a long time ago. I don't know if he quit because of expenses of being incarcerated for 3 years and counting. Hope he did. He's got enough problems he's facing and will face in the future. At least quit the smoking. And the drinking, of course, which is a part of who he was. We know he got booze when he was in Mandawi. We know that. We've seen him drinking. And with the guards. And with the neighboring prisoner. I've seen it on camera, man. Heard the glasses clanging. Heard him talking about, you want us to go get another bottle? I've heard it. I don't make this shit up. Oh, yeah, it was like the, it was like the, like a motel. Guards, were helping him out. Certain people were helping him out, getting him booze, getting him food. Jesus Christ, he had an ice maker in there, for God's sakes, an ice maker. He had a computer monitor. He had a fucking laptop computer, had 2 cell phones, and had a game console that he used to play on right in his cell for people to hear, for the guards to hear, playing games. Who had it better than him? Who had it better than him? He didn't have to pay rent. I guess his girlfriend would bring him food, and other people might bring him food. He'd order out. Actually, he'd order out quite a bit with Grab or whatever, Who had it better than he? That's the best he's ever had in his life. His life. Who cares? All detainees do stuff they are technically not allowed to do. You make it sound like it's uncommon. No, it's not uncommon. I never said that was. You said that. That's your analogy of what I'm saying. I'm just making note that this is what it was like in that particular detention center over in Mandawi for him. I just gave you an example, that's all. He doesn't have all those amenities now, I'll guarantee you that. He has a few, like getting to use his phone. And of course, if Vitali ruined it for all of them. He went to attack the immigration. He's actually working on a documentary. And he was secretly photographing all the shit that was going on there. Giving a black eye to the immigration. So they had to come down on people because of him and remove their phone privileges. But apparently, Barry still gets on because he's made a few comments on a few live streams. Something's still going down. Yeah, obviously. Get to know the guards well enough or whatever. A couple of coins, and they're still doing it. 3 or 4 immigration officials got fired as a result of that. But it's still going on. It just, if that gives you an example. Yeah, I know. That ain't gonna. You're right. You're right. Nothing's going to change. It's, there's corruption everywhere, man. Especially in this country, there's a lot of corruption. Look at my situation. They got administrative hold on my fucking ass by no fault of my own. Just because somebody put a complaint on me. It's not like I'm unwilling to pay my dues. It's not within my power to go there and say, hey, here's money. This will cover this. This will cover that. They're not allowing me to even do that because of a fucking complaint that has to do with the very guy, his girlfriend that I'm talking about. Yeah. It puts me in a position. It's trying to get me deported. I kind of know what's going on behind the scenes, which I can't discuss on here. Oh, I know what's going on. Sometimes it's hard to fight the system, but there are things you can do to remedy it, and that's exactly what we're working on right now. Anyway. Yeah, it still is. She put that fucking report on me like 20 months ago? 4 more months or so, it'll be a year. Then they put a hold on me last March of last year. Administrative, mind you. And they don't care if it's administrative. They don't care if it's not your fault. They don't care about that. The fact is, oh, gee, you're not paying your dues. And why am I not paying my dues? Is it because I don't want to? Or I'm being forced not to? Yes, it is crazy. It's crazy. But I said, there are consequences for the person who did it. I mean, she's now drinking a lot. She's under a lot of strain and stress. She comes on her show pushing her drinking. I did a show on this today. Just go listen to my shows. Just go listen to it. Go see the video. I put everything open out there. I was supposed to feel sorry for her for trying to ruin an innocent man's life because she wanted to stick up. I mean, look, I'd stick up for my girlfriend in a situation. I'm not going to perjure myself, though. I'll find another way, but I will not perjure myself. No, I'm not going to do that. Not even for her. She knows that. Because I know the consequences. That we'll both be in big trouble if that happened. Hey, dude, my lawyer went all the way to Manila about a half a year ago. Half a year ago. They wouldn't even give him any information. So now he is in the process of filing with the ombudsman and something else too, which is going to force immigration to come to a resolution. And we picked this particular office because they are very neutral instead of going to a commissioner or anything like that, Because if they see that you're under attack, personally, not letters from viewers, if they see that they are under the attack of you and you're trying to force this down their throat, they'll come up with a resolution, but it's not going to be in your favor. I'll guarantee you that. Ombudsman. It's a little political office here. Look it up. I never spell it right. OBUDMA. And something like that. Ombudsman. Ombudsman. He's doing that as we speak. It's going to force them down the line to come to a decision. And am I still going to have to pay for fines and penalties? Oh, absolutely. Is that fair? No. A false report to begin with. Their fault for violating my constitutional rights, even if I'm not a citizen of the Philippines. You still have constitutional rights. Believe it or not, you actually do. And they going against my constitutional rights. This thing has gone on for, I don't know, 20 months. I don't know what it's been exactly. Then they cut me off last year in 2024 on the ability to keep legal and do my duty as a foreigner being here, which I've always taken care of. Never ran away from that responsibility like Barry did. Yeah, there we go. There's the spelling. Thank you, Mr. Murphicle, I guess. Yeah. Well, that's one of them, by the way. Yeah. And you can see how that applies with the immigration. You could look that up. What does this person's position have to do with something like this? And you could look it up on ChatGPT or something. You'll understand. You'll pretty much learn. No, not even my lawyer. I paid my lawyer's partner, legal partner, to fly over, transportation, an overnight hotel, to go there in person with papers and try to demand to get information. They would not release it, even to him. Even to him. Nope. Not even to him. Doesn't seem right just to keep someone hanging. Well, you know, yeah, it's kind of like you're a political prisoner in a country. They won't allow you to leave, which, like I said another time, I wasn't planning to make a trip anyway, except to do my ECC, the exit clearance, whatever, if I was able to. I had no plans to leave the country anyway. I'm not being hurt by this. I'm just being penalized for something, first of all, I never did, that the complaint was complete and utter bullshit, and it was just a matter of enacting revenge because I interfered with their relationship with the boyfriend who did something he should not have done, and he's paying the price for it. So now I have to pay the price, is the idea. It's like, we're going to show you now. And we have a couple of people on there with deep pockets that helped her get the damn thing written up by a dang lawyer. Because she didn't have that kind of money. No, she didn't have that kind of money. But now she's getting tattoos, buying booze. Where's all this money coming from? Where is all this money coming from? A ridiculous tattoo with a ridiculous saying on there. Go see my videos. Drinking her ass off. Why is she? I mean, well, I did something on that too. Listen what I had to say about it. She's feeling a lot of guilt. She's stressed to the max. No one said there's not going to be repercussions from a false report like that. And there's more to come because she could face a legal challenge, a huge one, that could put her away from 8 to 10 fucking years between several issues. But, you know, sometimes they're gamblers. Roll the dice, like I always say. Hopefully it's that lucky 7 and you don't get snake eyes. But there are no guarantees in life. There are no guarantees. For me, for you, for her, anybody. There are no guarantees in life. There's no guarantee if you're rich, you're going to be able to hold on to your money unless your girlfriend takes it away, finds a reason. There are no guarantees. No guarantee I'm going to live to see tomorrow. No guarantee I'll get through today. Fuck if I know. But you just go with the flow. That's because that's really all you can do. You got business to take care of. You take care of it, man. You do what you feel you need to do, not what somebody else suggests or tries to pressure you to do something. You don't give in to shit like that. And I'm not intimidated by this crap. I'm really not. Has the attorney reached out to hers to try? I don't even know if she has an attorney anymore. No, there's been no mediation with that. No, he just goes to the sources, you know, the immigration. But it's a good question, though. Mediate? No, you know what they're going to ask? They're going to ask for money. I ain't giving her shit. I'll take my chances. I wouldn't give her shit on a shingle. She ain't having none of my fucking money. In fact, her boyfriend owes me $250,000 pesos. And he owes the court $250,000 pesos. He's just going to remain in there until he fucking pays her. But the high roaders won't even help him either. Those mean, nasty fucking bastards have nothing better to do with to bash people and flaunt their money in their face, and the women that's in their life flaunt their fucking money. They won't even help Heide out, which is really the purpose of the show I was talking about. That's a good question, though. No, I don't believe he has. I don't even know who the fuck. I'd have to look at the paperwork. I don't even know who the attorney is. It's probably somebody's attorney on here, someone with the big money. More than likely. But not to dwell on that. I'm having a reasonably good day. I don't want to dwell on that. I'll handle things. Don't worry about it. I always do, always have. I'm still alive. I'm doing something right. I'll continue to do as much right as I can, both personally, medically, and on social media. Okay, so with that being said, if you could help Heide, it might be a nice gesture. Even me, I'm not wealthy. I donated $50, man. I didn't use my name. I used anonymous. I'm just saying it now, just to make a point. You don't even have to put your name on there, man. You don't have to show who donated in case maybe you just have some little extracurricular feelings about the person. But you're doing something from your heart anyway, whether you like these people or not. Okay? And you could blame Heide and everybody. A lot of people feel that way too. And part of me feels that way too. She didn't have to become morbidly obese. She kept on eating cakes and cookies and all the shit. She added to her problems. Yes, she did. Let's be honest about this now. She contributed to the problems that she already had. Okay, so if you want to put blame on her, I guess you could put blame on her for her situation, or at least part of her situation. The lupus, well, I don't think you could put blame on her for that. You know, but the weight, the obesity, heart, yeah. If you want to put that kind of, expression, weight of the situation on her, I suppose you could. But if you could see beyond that, she's another human. I know most people are subhuman these days. All they want to do is talk shit about people, try to make their life miserable, to satisfy their own selves. But surely you could find a moment in your life to help out a person that maybe you don't think fully deserves it. But to reach out, you don't have to donate much. Now, look, I'm not, particularly pushing her campaign per se, but I'm just making some points about it. That if you were in a position as hers without any money, because basically it's going to cost a few million before this shit's all over, then ongoing expenses for other medication, other visits, other checkups, other screenings. It's never ending, guys. It's never ending. I still go in a few now and then to make sure I'll have a sonogram, an ultrasound, any other stones in there that I should know about that got away or built up. Every now and then I'll do a urinary test, check my protein levels, check my creatine or creatinine, however it's pronounced. Gee, I should know the spelling of that because I'm a medical professional, right? No, I'm not. I got to do that. I do care about my kidney health. I don't want to go through that shit again. Oh, let me tell you, I don't want to go through that again. Okay, guys, I'm going to get off here. We hit the hour mark 2 minutes ago, but you do what you wish to do. search out your heart. Give what you can, or don't give at all. I mean, I really don't give a shit about whether you give or not. You just search yourself, you know. Don't be like these people who look down on other people or find reason to hurt people. I mean, you know, the situation that happened with me with this complaint, that's a really horrible thing for somebody to do. You can't hate me that much. Or maybe they can. I received Jesus as my God and Savior in Jesus' name. Well, good for you. I'm happy for you. So when your child is dying of cancer or something, go pray to Jesus. But then if your child dies, well, they were calling my child in early. There was a need for my child. Please don't even go there with me, pal. Don't even go there with me. Fucking morons on here. And I'm still on YouTube, right? Yeah, I question myself a lot, folks. Believe me. Oh, I do. Believe me, every fucking day I go on here, I question myself. This is the mentally unstable people you have on here that have no fucking life. They just want to make rude comments of people they don't even know. That's what they do. They probably don't have a girlfriend, probably can't get a girlfriend, they're probably broke. They got to put their 2 cents in on somebody's show that they don't even know. Yeah, you go receive Jesus and go to your confessional booth too. Yeah, and they'll make you make those Hail Marys, and you'll be exonerated from all the crap you did in your life to people, right? And go back on Monday just to commit it again. Yeah, go see Jesus. You do that. You do that. Tell him I said hello. Oh, and ask him, which I'm still curious to know, is he white, black, is it a woman? How does he or she part their hair? Do they have a beard? You know, favorite food? When you find out, let me know. He's supposed to have been resurrected. Has he been to your, dinner table? They've been waiting how many centuries? Resurrected, but where is he? Oh, Jesus, where are you? Jesus, maybe maybe he's Mexican. Call him Jesus, because that's how you say Jesus is Mexican. Spanish, Jesus. Hey, Jesus, what's up? Anyway, we really don't want to go there. It's a very dangerous territory to talk about on here. I just believe what you want to believe, I'll support you. Really, I'll support you. I may not believe you, but I'll support your beliefs. It may not be mine. Is that fair enough? Okay, thank you. It's been fun, but I gotta go. Okay. I need some things that I need to attend to, if you don't mind. Besides putting on a YouTube show so often. Well, I think I made my point. I usually do, don't I? I think I make my point very well. Thanks for the hearts. There goes the hearts. Thank you very much, folks. If you haven't subscribed, please do, man. Hit the notification button. You know what I do a show. Well, not once a week or once a month. I do multiple shows a day. Well, I really have this past several months, I can tell you that. You'll hear me on here saying something about something about something. You just have to deal with my philosophy, if you could handle that. I'm usually right about a lot of things on here. I've been proven right, but it's a gift, I guess. It's a gift from God. A gift from God. Perhaps. But look, I got an open mind too, though. When my time comes, I'll try to come back and let you know where I wind up. If it's all possible, I'll do a spiritual YouTube show, and I'll tell you everything. What's heaven? And it's notice I said heaven, not hell. What it's all like. So I got a nice house there, eating the fruits of the heavenly land. I'll try to let you guys know, if at all possible. If anybody could do it, I probably could. With that being said, said, Fred, I gots to go. You need to know. And it's been a pleasure, of course. It's always a pleasure to address my audience. You know, be generous. Be generous when you can. I'm not even pushing my goddamn Gcash. You'd have to find it on some past shows in my description. I'm not even pushing that because it's senseless to think I'm going to get donations on my show for this. It's senseless. Oh, I made a couple of $100, 205 to be exact. But I put the Gcash on there a few more times. Nah, nothing. As I said, it's better than a kick in the ass, but to think I could make money on here, I've done things for people that they were afraid to do, man. They showed me no appreciation at all for it. So it makes you think I'm going to get rich on it by monetizing my show. I don't think it's going to happen. And forbid that I had a big medical emergency and it cost me more than we have. It could. It cost millions and millions and millions and millions of pesos. Oh, absolutely. You think I'm going to go on here and do a GoFundMe and ask for help? I don't think so. It would never happen. I would not stoop that low. Not on here. Look, when I die, nobody's going to know about it. If I was ill in the hospital, nobody's going to know about it. It's not going to be on my girlfriend's Facebook. Nowhere. You just won't know. And that's just the way it's going to be. You got to be in the know all the time. I understand how it is. But when that ever happens, you ain't going to know dipshit. You ain't going to know jack shit. And that's the way I like it. Meanwhile, I left you jonesing for 3 months. I seen the comments and all the reactions to wondering what the hell was going on with me. I wasn't on for 3 whole months. They were falling apart, man. The trolls were falling apart, coming up with different opinions that I was been deported or jailed or died or... It was funny than hell. Funny than shit. All right, guy. Oh, look, hearts coming up. Beautiful. Thank you very much. I know you'd support me if I needed it, right? When the chips were down. Wouldn't you all? I know better. I could joke about it. Sure I can. Because I do know better. Nobody would help our ass out. Something happened to Gilda. Something happened to me. And we weren't in a position at all for funds. Or the funds ran over. No. I did a test. What do you think I got the Gcash for? I did a test. There's only a few people that helped. And I got $205. That was a month ago. I pushed it a little bit on my show. Put it in my description boxes. It's not in the recent description boxes, but I've had it on there in the past videos. There's no more donations. A few odd people decided to donate. And thank you for those who did. That's as far... All right, we gotta get something straight here. Mathew. Let me go where it's something quieter. Let's turn this thing back on. Okay, we're gonna address this to Mad Mathew. Mad Mathew makes some claims that is the only channel on YouTube in this genre that is raw and truthful. Dude, you were 34 years old. You were 34 years old when I came on YouTube. I've been at it ever since. Raw, unedited, truthful material for 10 years or more. Here's the thing about Mathew. He says a lot about, oh no, I don't want a woman, just for entertainment purposes. Well, let's examine the facts. This is the atypical shit that you hear from people all the time on here. They come up with excuses. Oh, I'm just out for recreational sex and I don't want a woman and they're too much trouble. Well, that's like the atypical answer when the fact is they can't find a good woman. No, Mad Mathew can't find a good woman. No, he can't. That's the typical excuse. Oh yeah, that's just for fun. I would never want a girlfriend. Well, probably because he can't find a real girlfriend. Come on, I want to talk about the channel of truth that he's claiming he's got the only channel on here that is a raw, facts, tell it like it is, the truth. Dude, tell you what, you're 54, you were let me see, 54? Is that what you said? Yeah, you were 44 when I first came on here. Ever since, I've been the leading channel of truth, no bullshit, don't take bullshit. And unlike yourself, I can afford to be in a relationship and provide for my girlfriend of 10 years, by the way. You're living in a shit shack, you got ripped off. You don't have a peso to rub together, so you're dependent on you. I'm not even monetized. I'm not even monetized. Mad Mathew. We even own a house. Yeah. I don't want to hear that excuse, Mad Mathew. That, I respect you for, if anything, really kind of a creepy dude. I respect you for speaking your mind because that's exactly what I do on my show. I've done it well before you ever entered the hallowed halls of YouTube, okay? Ask anyone. But sometimes you get too graphic. We don't hear about getting your dick sucked or something like that. You're just too low class. Up it up a few notches in a more positive direction. How's that? You live alone because you cannot afford a woman. Every now and then, you put out a little bit of money for companionship for the night. But the fact is, Mathew, you cannot afford to be in a long-term relationship with a woman. It's not that you find that there's a lot of trouble. It's just that you can't afford to be. Not only can you not afford to be in a relationship, I think your general attitude toward women really sucks. You're no better than Sneeko. To you, women are just whores. They're activity for a night. I'm amazed you could even afford that. Now, if you got ripped off on your house, that was your own doing. Paying in advance? I mean, what kind of an idiot would pay in advance? Never seen a place sight unseen, you go there and rent it, whatever. Put out all this money to find out it's covered with mold. And now you can't even stay in the very house that you're paying rent for. You're staying in a separate shack, with a tin roof. Come on, man. Guys are such fucking losers out there, man. And it's kind of gross. He tells people about his fake teeth. I don't want to see him without his teeth in. And don't even take it out and show us, please. There's some information we don't need to know. You're toothless. You barely wear your teeth. I guess you could give some guy a good gum job, I imagine. Yeah, you might be good for something there. But, you say that your channel is the truth and raw and... Well, dude, I know only recently have you actually heard of me. I've been doing this shit for a decade or more. And what do I mean by this shit? Well, I've been honest. I'm outspoken. Okay. I tell it like it is. There's nothing new about that on my channel. I'm actually known for that. Okay? So where your users come on there or you make a statement that I'm the only channel of truth in the Philippines and I don't give a shit what anybody thinks. Well, that's been me the whole time. Mad Mathew. No wonder you're mad. Look what you got yourself into, dude. Look where you're fucking living. In this fucking little tin caddy shack. You're renting a 3-bedroom, 2-bath place that you can't even live in. And you're still there, but yet you're going out and with money you have, you're buying new appliances. Something wrong with this picture. I think there's something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. Why are you still there? It's an excellent question. Why are you still there, Mad Mathew? Are you complaining about the mold and everything? You still want to pay? Oh, I see. I see. That's right. You're still there because you can't get your money back from the owner. Okay, now I see. But you still choose to live there and you're fucking with pigs and smelly pig shit. Fuck, I wouldn't live at your place if you paid me, man. How do you live in that swill? I don't understand it. I know, because you have to. You don't have much choice. And you want to take your landlord to court? How many years you got left, dude? I don't know. Good luck with that. I know a little about courts. I know a lot about courts out here. That I do know. You're not going to get no money back from your landlord. Even on a court order, you're not going to get diddly squat back. So if you want to give up that part of your life and stay in a little shit shack because you can't go into the main house that you put out all that money to rent, then I don't know what to tell you, man. You're a fool. Cut your losses. Cut your losses. Sell the pig, or is it plural, pigs? Get out of that pigsty. Go get yourself a little room somewhere. No mold that you talk about. You know, a nice little place. On your budget, I'm sure you could probably, I don't know, maybe you could afford $5,000 a month. You're not going to get nothing but a closet, but a closet with real walls, running water, no pigs to slop, you know, nice running shower, possibly with hot water so you could actually bathe once in a while. And a sink you could rinse your false teeth out on. Maybe afford a tube of Polydent every now and again to keep them in there. You're a mess, dude. You're an absolute mess. I had somebody else in mind who I thought was a bigger mess than you, but I'm beginning to think different. So all this bullshit about the channel of truth, and some of you commented, yeah, you only channel of truth on here that tells it like it is. Well, where have they been? I guess they don't know about my channel. Dude, I've been doing this over a decade. Entertaining people and giving people facts and information and great advice and great stories. You in your birthing stages of YouTube. And I've been on here for probably 9 years while you were still cutting your teeth on YouTube. So I don't want to hear your bullshit. You're not the king of truth on this genre in the Philippines, that's for sure. You're listening to the guy right here. Right here. Right here. Ask anyone. Yeah. You'll get a lot of feedback because you've been, I believe, starting to watch my shows, I heard. And if you really know anything about me, yeah, we're alike in some ways. We got a lot to say about something, yes. And we don't agree with everything with people, yes. And we speak like it is. Yeah, we're both alike on that. But, you know, sorry, you're not taking my position on here. It ain't happening. Shit, I even took over an overpass in Cebu. They call it the Perch, where another YouTuber used to claim, well, he didn't really claim it, but he used to videotape from there. But I was going over that damn little overpass more than he did and did more video off that. So I claimed, that's right, I claimed the overpass as being mine. Okay. Okay. Oh, here's a spammer on here. Name a car. And get the fuck out of here. What does that do? I don't understand that shit. Name a car, name a road, name something, you know. So many fucking bots, spammers, scammers, shit all over the place here. Name a car for edit. How about edit this? Fuck you. Get out of here. Bots, whatever. I don't know what the fuck that is. Some scamming, spamming shit, spamware, digital shit. I don't know what the hell it is. So, Mad Matthew, you do have a lot to say, I must say that. It doesn't look like you're living the ideal life for a guy that wants to retire in the Philippines. I don't know, you're better off. Well, you probably couldn't afford America, and I think that's why you're out here, which is usually the case for a lot of people. Well, these days, nobody can afford it, really. Be honest with you. Hello, Lilio, braids, whatever. Do subscribe. Hit the notification button. But I like your style, Mad Matthew, for telling it like it is. But see, the problem is you're not really telling it like it really is. You're hiding behind this facade of loneliness. You're lonely as a motherfucker. That's why you're on here. I got a 10-year mate here, pal. I'm never lonely. But you're living in this swill of a place. You can't even live in a main house that you paid in advance for like an idiot. Like a total fucking idiot. Now you're going to stay there until you can bring your landlord to court to try to collect your money back? Good luck with that, pal. I wish you luck with that. You're going to be there for a while. Make yourself at home. Which you have. You're buying little appliances. And you live in a little tin fucking shack. Tin Lizzie, we could call you Tin Lizzie. You have to force yourself to live in that situation like Philly in the Philippines does. Philly in the Philippines has always lived in a shithole. But unlike you, he makes good money on his shows. But he chooses to live in a shithole. I don't know the answers to everything, you know. Oh, and yes, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Who the hell are you? I don't have patience for this, see? And you think you're doing better than me? Look what I just did. You think you have no tolerance for bullshit? All they had to say was yes and okay, and I got rid of them because I know they're kind of a, you know, troll of some sort or some whatever. No, I got you beat by all of the above. But the biggest excuse I hear all the time, oh, you know, even like Snicko, same shit or whatever, I don't know, whatever. But anyway, a lot of them will say, well, I ain't gonna get myself in a situation. I don't want to support some woman. Fuck that shit. Well, because you never met the right woman, number one. That should be really number two. Number one is that you can't afford barely to feed yourself. So you got to grow some things around you to get a little bit of sustenance that you can't afford to store, which is a good thing to do. A little bit of farming, excellent, excellent. I agree. If I had more land or something here, I'd grow more stuff. It's more house than land. That's the problem here. We grow a few fruits, yeah, and we benefit from it. But I think in Mad Matthew's situation, he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He doesn't have a big budget. He's not the best looking guy in the world. Horrible language, horrible language. How he refers to women. Oh, I just want to get a blowjob for the night. That's all I want. You're low class, man. You're low class. I know somebody on here when he gets out of jail. I don't know. Well, he's not going anywhere. He's going to be leaving the country, but he would have been a good person to meet. I actually know another guy who has a lot of money. He'd probably be a good friend to him. Invites you to his harem or something. Could work out. Now, I am the king of truth down here, pal. I'm the leading lion on this genre. For facts, for truth, and for information. Take a ticket. Take a ticket, buddy. Get in line. You're not mature enough yet to be in my position. Not even close. Anyway, I just thought I'd hop on. I want to go watch a movie for the night progresses. Listen to his bullshit shows. You got yourself in a bad position there, old Mad Mathew. I understand why you're mad. You don't have a life. You're not grounded. I talk about this all the time. You say you don't want a girlfriend. You won't be hung up on a girlfriend. Spend no fucking money on her. That's just good for a dick suck or something. That's the poor excuse for a guy that can't get a decent woman to be interested in you because your personality, you're very low class. Your language about how you talk about sex, you make it sound like a very dirty, dirty thing. Supposed to be a beautiful thing. Well, although bumping uglies is kind of ugly, but you make sex really like we don't want to have sex. When somebody listens to you, it's like, it'll break your mood, put it that way. You could break somebody's mood. You really could. You could really break somebody's mood when it comes to sex. You're not getting any unless you pay a few pesos for it. You find the poorest women that need the money, and you pay them a few pesos, and you have sex with them because you can't find a decent woman that would be interested in you. Now you say you're a channel that's raw and by the fact. Well, listen to what I'm saying about you. You getting an idea of what my channel's all about? Fact and truth, in your face, raw. You're not going to beat me in that, buddy. You're going to trail behind me, way behind me. I got it down tacked there. You don't got it down. You're just blurting out a whole bunch of bullshit, making yourself look even worse than you really are. The way you dress, the way you talk, your language, your demeanor, and your lies. Because you're lying. Join the club. It's a big club on here. You found the right place. You're lying about what's really going on in your life. You're lying. Through your teeth. If you wore them. If you wore your teeth, you'd be lying through your teeth. You just can't get a decent woman. And that's what people do on here. Do a rent a date. And we know plenty of people that do that. We know people that are in marriages and relationships that's basically renting their women. That's not far from the truth. And people who know me, they know what I'm talking about too. They know exactly what I'm talking about. With that being said, I said enough. We've done an amazing number of shows today, all extraordinarily informative as usual. No, Mad Mathew, get in line, pal. You got a long way to go to keep up with my style. I'm the master on here of truth, not masturbation. What if you lost your right hand? What would you do? What if you lost both of your hands? Would you be able to manipulate your dick with your best foot? What would you do? I don't know. And if you lost that shell of bullshit that surrounds your body, you'd be a fucking slug or a snail, and you'd probably leave a gooey trail. Enough said. And you're going to compete with me after hearing what I just said on my show? Good luck with that, pal. Good luck with that. You won't even come close. Get yourself situated. You know, count your pesos. Get your life together. Live in a decent place where a woman wouldn't mind spending time with you, except in the pigsty. We know somebody used to live in a pigsty, and he had a woman and his baby live in an actual pigsty. I'm not lying. Ask anybody. Really, he did. It used to even be an old crematorium. Am I lying about that? My viewers know I'm not lying. Oh yeah, he's in jail right now. Living in another pigsty. But anyway, that's another story. No, you're not the king of the jungle there, Mad Mathew. You're not even close. Shit, I eat people like you for breakfast when it comes to YouTube. And facts and the truth and my lifestyle, living conditions, my diet. You lag way behind me, buddy. Way behind. There's only one king of the genre of fact and truth, and that is yours truly. Put that in your little cob pipe and smoke it. Oh, I forget, you quit smoking. I'll make a bet that you go back to it, but I don't think you quit smoking because it was bad for your health. I think you quit smoking because you just couldn't afford the packs. That's more like it. How's that for truth? Missing in action. In fact, there's another guy, Ian, who also did a show about where is Ricky. Yeah, people do get curious. I don't think anybody cares about Ricky, but they get curious, just like when I was off for a while. What happened? What happened? What happened? Inquiring minds really needed to know. Oh, Jesus, bottle. Oops. Well, look, I got my own theories. I think the combination of things on there. I think his so-called five-star lifestyle, well, it just didn't pan out. And it has something to do with he opted out to make more money on his pension deal, the military, whatever. Then that ran out. Or it could have been spread out for a longer period of time, of course. Health issues? Oh, for sure. For sure on the health issues. I said that a long time. Love you long time. I love you long time. Anyway, I definitely have to put that at the top of the heap. Or unless somebody hit him on the head with a baseball bat because they got sick and tired of him. Any one of these options. Any one of the above. Boy, all I know is a cold, blustery morning here. My goodness. Oh, I'm telling you. Oh, this is nuts. You gotta see when the wind is kicking up here, man. Especially on the side of the house. Another day, folks. Another day. Look, another morning. I made it. I made it. Cows are in the field. Oh, there was a lot of rain last night, though. I'll tell you that. Sometimes you don't hear from people for a while, but... Well, first of all, they're not going to come on to tell you that, hey, I just had a fucking stroke. Well, some people would. I don't know. I mean, even Ricky could get on a burnout on this thing, you know. We need to take a break for a while. That happened with me, too, you know. I mean, you can speculate all you want and still not have the right answer. See, what happens is, like, people like, even like myself, you get used to hearing me all the time on here. When do you not, right? Then all of a sudden you were gone. And when I was for approximately 3 months, I guess it was 3, and everybody was just speculating this and speculating that and didn't know what was happening. And if you've been on as often as I have and some other people too, and all of a sudden you're not there, oh sure, an alarm bell is gonna go off somewhere. Emergency, emergency. What's going on? This guy hasn't been on. Why? We want answers. We want to know why. And they'll come up with all kinds of stuff. And they did, by the way. Which was kind of hilarious. Just, you know, on the sidelines, just listening. Speculation. Was he in jail? Did he get deported? Did he drop dead? Did somebody kill him? You know, I think I had more fun just being that fucking fly on the wall. In actuality, yeah. So even this guy named Ian, coincidentally, he did a show on Where is Ricky? What a noisy motorcycle, and that's all the way to the highway. What the hell is... Oh. And 7 thumbs up. Glad to have you here too. Glad to have you here too. This is going to be kind of a mishmash of thoughts and everything this morning. And everybody ready to, the drama's going on with Heide. People are questioning whether she's trying to scam people. And one of the things, and I put, you know when I put that little remix on where she was crying? You know, that was like a forced cry, if I've ever heard one. I know these people are sending me money and I'm overwhelmed. You could hear it in her voice. You know the difference between a forced cry and a real cry. Have I been wrong this whole time? I mean, encouraging people, and I even went out of my way to do something too for her? Well, you know, she does have these problems, obviously. I mean, if you did donate, don't feel bad. Because look at it this way. She definitely is having health problems. I mean, there's no, in my mind, there's no guesswork about that. Well, she's quite obese and had lupus all this time and everything else. Some people think that she's scamming and, man, I don't know what to say about that. I just noticed little things where people don't. I mean, like, that kind of like forced cry, it seemed really forced. I know what a forced cry is. You could tell, because all of a sudden they can go from a cry into a totally normal, I don't know, how do you say it? Pattern of talking, you know. Totally normal, I mean. So I don't know, I do question a lot of things. That's how I come up with my conclusions and answers to stuff. I'll even question myself, and I don't buy everything I hear on here. If I did that, well, you know, I would have to consider myself pretty goddamn gullible. I mean, it's good to be concerned about somebody if you really give a shit about them. These days, I don't know. I just have more concern about myself. And it's not that I'm having any particular health problems, but each year that goes by, I become more and more aware of my mortality. I guess that goes along with the program, of getting older. At any fucking given moment in time, things could radically change. And as I said, I know fucking damn well that something happened with me. Like I said, nobody would give a fuck as far as donations. But then again, I wouldn't put a fucking GoFundMe on. Neither would Gilder for me. No matter what our financial situation would be at the time. I just don't think we'd ever bring ourselves out of total desperation to do that. But then you say, well, things change. You don't worry about the trolls if you really found yourself in that position. Oh, this little routine of mine every morning. So much easier with freaking tea bags. You know what I gotta do? Let this steep in there. It's just pure. I just pour the tea into the damn boiled water and let it sit there for a while. Then I'll add the other ingredients. Then I gotta strain it. You know the routine. You've been following me for a while. It's my little shtick here, I guess, in the morning, that you've all become so used to. And what if I wasn't? Truly, if I wasn't here, people literally would be jonesing. And I saw that after only a short time of being off here, man. As I said, I was that fly on the wall. And I saw the comments. I've seen the reactions. I've seen, the seemingly, with all the frustration. Wait, we got to attack him. Where is he? Can't have this. We definitely have to know what the fuck is going on with this guy. We're tired of speculating. We need answers. We've been on here for a while. And it's the truth. And all of a sudden they're not. And they're regular posters too. And they're not on here. Like people, of course, are wondering about Licky Boy. Well, you already know that he has his own health problems. He always has. The high blood pressure and whatever else, he's overweight. You know what he eats. He's been drinking a long time. And I don't think exactly he has anybody out there that would be privy of information to what's going on with him if something did if he dropped dead or had some health problem, that's going to be his backup voice or something that's going to come on and say, well, I got news for you. Richard Jarrett passed away or whatever. I don't think there's anybody out there who would know, actually. And that's how it happens on here. He doesn't have a significant other to come on and say, well, if you're wondering about where he's been, this happened, or he got jailed or something, or somebody mugged him who got pissed off at him. There's no way of knowing. Sometimes it's better that way. Let people think. I did that experiment and it worked. No, it really wasn't an experiment. It wasn't an experiment. I wasn't doing an experiment. As it turned out, it was like an experiment. Because when I got off for those 3 months, I meant it. I mean, I removed my Google account, the whole fucking thing. Then I decided to come back home, and I did. Well, first, for during that interim, of course, people were, you're always going to see, copycat channel was going wacko. They were freaking out, jonesing out. They had a monkey on their back, and they needed answers. So all they could do is put old videos of mine on. It got that bad for them. I need my fix of Frank. And they did. So it got so bad for them that they're just putting old videos on. They couldn't get enough of me, man. Imagine if something really did happen with me and shit, man. I don't know what these people would do. I honestly don't know. I'm that significant on here. I find it fascinating all the time. I really do. They need a Frank fix or they go out of their mind on here. I didn't know I was that important. If I was that important, though, why don't I got like 100,000 subscribers? I never understood that. Well, I don't try to promote my channel in any formal way. I don't do what Paul or these other people did, and appearing on other people's shows and getting subscribers because you appeared on a show and an interview or whatever. I don't do any of that shit, man. Which, speaks for itself that, well, you got to do certain things to get the subs in. You got to get your channel out there on the internet, in the world out there to attract people to your channel, keywords, blah, 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 metadata, whatever you want to call it. I don't do any of that shit. Some people come to my channel by chance because they see you're live. They're going through finding people that are live and they have to come across my channel. Oh, what's this all about? Oh, is there something wrong with my camera screen? It's black. I don't see any image. They start asking me, how come you're not on camera? I said, I just tell them, no, you better check your screen out. I think your screen went bad or something. I'd have fun with that too. Always, I still do. Oh. Yeah, I know a lot of you people don't believe me when I said I'm on total burnout with this shit, Yet I keep on putting on shows, and I also question myself too. I just think it's my personality. I think it's that we all have this inert need to be heard or express your opinion. It's this thing. It really is when you live in another country, and I think that's part of it. I really do. Well, there's another part to it too, and other people will go into that. But I think for me, and I think for a lot of people, when you move to a different country, a whole different culture, you want to have some contact with people of your ex-geographical location from Western countries because you're not getting total fulfillment here in the Philippines for one reason or the other, the culture clash or something, and you want to mesh with other Westerners, but at the same time, you don't particularly want to, I don't know, mesh with them on a personal level and make all these foreigner friends. I mean, why move to a country if you want to be around the same kind of people you just got away from, and a fresh culture, fresh experience. That's sort of like what it is with me. I know where foreigners hang out here. I know if I want to hang around with foreigners, but they're always in bars. And I just don't drink. Okay, period. So I wouldn't be comfortable. But then I like isolating myself from foreigners because they're more trouble than anybody else. Filipinos are great. I don't generally have any problem with Filipinos, man. Thank goodness for that because I am living in the Philippines. But I feel more comfortable around them than I do. I mean, even my own neighbor, he keeps his distance too. He doesn't go out of his way to come over here to talk to me. he's always pretty lazy. He's always back in his chair watching TV. But I come over there when I want. Hey, buddy, come in. Tells me to come in. We bullshit about whatever. I can walk in his yard anytime I want. I go to feed that other dog, and he don't even question me at going in his yard. He doesn't have concern about it. I'm his neighbor, knows me for how many years now, and I could build up a certain relationship maybe with a neighbor, but because you're living right on him, right next to him, you're attached. My property here is right, right there. He's a good guy. He's an Australian guy. And sometimes we help each other out with different things. Sometimes we have extra snack or cake we bring him or something. Sometimes the same. They do the same for us. That's being good neighbors. But unfortunately on YouTube, you're not always good neighbors. I mean, you're not, you're going to clash with somebody on here. But that's part of the responsibility of being on YouTube. And that you got to take that responsibility for all that comes with it. That's not good. But you see, that's never stopped me because I don't know. I guess I'm just really stubborn. Stubbornness goes in my family, not this family here, but there is stubbornness in my blood family, what's left of it anyway. A little trademark, I guess. And yes, stubbornness could also get you into trouble, but you kind of measure things out and you decide on your own how far I want to go with something. There are limitations on what you do on YouTube. There are limitations, and there really has to be. People don't realize what a dangerous atmosphere it is out here in YouTube, because you got people on all kinds of different psychological levels, and you don't know what the hell they're going to do. Now, Ricky, for example, since we're talking about him earlier, Ricky could be dangerous. Yeah, Ricky could be dangerous. No, he could. It's like flipping a switch with him. See how he went after and took that ridiculous chance how he went after Fazio. He went as far as renting a place next door at the Stanley House without Fazio knowing he was there, monitoring Fazio, stalking him, then caught Fazio on a live show, but he did something really stupid. Well, it was stupid, first of all, while he was doing a live show, Fazio, and he comes out there, Ricky, and something built up in him, man. Ricky felt that he had to prove something, and a switch went off on Ricky, and he slapped, Fazio, who was helpless, really, his physical condition, his age, and which was really wrong. Of course, a lot of us anyway, we were like, found a lot of joy in what happened. I did. It was like me slapping him in the face. But in the end, you think about how that happened and how wrong it really was when you examine it, whether you liked Fazio or not, what went down, which just wasn't right. Hello, John Smith. It wasn't. I mean, Fazio couldn't help himself, It's like, for example, and I never pretend to be a superhero, one of my trolls decided to come over the house and confront me physically, okay? I could do so much, right? It's according to what age they are and so much. I could talk about, I know ways of protecting myself and all that. The fact is, I am the age I'm at. In reality, I know my capabilities, but I know what I can do and cannot do, but could I do it when the time came? I'm not the young man I used to be. But then, you look at it in this perspective too, that if somebody was sick enough in the head to come and confront, and I hate being labeled as this, I don't know, senior or elderly or whatever. I hate that fucking entitlement. Maybe it's you don't want to think about that. You actually are becoming elderly, and you don't want to label yourself as that. You're fighting with that thought, but the reality is you are. So if somebody would get joy, come over and beat the shit out of an elderly man, and I still hate even using that word. I mean, what's the benefit of that? Any one of you could walk up to an elderly man and probably beat the shit out of him, most of them. And that's like a notch on your belt that you have the ability to beat up an elderly man and get kudos for that? No, that would be more cowardice than anything else. You know what they say, pick on somebody your own size or something. I think you get my train of thought here. I think you get that. But then the surprising thing is a lot of these so-called elderly men, you might be surprised how they could handle themselves. Now, per me, I'm not really willing to find out, okay? In all honesty, I'm not willing to find out. I don't want to wind up in a fucking hospital mending. I'm not willing to find out. However, and a flip of the coin on that one, I would do whatever the fuck it is I'd have to do. I wouldn't think twice about it if a situation like that came up. Just do your best. Do what you know you could actually do. See if you could pull it through, see if you could make it happen. Nobody, no matter what age, wants to be confronted by somebody else. Nobody, younger or older. But if it did happen, you'd have to do whatever the hell you have to do. I joke around and say, pick up the nearest stick, pick up the nearest rock, pick up a baseball bat. It don't matter. You're going to do that. For your own self-preservation, you're damn well going to do that. And I would do the same thing too. But as it relates to Ricky, yeah, it's called an unfair advantage. Okay, there we go. I found the words. It's an unfair advantage for somebody who's younger. Well, he wasn't terribly much younger than Fozzie, but he was. And in a better position, not in great health. I don't think Ricky could endure an actual physical confrontation, to be honest with you. From my own assessment of Ricky and knowing a little about physiology and whatnot, I don't think he would have any endurance whatsoever. Extremely limited. He'd be out of breath. His heart rate would be way up. So it'd have to be a little strike like he did with Fazio. If it went anything more than that, he might, be falling on the ground, getting dizzy or something, with his heart rate going to be racing. Because when you're carrying that much weight and you already have high blood pressure, I remember one incident, if he drank too many drinks, it went to his head, he wanted to black out. He has so many limitations, really, that he don't talk about, but I remember some of the things, unlike some of y'all don't remember some of the things he talked about. No, Ricky would not be able to, Ricky would not have the endurance at all. However, for the short period of time that he has a little stamina, yeah, you could be in trouble. He's a big guy. Don't forget, I met him several times. His legs were the size of a tree trunk, I mean, the guy's a big guy. It's all fat, but he's still a big guy. And if he fell on you, you couldn't get him off you, you'd be in big trouble. I'm just being honest with you, man, And plus, he has that split personality. You just don't know it, Ricky. You don't know. Oh, yeah, he could been over my house. He talks nice, He's not being a crazy man on YouTube, but that's part of his split personality. You seen where he played videos of himself at a political rally and he's going ape, going out of monkey-ass mind. There's a switch that goes off in this guy, and those are the kind of people you got to worry about. It's a switching system that they can't even control. Now, you don't want someone like Ricky getting down on you. But then again, put it on your clock, the endurance. It wouldn't last very long. He'd have to get the job done real quick before he'd find himself on the ground clutching his chest. I'm sure about it. I don't want to talk about violence. I really deplore violence. But yeah, why is Ricky not on? Man, you can speculate all you want. But yeah, if you had to think about health, I mean, a lot of people are going down this year. It's not that I have this special power, I don't have a special power of predicting who's going to go down and stuff. It's just logics. It's no special power. It's knowing somewhat about their health, their whole physicality, obesity, habits of their diet, habits of their drinking, age combined with that, knowing things that they're on medications for high blood pressure and all that stuff. It's just, knowledge. It's just putting the facts together and coming up with a conclusion in your mind. Who's going to be having a lot of problems and why? There's no special powers involved, Or maybe there is. I don't know. What the fuck? But yeah, I mean, look at Heidi. I mean, anybody could have predicted that, right? And then people are starting to question how much of it is bullshit. They're running out of money or something, and maybe George and her put a plan together. See, if you start getting paranoid, you're going to be thinking about all this shit, And her cry was an act at one point. I wish I was technical enough to put it on here right now. I have it on there anyway on my videos, but that was a forced cry if I ever heard one. I heard Barry do that, where he was like, let me remember this. He would like be mad as hell or something. All of a sudden, like a switch went off. Total, like, normal speech. Oh, no. No, Barry was upset about his situation. He was like almost going into a cry. Oh, leave me alone. Then all of a sudden, then boom, a half a second, he's like total normal voice pattern. It was like, a forced semi-cry, and you could tell, you could tell it's not that hard. So what do you believe in Heidi? Yeah, I do believe she has terrible health problems. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Truthfully, well, I don't think she has any shows on. I mean, that's like, this is all true. I'm sure it is, okay? Even alone, her weight, I don't know how many people who are not overweight would understand this, is that when you're really overweight like that, it's very difficult to sleep. And you probably really can't sleep on your chest because you're going to, and your diaphragm being under pressure and everything, you're not going to breathe very well. So you're going to have to go on your side. Usually, preferably, it's your left side works best. And if that's not comfortable for you, then you may automatically turn in your sleep and wind up on your chest, and then you're going to wake up. For example, I lay down flat. It's not the supine position, but what do you call that position? I lay down basically on my stomach to the side, and although overnight I don't even know it, I may wind up on my back when I wake up, and I never purposely went on my back because that's not my sleeping position, but, there's a lot goes on when you sleep you're not even aware of. So you might wind up turning and you go right on your back, and that's not the way you go to sleep at night, but your body is saying, no, I need to go on my back. I mean, I don't have any conscious, knowledge of purposely turning on my back, because when I go to bed, I don't like the coffin thing. I don't like the, what is it called? The supine position when I go to bed. I feel like a corpse in a casket. Might as well put a flower in my hand or something. I don't like that position. To me, I call it a very vulnerable position. Vulnerable to the elements, vulnerable to everything. I don't know, maybe it's why I sleep on my stomach. I feel more comfortable and safe that way. It's just really weird how the mind thinks. But it does. It does. It does. We do things for a reason, and sometimes that we're not even conscious of why we're doing something in particular. Gee, why did I do that overnight? Or why did, how did I wind up in this position? But anyway, besides the point, if you are obese, and which is one of the biggest endemics, pandemics, whatever, epidemics going on in the entire world, that's what's going on. And it's not funny. I don't know, maybe some people have a certain gland condition or something that's causing their weight and stuff like that. It is possible. I think for the most part, it's not that. I think people just choose to eat more. They choose to eat the wrong foods or too much of it. They'll eat before they go to bed, which is also very dangerous. But anything you eat before you go to bed is going to 100% turn to fat. Guaranteed. No thinking about it. It's just a fact. When there's no activity, the body has to make a decision. And when it can't go through its normal process, and where activity creates usage of calories, well, the body is not doing that. So if you're going to eat before bed, it's 120% guarantee that that is going to turn to fat. And that's where you're getting the calories. It's going to turn, because the body doesn't know where to put it. It's a very interesting, unique system. I got to put this in storage because I don't know what to do with it anymore. I'm not burning off calories. The person's not being active in any formal way. And I have to do something with this. So it immediately becomes fat. There you go. Well, I did. Well, of course the trolls are not going to believe me. Oh, because of the fact that I mentioned it afterwards. See, although I put it anonymous, but then I talked about it afterwards, so the trolls are basically saying, you didn't give me, I know, I don't do anything. Right. I'm not alive. This is my spirit talking on here, too. Did you know that? I'm not really alive. I died a long time ago. Yeah. I am generous. And did I make a mistake? Did I make a mistake donating? Nah, I didn't make a mistake. I've helped other people out of my life that were questionable to help out, but I'm doing what I feel is good for me to do. It makes me feel good, I'm trying to find my strainer here. Sorry about all that. Yeah, my damn strainer for my tea. Oh, there it is. Oi. You can be nice. There's nothing wrong with being nice to people. You don't have to fully like them either. Most people on here don't wish me dead. I'm pretty sure of it. Oh, I'm pretty sure. I think. People, even the trolls on here, let's be honest, folks, they know who I am, what I'm all about and stuff. They know me. They know me. They know I'm not this person or that person or that. They know that. They just like to rib me and all that stuff. I think the majority of the people on here do like me. There's a few exceptions, of course, but they know me pretty well. I've been on here long enough. They can make their own evaluations. I used radar in your donation comment. Radar. What is it? Diddy messages for who's? Sorry, I haven't been reading the comments. I'm just trying to figure out my tea situation here. Sorry, boys. Hold on. I got a bunch of tea in my special cup. Can't have that. Hold on. You know me, I gotta get this shit going. Hold on. Okay, now pour this back in that cup. And we're good. See, oh my God. That cup is full all the way to the top with water. And see how the tea has just absorbed all of that? I'll find a better way, a proper way of doing this. But to go through this, when you don't have bag tea, this is what you go through. But I'm going to do it again. You just go through the process. Strain it out in there. Now I'm going to let that just steep in there for a while. I want to get all the good stuff out of this tea that I can. Then I'll pour it back into my main cup. Okay, we're good. I could wait. I'm not in a big hurry to have my tea. Do it right or don't do it at all, I guess. But the one thing that I get serious about on here is, you know, when it comes to health, you know, and, you know, we all do rotten things to ourselves. And then you wonder why things happen, even with me. Like I said, I'm not perfect. I still smoke, right? Doesn't matter if I don't drink. I'm still doing something bad. But like I said, I'm at least doing tons of things that are actually good for me. And trying, you know, I'm doing my best under conditions. And I can't be perfect in everything I do, apparently not. But I try to do good things. I really do. I try to do good things for myself. You know? But, you know, habits are habits. You could be a habitual liar. That, you know, once you're a habitual liar, you can't stop either. It's like, you need that nicotine. You got to lie. You know, we have a lot of that on here. Habits are hard to break. Yes, they are. I know. I don't hide the fact. In fact, I'm going to light up right now. I'm outside. You know. Habits are hard to break. They really are. And I've witnessed somebody in my life that had some really, really bad habits, and they've died at the end for it, you know. It's a chance you take. Do you feel lucky? Yeah. I don't know. You do think about your mortality as you get older. You do. You got your affairs in order, stuff like that. Most people don't. But, you know, do you hear another vlogger and they're going downhill like Heide, and did you realize how important life is? When somebody realizes that any second they could die because of a really dangerous, you know, health situation and heart and all that, that's you know, that's as serious as a heart attack. That's the point. Now, Popeye hasn't been on, for example. Maybe he croaked. That's one guy I wouldn't give a fuck. If that guy fucking croaked, I'd probably have to do a celebration. I don't mean to be cruel, and that's not my normal demeanor, but, you know, I'm glad if somebody gets justice, and I'll dance around for that, but generally, for somebody to get a horrific health condition that's either terribly painful or could kill them, no, I'm on a different grounds with that, okay? I have different train of thought on that. Different. And, you know, as I said, you know, Heide and George are not my favorite people. I do not regularly go to their show. I know what they're all about. Judging other people on here and what they say on their show. gossip shit, and we all do gossip. It's gossip if you're talking about another channel. I gossip too. Join the club. It's a big club. It's how far you go is the difference, in what you say. Now, you could be compassionate to somebody that maybe you don't like on their vlogging level or what they have to say on their show, but they're still human. Well, most of them are human, we could call human. Some we might think are just subhuman. A whole different fucking species, really. Look at that. I'm done smoking. Right there. Right now. Mark it. I just came out. I told you I lit up, right? I did. It's done. That's how much I smoke. Normally, if someone would be there at least 5 minutes smoking. You didn't time that, did you? I'm done. Tossed it away. I'm done. And they say, yeah, Frank smokes 3 packs a day. No, make it 4 packs a day. Anybody can say what they want, but it doesn't mean it's true. Obviously not. That was it. That was the cigarette I just had. I just told you, hey, I'm lighting up right now. Remember when I said that? Remember? It's done. So, Frank, if you're doing that, why don't you just get the nicotine things and get your little fix from the nicotine? Well, there's a problem with that because you're not just dealing with nicotine, my friends. You're dealing with 1,000 other fucking chemicals. Okay? That's the problem. Hello, Mix. You're dealing with a bunch of other shit, dudes. That's what it's all about. Okay? There you go. Now you understand. Yeah, in a perfect world, you could just say, take a nicotine gum and get rid of that, get your nicotine urge. But it's not just fucking nicotine. That's the problem. And it's very purposeful that the tobacco companies did. It's purposeful. They wanted to get you hooked from when you were a kid. I didn't smoke when I was a kid, of course. Barry did. He said he was like 8 years old when he was smoking. 8 fucking years old. Fucking A, man. That's pretty extreme. 8 years old. I don't know. I guess a lot of Southerners did that. I don't know. Down home people, trailer parks, all that shit. They did a lot of crazy shit. Okay, got my tea ready, finally. Put my ingredients in it, and I'm ready to go. Bonomo. I don't know. I bought this fucking new hat, but the bill on there, the piece that comes out, is so stiff, and it was like, I just gave it to the kid. Hey, want a brand new hat? Here's a brand new hat. Papa's got a brand new bag. Ding. Yeah. How about I wear this love hat here? Oh, yeah. It's not mine. No. I'm going to wear a love hat. Don't fit me. I got to put the glasses on, of course. How about a love hat? It's Gilda's hat. How about a love hat? Yeah. You got to go pee. Do you want to go out? There you go. Papa's got a brand new band. Zing! A little rhythm. Okay. Let's see how fucking ridiculous I look in this. Ah, there you go. Love. Papa's got a brand new hat. Ding! Okay. All right, getting the smiley faces. Love. Oh, I got my friend here too. Oh no, I'm back. We got my friend back here again. Good morning, Sir Frank. Hey, good morning, man. What's going on today? Well, I've been listening to all this bullshit on YouTube and I'm just getting burnt out. I know the feeling, man. I feel it every goddamn day. You like my love hat? Cool. It ain't yours. No, I know, it's borrowed it. Leave it to my friend here. Talk to the hand, speak to the hand. I don't know. All this crazy shit that's going on YouTube, holy shit. I can't contain myself anymore. Yeah. Frank's talking to a stuffed animal. Might as well. My audience is a bunch of stuffed animals. What's he talking about, Frank? Did you actually give any money to Heidi? I did. They don't believe. Well, you know what? I don't care what the fuck they believe. Do. Look at my eyes. There's nobody home. There's nobody home. Ooh. Anyway, might have a little fun and humor on here. You gotta have some fucking fun and humor. You gotta have some damn humor on this fucking thing if you're gonna survive YouTube. Papa got a brand new bag. Refreshing. No lemon. You can have it all. Yeah, you can have it all if you want. Woo. These eyes have such contempt for you. These eyes Anyway, I often see lots of heavy smokers in live big age. Live big age. I think too much is made of it, as some people get away. Oh, I often see lots of heavy smokers live big age. I don't know what you mean by that. Hey, you saw me out, right? And I said, I'm going to light up. Remember when I said that? Do you remember? Do you remember? In September. Okay. That was it. You witnessed it live. That was how much I smoked. And I know if you're money conscious, that is a waste. If you're going to smoke, they say, smoke the damn thing. You're going to suck somebody's dick, suck the damn thing, right? Talking to you, a few drags, and I have a spot where I actually throw and I pick it up later, by the way. But that was it. You witnessed it. So 3-4 packs a day, even if I did that, it's not even half a cigarette. Not even. And it is a waste of money. In other words, if you're going to pay money to do something that's not the best thing in the world for your body, at least take advantage of it. Just do it. Smoke the damn thing down to the filter. Now, I had a girlfriend that did that. It was the Filipina girl in Hawaii, Marlene. Yeah. And she did smoke with the filter. She money conscious. Oh boy, she wanted to get her tobaccos worked out of that. Oh yeah. No, that's not me. Yeah, I could be wasteful. Yeah, that's for sure. I could be wasteful. I can. And I have. Well, I look at it this way. If there's a positive note to that at all, I'm not smoking as much. Still smoking though, right? Anyway, the show's not about smoking, but it is about health. And it does have to do with a lot of things. It does have to do with Heidi. It does have to do with Ricky. Because there are usually things going on that are really not perpendicular to the bisector. You know what I mean? Levels. Everything in the world is levels. As Kramer said, levels, Jerry, levels. The answer to everything is levels. What level of insanity do you have? What level of knowledge do you have? Levels. Everything is levels. Kramer was right. Yeah. Might have been a comedy show, but he was right about a lot of things. Brilliant, I tell you. Cheers, folks. Cheers to good health. Morning Brew. The show should be. If I only did a show in the morning, the title would work out a lot better. Call it the Morning Brew. But there's a California radio station, I think, that goes under the name the Morning Brew. I don't know if they're still around. But thank you for the hearts. Thank you. If you haven't subscribed, you might want to consider and hit the notification button, all that good stuff. I know I'm not going to try to get money out of your pockets. I don't know if it's worth putting my Gcash up. I might throw it in there in the description, but maybe I'll get surprised again. These eyes, I'm the master of lyrics, not. This is what gets me going in the morning. And it's actually vital to do this in the morning. Your whole kidneys, your liver, everything, if you do this in the morning. A little hint. Why do I give you all this information? Why do I care? You get up out of bed in the morning, sit there for a minute or two at the edge of your bed before you get up and walk around. It gives you a chance your blood circulation to going. Because you may get up out of bed and you got low blood pressure and you're going to go down on the ground, especially if you're older. Low blood pressure, you could faint from that. And I did once, I'm pretty sure it was. For some reason my low blood pressure went low and I just went down for the count, man. Hardly made it through the hallway. I'm bang on the doors. I mean, I'm like on the walls. I'm so, equilibrium. You know, what's that movie? You know, get to my door in bedroom and I go down for the count. Gilda comes running over. Are you okay? I said, am I actually on the floor? Yeah, I was on the floor. I was right when I got up later that. I don't go figure. Shit happens. Learn the tricks of the trade. Put a little humor in your life. You gotta admit, this does remind you of some people, right? My little stuffed friend here. Oh, put that in my head. Here we go, where my shoulders are. Let me see. Juxtaposition here. There's me. I get further back, maybe. Well, if you're really contemplating donating to Heide, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Be a good sanimitarian. Be a good humanitarian. Be a good humanitarian. It could be you. Now, of course, I would never benefit from something like this. You know that it's a fact, right? I mean, you know that, right? I'm gonna get this ridiculous hat on, put my other hat on. Look, I have horrible hair. You wanna know the truth? It looks good when I get it cut. Almost the minute I get home, it's like, did he even cut my hair? How much did I ask him to take off? Now my hair gets matted, the wind blows it. Maybe I should get a buzz cut. I talk jokingly about that, but who the hell knows? I'll be right back. All right, the familiar, this is much better. I feel more comfortable with this hat on. Could use a good cleaning. Yeah, it's more like it. I bought this cheap hat on the market, like 150 pesos. And the bill on here, whatever you want to call it, it was like so stiff and, you know, you'd have to work it out and, you know, it was like a duck bill and stiff as a board and shit, you know. Oh, whoops. Oh, that was a Barry moment. Okay, so, oh yeah, Paul had another show on with a guest, and my God, they're talking about why are people leaving Dumageddon? Well, the question should be, why are people even going to Dumageddon? That should be the question. Because they talk about Dumageddon so often like it's a utopia. It's a place for foreigners to go. It's a place for foreigners to go. Not me. Not if you paid me. I don't know, man. I'm so frustrated. There's nothing interesting on here anymore to listen to. Same rhetoric. Everybody's pissed off at each other, pissed off at themselves. Jeez, what a dilemma. It's a dilemma, I tell you. It's a fucking dilemma. By the way, how many people are watching me on a big screen TV or something? Are you just watching me on a cell phone or a laptop? I get curious. Am I on your big screen watching me or something? You know, I'm just curious. Yeah, another cloudy morning out here. It's always a lovely day as long as you can get up in the morning. And I'll say that till the day I do die, you know. Nobody really appreciates what they really have. I've noticed that. They do such stupid things on here, you know. You know, pushing their money. Who cares, man? You know, the scheme of life, who the fuck cares? Whether you're out there having 5-star dinners to try to prove. Well, you have to, that's the question right there. Why do you got to prove something to anybody? Why did I ever bother myself even trying to prove something to anybody on here? Brett says, Paul has the silver YouTube play button sign. You need 100,000 plus subs to get it. Oh, they're so proud of that. They got these awards from YouTube. They're so proud of that. They're so proud of it. It is their life. The silver YouTube play button sign. The only person that's really making money is YouTube, okay? They don't give you much for super chats. You're going to take a chunk of it. I mean, you're not really coming out ahead. Least they could do is give you a little certificate or something. But it's so important to people like Paul to get, that's a big achievement. Because their life is YouTube. And I'm on often enough, you probably say, well, it seems like it's your life too, Frank. No, it's a fraction of my life. You know, I do this in the morning. And I do other shows and I feel I have something to talk about. But I take care of business first. I spend my time with my partner. We talk, we relate, whatever. We do things together, but it's the time in between. If I got the time to put on a show, I don't schedule my shows. I never do. If I got something to say, I just come on. It doesn't mean I'm spending my whole, just like you might think I'm sitting in my recliner chair all day watching movies. No, I don't start watching any movies till about maybe 4 o'clock or so, or whatever. I don't, no, I don't. Hey, what do you understand about me? I'm very active in a way. I don't keep still. It's kind of hard for me to keep still. And since sometimes, you know, my body's want to go through a rest. I mean, for dinner, I had a nice salad. She made one of those great salads for me. And I'm sitting in the chair, and I was bored or something, but I was out. She comes in, and I'm a light sleep. You know, I get ready, I nod out, you know, you go, okay, oh, salad, you know. She saw me with my eyes closed, maybe my mouth was open like I'm dead or something, but she knows I nod off now and then. You know, it was the old man syndrome or something. You'll find a lot of old men in their chairs. You know, I do it too. It'll lead to lack of sleep or side effects of actual medication I actually do take to go to sleep, to get to sleep. It's residual shit in your body that goes in the next day. And if you needed to take an antihistamine on top of that, of course you're going to be nodding out during the day. Geez, if you're not active, you're going to sit there in a chair for a while. You're going to be, okay, thank you. Oh, salad, thank you. I do that. Partially older age, but I don't know. It's everything combined. Whatever. I'm still alive. That's all that matters. You know, I don't really know. You know, I woke up once or twice overnight. I normally do. Doesn't mean I have to get out of bed. And sometimes if I wake up a certain time, like I look at the clock. And, like for example, I didn't go to bed till about 11 last night. chillaxing. Because, we were too busy. She was doing things on her phone. I was doing things on mine. And next thing you know, it's like, holy fuck, it's like almost 11 o'clock. What the fuck are we doing up? So then I finally fall asleep, and that could take 20 minutes to fall asleep. Then I get up, overnight it once or twice, put my head back down, go back to sleep again. Then I wake up at, 5 something, 5:30. How many hours did I really get? Not really that many. Not really. I'm kind of a person of routine. You see, when you're up overnight, it's not that you've got this huge prostate. I'm sure I do. And would force people overnight to get up and take a piss, but I don't believe that's why I'm getting up. It's just if I happen to be up, if I need to go, I figure, well, I'm up. Let me go take a piss. I don't think it's the prostate doing it to me. I don't think my prostate is yelling out. Not that bad. I don't think I get up overnight because of that. I get up because, quite honestly, the meds that I take that help me go to sleep, the efficacy of this thing is only really 4 hours. Although it remains in your body the next day with continued use. That's why you get, you lay in your chair, you're not stimulated, and you'll, oh, did I not out? Oh, okay. But everything has efficacy of a certain period of time. In other words, what you might take helps slow down your respiration, to help you relax, get shit off your mind. It works. But unfortunately, and because I never deviated from the dosage that I take, in other words, tolerance, I never built up and take more to replace because, the efficacy, whatever, of it was not working. No. What I take is what I take. I have not deviated from the milligrams to a higher, and that's probably the problem, but I'm not going there. I know how to control what I'm doing. Because when I decide to find a way to get off this shit and find another way to help me sleep better, I don't want to have to go from a lousy 1/4 of a milligram, work my way up to 2 whole fucking milligrams, which is insane. And then have to wean down from 2 milligrams, then to how many months into 1 milligram, then how many months into a 1/2 a milligram, then how many months into a 1/4 milligram, until you wean yourself off of that. That's a lot of work. That's why I don't misuse what I take. And I'm not afraid of talking about it, because I got nothing to hide. I don't. Hey, you got diabetes, you take a diabetes medicine, right? You got hoof and mouth disease, you take something for that too. I'm weak. What can I tell you? If you need something, you need it. You got angina with the heart, you might take nitrates or whatever. I don't know. You do what you gotta do. Make fun of it all you want. But how many of you all out there are taking some kind of meds for something? And probably psychotropic, coinky-dinky psychotropic medicine. And maybe some of you actually need it. You're just not taking it, or maybe that's your answer. I don't know. And by the way, what I take, believe it or not, has a beneficial effect. Keeps your cortisol levels down, and that's what you want to do. Good side effect of that, buddy. Cheers to that. I listen to this Midas Touch news station. This guy's cortisol levels have got to be insane, because his whole show, it just hit his 6 million subscribers. Imagine that. This guy is a millionaire because of his show. And him constantly stressing out about Trump and the regime and all this stuff, that's all the show's about. Him and his brothers, actually. This guy is like on an all-time stress high. And he has to be at his computer all the time to talk about the current events going on with Every hour on the hour or less, something comes up. He's got to be on there. Breaking news, breaking news. Or a reaction to the old news or something. A reaction to the reaction. That's a hard way to earn your money. Oh, he's wealthy. Him and his brother's worth about 27 mil from his show. On top of that, they make donations and sponsors. I mean, holy fuck. Can you go cold turkey? Stop the meds? That's the problem, Brett. You ever heard that expression, what is the worst of the two evils? Ho, 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 ho. Let me tell you something. I'm well versed about that kind of shit. Yeah, it's a fucking benzo. It's exactly what it is. We already know that. Nothing to hide, folks. Go back, nothing to see. Go back to your homes. I'm very open about stuff. Benzos are a bitch, but they can help you if you need it. If you have real anxiety attacks all the time, never mind your woman being your best friend and everything else. That's your best fucking friend. Let me tell you, it's life-saving. Two best inventions in the world is toilet paper and fucking benzos. If you ever suffered anxiety, that is your friend. There's no doubt about it. It's like a lifesaver. No, cold turkey, you can you can have seizures. You have to wean down on that stuff. And other medications too that people take. You can't just get off it like, oh, I decided to. In fact, you know what? Smoking, for example, we were talking about. There are people who have, I think your body, and this is my theory, your body is used to that certain chemistry. When it's not there, your body could be reactive because people have gotten strokes or heart attacks when they actually quit cold turkey. My brother did. He had a mini stroke. We were in the car, ready to go to, we were going to go downtown. Good thing we were on the road. All of a sudden in the car, he couldn't swallow. He said, I can't swallow. I said, drink some water. No, I said, drink some water. He couldn't swallow it. Oh, God, he's having a mini stroke. Right away, I took him over and sure enough, he had a mini stroke. Oh, my goodness. And what's that, loser? I was on a blood pressure medication, and when I stopped, one of the side effects was anxiety. Yeah, and I never had that before. Man, that messed me up. I could not control it. Yeah, man. Hey, man, benzos they make fun of it, but I'll tell you what, benzos is a serious medication, man. You don't fuck around. You take it for one reason, for you need it. Now, let me explain this whole thing, how it happened. Many decades ago, here's the story of my relationship with Mr. Benzo. I'm Mr. Benzo. I'm mean and cruel, but I'm here when you need me. Yeah, there you go. No, I don't support MAGA. Get out of here. Be happy I'm on these things, man, because some people would be in trouble. Let me tell you, cheers to Benny the Benzo, my best friend. Everybody talk about my best friend to the end, you know. Okay, so like this. Okay, I used to suffer some anxiety attacks decades ago. And the only reason I'd ever have any of this shit is in case I did have this feeling of anxiety. I never really took it, but I always kept it around. Always kept it around. Right? It's just practically in the closet or something in my wallet, right? So when I was living in Hawaii, I never really had big sleep problems, but I don't know, post-traumatic stress syndrome from a girl, I don't know. Because here's what happened, I never really had too much trouble sleeping, not really. unless there was an event going on in my life or something. But, and if I did have a little, I'd just take a little Benadryl if I did, and that would work if I needed it. But see, like I know somebody taking Benadryl, they take a lot of it. It's just this thing, the tolerance level builds up and builds up and builds up, and that could happen with a benzo too. That's why you gotta watch that. That could happen very easily. But I think what happened was, when you get a lot of buildup of internal stress from something or somebody, it surfaces. Not like when I was dating this chick, Marlene. She's a Filipino American, in Hawaii. For the most part, we don't get along good and all that. But then it just, I don't know, things were changing, and it's just getting a little stressful with her. And then she, I don't know, we had it out one day. I said, fuck, I'm driving you back home to KL, down the road, about 5-6 miles, And I don't know, I was just in a pissy mood with her at the time. When you get mad, you're gonna visibly show it. Like, what I did was I gunned it on the gas, on the pedal, just to show I was pissed off, right? And then she knew I was pissed off. She goes, well, that's not how you do it. And she grabs the fucking steering wheel. I'm not fucking you. I'm not fucking with you. Here's how to do it, like she's gonna drive me out of control on the road. I'll show you rage, motherfucker. And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe something clicked in me then. I don't know. Maybe I had PTSD from that experience. I don't know. But I know that afterwards, I wasn't sleeping right. And, no Benadryl was going to work. So I had to figure, well, let me take one of these. My friend Benny, And it worked. Because after that point, I just, things weren't the same. It wasn't the same. And that's why I've been on it. And it goes back to when I lived in Hawaii. And that's kind of what happened, That's what happened. So, would you call it post-traumatic stress? Maybe. I mean, I haven't really figured it out. It's all I could think of. Because I never touched that shit. I just carried with me, because I did occasionally would have one of these little panic attacks, they call them. You'll feel it, your heart rate will go up. You feel like adrenaline or something is going through your blood system. You feel it in your arms. It's a very uncomfortable feeling, man, that none of you would want to have. You'd think you're going to have a fucking heart attack, man. You don't know. That's when it came in handy. But when you ask that question, what's the worst of two evils? Well, I'd rather go with that. And already, my age is, I don't give a fuck. I'll stay on it for the rest of my life. It's working. Either something works or it doesn't work. That's the question you got to ask yourself. Do you need a medicine for something? Are you in pain? Do you take a pain reliever? Don't overdo it because it'll become a habit. That's why a lot of people in this world are addicted to painkillers, man. They're dying left and right with that. Stars, all kinds of people, man. They make fun of the fact that I take a medicine to help me sleep. I tried regular sleep medicines. They just don't work. A lot of side effects. And hopefully it ain't killing my liver or nothing. But I take such a small dose, but it's still over the years. Which reminds me, I have to go have my enzyme level checked. But there could be side effects. Absolutely. With everything. I'm not embarrassed that I take this shit. I talk about it all the time. If it was embarrassing me, I would not talk about it. I would never even mention that I ever took it. But the trolls like to go with it, But, what are they on? That's the other question. What are they taking? I gotta tell you that. They're too embarrassed about it, right? 15 thumbs up. Look at that, man. Hope you're subscribing, too. I'm not embarrassed to say, yes, I do take benzos. They are prescribed. They're not illegal. Okay? If you have the need for something, just like if you have the need for protein, you're going to take more protein. If you want to build up muscles, that's what you do. If you got a pain, you take a pain reliever. You got heart problems or high blood pressure, you take a high blood pressure medicine. You got diabetes, you take a diabetes medicine. Although there are alternative ways to deal with diabetes through diet, but they rather go through medication, which creates another problem. I don't tell people what to do and how to do it. I just suggest things on my show from my own experience or my own learning. That's all I do. There's nothing more complicated than that. It really isn't. Take my advice or don't. It works either way. I don't care either way. But if you need, and half of these trolls, they're all on something. Look at Ricky himself. I saw in his room one time, he had a little round table with a lamp on it. That motherfucker had, I think there've been at least 10 medications he takes. 10 medications. 10 medications. At least for what I saw on that table, when you freeze framed it. And I did freeze frame it. 10, at least 10 medications. 10. So yeah, he's having problems for sure. Look, it is not embarrassing. I mean, you don't have to share that kind of, obviously, I mean, come on. You don't have to share everything with anybody, with everybody. You don't have to do that. But if you don't have any problem with that, you know, you're not hiding something. It's like you're trying to hide something from somebody. I'm going to get the rest of these tea leaves. I want to take advantage of this. I don't want to wait. This is some expensive stuff. Her daughter brought this all the way for me from Japan. I want to utilize this. There we go. It's like smoke it all the way down to the filter type of thing, right? Smoke it all the way down to the filter. But let's get real again here. You know, the thing is, you know, you do what you feel that you have to do for yourself. And there's nobody out there to tell you what to do. They have no reason or rhyme to tell you what to do with your life. But they have a great job trying to do that. Okay, I don't pretend to be anything I'm not. I never have. Never have. That's what separates me from these trolls, because I'm not afraid to say anything I feel on here, within certain limits, of course. And certainly these days in legal atmosphere, you got to watch every goddamn thing you say on here. Every damn thing. Comes down to that, doesn't it? So what? I take a medication to help me sleep. That's all it really is for. But it still stays in your system, so actually, even the next day. So it does have an effect on you. There's a balance going on here, because it remains in your system for X amount of hours into the next day, which can be beneficial. Keeps your cortisol level down. There's benefits to it too. Benny's, right? Benny's benefits. I'm not afraid of talking about it. Thank goodness I'm not on a heart medication, anything like that. Diabetes, oh boy. That's the one all y'all have to worry about is diabetes, because that has a cataclysmic effect. It has a domino effect. Heart and other organs. You know, look, I tell you myself, I eat sugar, very limited. When it's around, you have to come in with a cookie. She decided to make brownies the other day, but I just gave it up to she only gave it to the kids, right? I control what I do. Some people are out of control, like Heide. She's in that position, but she's always had something serious anyway, like lupus, which is nothing to, you know, brag about. But her diet and everything else, she did it to herself. So I decided, these kids came by, you know, oh, I need something to eat, oh, you know, but, you know. Yeah, tea leaves are good as suppositories. Yeah, you know, it's the caffeine. Yeah, it's a stimulant is what it is. Nobody ever said that before, but that's a first. But yeah, actually, I've never tried it, of course. But If you need something, by all means take it. But still be aware of the side effects of anything you take, you know. Just tuned in, saw the video title, What Happened to Ricky? I don't know. And as we started talking off on the show, Mr. Dahl, just like they were speculating when I was off for several months or so, and everything hit the airwaves, you know. Hold on, I gotta check my water here for this. He just decided he wanted to take a break for a while, and everybody, you know, come up their own conclusions. You know, he died or this or that. Well, I mean, anything is possible. Knowing his health situation, yeah, one would probably think. Yeah, one would probably think that. It's quite possible. Ricky's lifestyle, as you all know, and what he eats, his weight, and everything else, yeah, is not conducive to his health, and that's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. It just goes without saying. You know, I mean, I'll let that steep a little bit too again. It'll give me a whole nother cup of tea. Get my money's worth. Like my ex-girlfriend used to smoke that cigarette down to the filter. Get your money's worth, Marlene. Get your money's worth. There you go. Smoke it down to the fucking filter. There you go. Good job. Good job. Good job. Yeah, I don't know. You know, you can speculate all you want. You know, what's eating Gilbert Grape? I don't know. Fuck, what am I going to eat this morning? I ran out of fucking, uh-oh. Don't tell my audience that. I ran out of fucking oatmeal. Holy shit. I guess I'm going to have some eggs. Eggs. All the little children love eggs. I got to make some eggs. So what do I want to do? Boil them? Oh, God, I think my eggs, that's going down too. How many eggs we got left? We go through eggs like, okay. We got, yeah. Oh, God, grab a bunch of these. She may want one. I may have to break one up for the dogs too, because they won't eat their fucking meal spoiled. Spoiled as they are, they just turn their nose at whatever I give them. If it doesn't have something in it, talk about being spoiled, right? Yeah. Well, they are spoiled. Let's make about five eggs. Got to get my protein in. My body shouts out at me sometimes. I want eggs. I need protein. Well, as I said, as you get older, you are going to be in the need for more protein. I will tell you right off the bat. If you're not doing that for your body, then you will look, that famous word, frail. I mean, really frail. Look at a lot of older folk. A lot of them are entirely frail. Let me get this thing going here a minute. Okay, I don't care if it's Teflon in this pot. It's hard-boiled eggs. It's eggs. I'm not worried about the Teflon. Oh, good morning, Josh Juarez. There's a little trick to the trade here, too. You want the boil faster, you know. Take some kitchen salt. Put some salt in here. Yeah, believe it or not. Yeah, I know all the tricks. Cheap tricks. Boil, baby, boil, boil. Back to my tea here. So I'm making good use of this, economically and whatever. Get the benefits. And, you know, don't throw that away. Just, you got a plant, put it around your plant. It's good organic material. Let's just call it recycling, if you will. Recycle. Recycle. We're back. Tubular, man. Tubular. Okay. How's it going there, Frank? Looks quiet. What's quiet? On the Western Front and YouTube? YouTube land. And YouTube land. Who's that remind you? Barry's eyes or Brevis? There's nobody home. They said, look at my eyes, Barry said. There's nobody home. And he's right, there was nobody home. Do 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 ding. Okay. If you can't have fun, what the fuck, you know? So, my God, it's nearly March. Oh, there's a big countdown, by the way, going on. They're saying in March, Frank is going to be in big trouble. I've heard this for 10 years. It has to do with the visa thing. That you hit 12 months. They're going to be at your door. No, they're not. They're not going to be at my door. I'll guarantee you that. Just to let you know. Speaking of the Frisbee, he just got booted from Mad Matt. Oh, is he still using his phone? I mean, isn't it because of Vitality that they took people's privileges away? Now they're right back to doing it again. See what I mean? So he went on Mad Matt's live stream? Really? White Boy Travels? He went under that name, White Boy Travels, right? Something like that. Why? Why did he get booted off of Matt's live stream? Barry's always has something to say about something, doesn't he? He just doesn't learn. He's still doing it. What does it take for him to figure out I got here because of the shit I do? Fuck. Seriously. For Mathew to throw him off. Wow. Barry never learns. He never will. What did he say that got him thrown off out of curiosity? Is that his most recent, Mathew's most recent video? Was that his most recent? Okay. I'm going to get thrown off a Mathew show. Wow. Yeah, man, he's mad. Mathew is really mad. Reminds me of a movie where they all went out their windows and said, I'm mad as hell and I can't take it anymore. He's mad. But he's mad at himself, Mathew. He's mad at himself for making all these mistakes. Oh yeah, I don't know, he's got use of his phone. Here's the way it's supposed to work in jail. If you're allowed to use your phone at all, it's for two things. One, to contact your lawyer. Two, they're supposed to be able to talk to your family. His family ain't talking to him. Lawyer, I don't even know if he has a lawyer anymore. He uses that to catch up on what's going on YouTube. If they're talking about him or his ex-girlfriend or whatever, you know. He's out there. He's listening. He's probably listening to my show right now. Because you're in there, you want things, you got to keep your mind stimulated somehow. And if you've been on YouTube as often as he was, then believe me, he wants to know and keep up with what's going on. Are they talking about him or what's going on? Or he'll put some comments in about me. You can guarantee that. He always does. But taking away his phone privileges, it just hasn't really happened. It just really hasn't happened. Despite what was going on with Vitality and all that, it's like back to normal. It's so fucking corrupt. You know, you throw a couple of pesos somewhere. They're still doing it, even though the employees, the guards and whoever have gotten fired for doing this shit. And they got replaced, and the same thing is going on again. Didn't the warden even there get replaced in that facility? Fuck. He got booted from Mad Mathew. Oy vey. Oh, by the way, hi, Barry. Hope they're treating you well in there. Not. Well, man, who knows? Who knows? We might be inmates. We might. Who knows? I got an open mind. We'll get along just fine. You don't want me in there. Trust me, you don't want me in there because they're going to learn about you. I'm going to turn around everything you said about me because I'm sure you gave these people all this bullshit reasons why you're incarcerated. Blame it on Frank. What he did, which is unjustified. Well, your girlfriend did something unjustified to me and you had to do with it. Suffer, motherfucker, as far as I'm concerned. You and her, I don't give a shit. Suffer. She's took into drinking now. I'm sure you all noticed that. Am I lying? Yes or no? Am I lying? Simple yes or no. There's payment for everything. Yeah. Apparently. Without me even trying. Someone's life is turning miserable because she's under stress. Because she knew she did something wrong. And maybe she can't back out of it or something. Or she's too proud or she's being pressured. All of the above. Now they got to pay the price. I always say it all comes out in the wash, man. I'm always right about that, doesn't it? Am I not? My track record's pretty good, huh? Who knows? It may wind up in there with the boy. Say, son. I say, nay, son. Now, son, here I am. Here I am. What are you going to do? Why don't I tell the truth about you, how you hate the fucking Filipinos, how you hate the Chinese, how you hate the Muslims? Maybe they would like to know. And I'm just the guy to do it. Click this. Cuz, right. Cuz. Hey, cuz. Sup, cuz. Oh, God. Give me a break. Sup, cuz. What a low-life motherfucker, man. You notice that Jay hasn't been on? I wonder why. That old black magic is going to chase Jay away. That prosecutor's office may have something to say. He's laying low because he's in the know that he ain't got nothing more to say. Jay's hiding. He is. He's hiding. For good reason. Fraudulent documentation on his show. Recorded. Noted, putting on a card. Given to my attorney to give to the prosecutor's office. He's worried. I told you, I don't fuck around on here, man. I will take so much and make a certain assessment of what I want to do with it. Nothing wrong with my memory when it comes to stuff like that. Care how old I am. And nothing wrong with my memory with that. I remember everything everybody said for me, Gilder. I don't forget. Oh, trust me, I don't forget. Is this too hot? Oh, I think it is. Give it a break. I gotta figure something to eat too. I don't know. I'll have some boiled eggs and I don't know what. I'm not supplied today with food. We gotta hit this. We gotta get some more shit around here. What we have left is not defrosted as usual. I'd always want to be in chicken for dinner sometime or something like that because I don't eat pork and I don't eat fish. You know, find some, we have some chunk of beef in there. I don't know what the hell it is. Get the frost out and make something out of that with vegetables. I don't know. Not for breakfast, not for breakfast, you know. Everybody pays a price for something in life, man. So we got 15 watching and 16 thumbs up. Look at that. Are you all subscribers, by the way? Are you? If you're a new subscriber, welcome to the show. Kitchi Kim, I don't know. She keeps on moving in with different guys. I don't know what the hell's going with Kitchi Kim. it didn't work out with this one guy she was like working for in quasi relationship, and I think she got kicked out or something, and now either she's back over there again. I don't even know if she even has a show. I don't know. I don't even know what it's called. It's just not called Kitchen Kim. It's something else. I don't know. Oh well, Chica May Casino, Ren's wife. Yes, they got the condo now. They got the condo now. Yeah. She sent Ren to go to work in America to make it happen. Get off your fucking ass. I don't know if it's a studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. She doesn't mention exactly where it is. I forgot what floor they're on. She would show out the window. They're up there. In Cebu. It's in Cebu. It's right there. They finally got a condo. She works, of course. And of course, Ren has to send money over. I don't know who he's living with. I don't know if he's living with relatives or something. I don't know. For him to save money, he's going to have to, either live with a family. Maybe he's living with his family. I don't know all the details of that. I don't know what's going on with Ren, except he's still working. I thought the whole idea was that she was gearing up to move, since they're married, to go over to America, but I don't think it's happening that way. I think Ren is going to eventually come over. I don't know. What good is a relationship if you can't be together? Don't make any sense. 19 watching, 16 thumbs up. Okay. I don't know. Maybe he wants to get enough in to pay into Social Security system. It's like the last 5 years or something is important, how they work that. Maybe that's what, what Ren is doing. Because he wants to, when he hits 62 or whatever, he wants to, have some recurring income. Am I an FBI agent? No, I am not. Oh, you mean the hat and the glasses? No, that's my shtick, He's got personality, congeniality. There you go. Put that on my shoulders. That's a good one. Am I an FBI? You would think I would be after all the research I have to do on people on here. You would probably think so. Probably make a good agent, really. I missed my career direction. I always thought acting. Actor. I want to be an actor. An actor. An actor. An actor. Good morning, dear.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, put that puppet away. She's saying this for you. What are you doing with the puppet? Huh? The lovely Gilda. Did I say lovely? Yes. Artistic director? Yeah. Artistic director? Yeah, that could work. I could have wound up in a lot of different professions, seriously. I could have wound up in a film industry as an actor or actually cinematographer if I really would have pushed it. It's could have, would have, should have type of thing, and that's all history. It made me the man I am today, whatever that might be. Still alive. I don't regret. I don't really regret the direction I took. See, photography to me was more of an art form for me. I'm embarrassed to say this, but I have turned down photography positions. I don't know what I was afraid of. I don't know. I put too much judgment on myself. Can I really do it to their standards? I didn't want to work for the man anyway. I just like taking pictures on my own, and I had a few things published, when I used to create something, it gave me a good feeling, It got me that creativity level out, I enjoyed that. But, when we hit the digital era, it just took the wind out of my sails. Because, I did everything manually, we used to screw on filters on the camera. We didn't let the camera do everything for us. These days, a camera could do everything. It'd probably hold itself up, too, and take pictures. That wasn't what photography was all about. It just wasn't. No, not really, man. I'm not really. I'm not. You want some lens? Huh? I mean, there's plenty to document, but what am I going to do with the pictures? It was a different time. You try to publish them somewhere, when books were really books, you could... You know, what do you do? Hang every picture on your wall in the house? Well, you may want to take some nice scenic pictures. That'd be nice. I have a lot of wall space and need something on it. But it was different. It's a different time. I used to have pictures all over my house in Hawaii of different things, you know, in Seattle too. But I don't know, it's just different now out here. It's just different. It's just, I don't know, it's just different. I just don't have that motivation to do that anymore. Digital era and all that shit. It's just not the same. You know, manual, you know, SLR cameras become dinosaurs, although people are still using it. There's still film you could buy. There's still places that'll develop it and print it and all that shit. Because I used to do my own printing anyway. I wasn't bad at it, really. I wouldn't say I was a total expert, because I wasn't. But I knew how to produce a really good print.
Make the eyes for Holy Week.
Huh?
Eyes.
You what?
Making eyes for Holy Week.
You're making ice? For who?
Holy Week
Oh, it's Holy Week again?
is coming soon.
When is it not Holy Week around here? Holy shit. Big B can give you advice on publishing a book of you. Yeah, I know, he's an expert on that. He's going to do a Netflix special too, did you know that? That's your Kopiko coffee. Didn't you get the coffee maker going again?
Yeah, but
Don't you still got grounds and stuff you can ground up? No?
I forget to bring.
Oh,
I got there in
yeah.
Maholo, but I forget to take it.
Yeah, now you got to stick to this Kopiko shit, you know, which is a standard issue here in the Philippines. Kopiko coffee. Kopiko. Is this cool enough to drink? Yeah, it's about midway. I make use of that tea. It's preferably supposed to have 2 cups of green tea per day, but nothing after 12. Like that caffeine and shit stays in your system whether you know it or not. Like you got, you know, Scotty boy running around all day long. This guy's drinking coffee and he wonders why he can't sleep at night. Come on, man, you're that stupid that can't figure that out. You're like amped up on fucking caffeine. Gee, take a dunce to figure that out, you know. Now he has this formula with certain supplements. Melatonin, with L-arginine, and they're all different for a purpose. He's doing it wrong. I did a show on it too. He's doing it totally wrong. It's going to work. What he's taking is going to work against itself, you know. But you know, if you're going to drink caffeine all day, what do you think is going to happen? For 2 different type of coffee. Oh, that's a creamer you're putting there, right? A creamer.
Milk.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't want anybody's advice. Sometimes I don't take my own. I sure give good advice, though. You got to admit that. But it's a matter of taking it. Most of the time I do. Some shit I don't take my own advice, you know, but most of the time I actually do. I'm kind of a creature of habit, really. And I don't mean smoking. I mean, I'm just a habit of it. My rituals, what I do, when I do it during the day, and so forth and all that, you know. It is what it is, you know. All right, has Philippines Antics put anything on yet? Any update on that? You know, no, there's a lot of directions I could have took in life, really. There really is a lot. Sometimes I get an interest in something and I don't follow through. You remember the series Lost, right? But it was like a local casting company in Hawaii that decided to post a picture and all that other shit. And I used to bug them, you know, to try to get some kind of a part as an extra. Well, after bugging them for a while, okay, show up in Mathew or wherever it was. Oh, fuck. Not around the corner. And what did it wind up being? They were going to be filming for the final episode of Lost, the most important episode. And I could have been there as an extra, which is not a big deal. Oh, and they maybe feed you a little bit there or something, but the expense of flying over to Maui, finding accommodations just to see yourself in the crowd or something, I guess it just wasn't worth it to me, and I didn't go. And I realized, Jesus Christ, that was the season's end of the fucking show, man. Oh, Philippines Antics update 1 hour ago on their channel in the post section. Oh, okay. Okay, so some kind of update. I'll have to check that out. Anything new that you could, you know, save me the time and trouble of going there right now? Anything new about that at all? What's going on? Oh, you didn't read it yet? Okay. All right, fair enough. I got a good question. Who do you think is the most prolific vlogger in the YouTube genre? Don't appease me. Name a name out there. Who do you think is the most prolific vlogger and why? That's a good question. If you care to answer. We got some papaya from our tree here. We got some fresh papaya here. How's the water in that pot for the eggs? Gilda? Gilda?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Is the water okay in that pot for the eggs? I want to make sure they're thoroughly cooked, because there's times I made hard-boiled eggs and they were soft inside, and that's not, it might not even be healthy. So make sure they are hard-boiled, you know. You hear my shower. That's Gilda running water in the sink. My shower. Okay. Who do you think is the most prolific vlogger in the Philippines genre and why? Come on, we got 16 people aboard here. Don't have to be me. I mean, just be honest, you know. Who's the most prolific vlogger on here and why? Not all at once. Please, not all at once. If I had 100 subscribers here, I'd have a bunch of answers on here. Like a poll or something. The May poll. Not all at once. Not all at once. Oh, well, you don't want to insult me in case it ain't me? Is Donald Trump a patriot? Ah, please go away. He started talking about Trump. It's supposed to be a big rally. Is it supposed to be today? Oh boy, he's going to be in trouble. Donald Trump going to be in big trouble. I think it's today. State of the Union, state of the whatever. Oh man, who's going to show up for that? Except a lot of independent news channels and people that are so anti-Trump. That should be a real trip. You are pure content, Josh Juarez says. Are you Mario, Josh? Is this Mario? Is this Evan? Anyway. But I don't reap the rewards of my show. You know, that's the drawback. You know, shit, I put out a Gcash on there, what, a couple $100 I made, that was it? Well, I haven't been pushing it. I haven't put it in my description for a while. But even so, there's not many people who are willing to give because they're afraid I'm going to say their name and that the trolls will attack them for donating to me. I didn't mention anybody's name, did I? For anybody who donated, I didn't mention no name or where it came from. I kept it secret. They're afraid to donate because word gets out and they get attacked by trolls, and I think that's what's going on. 22 watching, 17 thumbs up. We can go with that. Oh my God, 1 hour, 53 minutes and counting. So, okay, getting back to Heidi. I haven't seen the update or nothing, but let your guard down sometimes, people. Let your guard down. It doesn't hurt to donate for a good cause. You don't have to love the person, man. You don't even have to love me, but if you find that my content occupies you and has a message to it or does something good for you, whatever, then, I'll put the Gcash back on there. Who can't use more money? A lot of things happen in the future. Maybe I could use that money. Who knows? Who knows? You can't predict your future, man. But you got to be willing to give. And don't worry about what somebody else says. Fuck them. Give them the wazoo. I've entertained people for so many years and never got total appreciation for it. But I didn't really expect it, to be honest with you. I just really didn't expect it. Not from this audience, I work for cheap. I work for nothing. Look at the hours of time that I put in on YouTube. Really? Am I getting rich off this somehow? Secretly somehow? Oh, potatoes and eggs, my favorite. All right. Oh, is that what you did with the eggs, or is that separate from the boiled eggs?
Separate for the boy.
Oh, it's separate. So we got boiled eggs, but I love it. I love potatoes and eggs. You can't think of what to make. And I got a nice healthy papaya that we have grown. We balance it out, What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Ding 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 ding. Okay. So they got the clock, the countdown. What do they say? In 7 days now? Something spectacular is supposed to happen in March to me in the beginning. A lot of things were supposed to happen to me in the past 10 years. Well, if something does, I guess I'll know about it, right? I'll be the first to tell you. How's that? I'll be the first to tell you. Does good. So let's see. We got Slim. I don't. You know what? I don't even go to his girlfriend's channel, wife or whatever. Honestly, is that liver spots on my face? Where? Just skin imperfections. Liver spots? No. Go look at Brevis's face. Ha. What do you got, man? Big screen TV? Well, you people try to notice everything, don't you? I bet I'm on your big screen. Am I on your big screen? Get your liver spotted hands off my mother. Huh? Near my sideburn. No, I have a mole. I have a mole there. Always had. It's not a liver spot. Oh, God. When these religious Bible thumpers came in on here, they gotta go. Bye-bye to that. Not on here. Don't be preaching on my channel. Not acceptable on every level. Mind you, eat, my dear. Eat, eat. Oh. Okay, let's sum it up. Okay, we were talking about Ricky, which was the original thing. No, I really don't know. I don't have any inside information on that. They just decided to get off for a while. Is that okay to do? I did. He'd be perfectly fine, or his health caught up with him. Speculate all you want. You're not going to have any answers until you get it from the source. If he's dead, well, you're not going to hear from him, obviously. Shit happens. And then you're gone. Your time is up, your time is up. Okay, we're going to have to wind down on here, I think.
Eat the banana. Ako ng papaya.
I'm going to eat the papaya. I finished with the potatoes, but I'm going to eat the papaya. Then I'll probably have a hard-boiled egg on top of that. Well, one goes for the dog. Because they don't want to eat. They're spoiled, you know, spoiled. Unless there's something in there.
Hindi ito.
They don't want to eat. They don't want to eat.
Prepared.
They don't want to eat unless they have something in it. I don't blame them. How would you like to eat the same bland shit every day? Would you want to do that? No. If you're on camera, always eat with your mouth closed. Please do it. The one thing I cannot stand. Oh. If you're on camera and you open your mouth, nobody wants to see the food in your mouth. That's just absolutely rude. Talk, you know, eat with your mouth closed. That's all I ask. I don't ask for much. Have some, you know, have some manners, you know. Wipe your mouth if you need to, whatever. Gotta get this down. They're all starting to ripen now, and that, oh my God, that tree has a lot of it's gonna go to waste. I hate this. Come on, Lagay, eat your food.
They want to kiss me.
They want to eat you? All right, I didn't think anybody wants to add to the show today before I go. Here we go, get hard legs right here. Yeah, truthfully, I can't face the day without protein. Some people don't feel it, but I do. That's why I can never become strictly a vegetarian, because those are the weakest, frail, actual frail people you'll ever meet. They're like a breadstick, you know. Speaking of breadsticks, hello, Brevis. I'm sure you're out there listening. Who did you impregnate now? Some things just don't change. Kevin has been keeping a little quiet. What is he talking about? Oh yeah, according to the big egotist, that he's going to be making another trip to. I don't think so. I just don't think so. Even if his knees are fixed up, it didn't work out for him the first time. There's no reason to believe it's going to work out for him again. He don't know what to do with himself. I'll go off camera for a second here. I don't want to be rude. Okay, better? Okay. Yeah, you know, Ricky was behind a lot of bullshit on here too, when it comes to me, a lot. And he did have something to do with a person putting in a complaint, and him and a few other people, as if I don't know that, right? Kevin, the thing is, man, he's defeating the purpose of everything he did. He's gaining weight again, and I don't know, man. Hey, look, I'm not, they're leading their own life. I'm leading mine. And what they decide to do, their life is up to them. And the ending results of what they do, that's on their shoulders, It's not on mine. I just talk about it, but, what else could I do, really? Talk about it. Give you advice and all that, which nobody takes anyway. It's like, what the fuck type of situation. What the fuck? It is. What the fuck? And it does wear me out sometimes. It really does. I give advice for what? Where do I benefit from this in any form or way? No, really, where do I benefit from this? Where? I'm not. Except hearing my own fucking voice. Where do I benefit? I really haven't been, except it's a great outlet. And sometimes I think all of us need an outlet. That's why you come on. You may not have your own show, but it's still an outlet for you in one form or way that gives you some sort of satisfaction to have the time to listen to. I'm fine, thank you, Mimi Spoke. Are you a subscriber? Or you will be. Yeah, my numbers are going up a little bit. Not enough to make it worthwhile, you know what I mean? Just not enough. Well, if you hit the notification button, you know when I do a show, so there you go. And also spread the word. That's how you do it. Facebook, whatever. Hey, I know Guy's a pretty good channel, This guy has a lot to say about this and that and this and that. You could do that, I suppose. But what's my goal? That would be another question. Well, what is your goal anyway? What is your goal? You want to be monetized? Well, I thought about it. But like I said, I don't even know if I was monetized or it's gonna, it's not gonna. I really don't think it's gonna make much of a difference, to be honest with you, really. I don't. I really don't. Because people are not very giving on my channel. They want to be giving to the big boys show, the people with all the hate channels and all that crap. Oh, they'll gladly give to them. They'll gladly give to them. But it never really worked out that way for me when I was monetized. I made a little something here and there. It wasn't much. It wasn't even worthwhile continuing, really. Everybody could use the extra money every month. Why not? We're all capitalists, let's face it. Every one of y'all. Who can use extra money? Some people are doing pretty good, I must say. They're doing pretty good. God bless them. But I don't ever see my channel turning into that. And Jesus Christ, I've hit the 70 mark. I'm over the 70 mark, well over, What am I going to do? Am I going to be on this the rest of my fucking life? I know you might joke about it and laugh about it. Well, I bet you will. Well, I don't want to put any bets on that, because I don't know. I'm embarrassed enough that I've been on here for over 10 years. That's embarrassing enough. Here's the thing. When you've been watching a series on TV for a long time, or a soap opera, you got to know what's happening. You got to watch the next show. Now, if you've been doing a show on here for years, like I do and other people do on here too, it becomes an expectation that they're always going to be there. You put your feet up on a desk or whatever, lay down in a bed or a comfortable pillow, put your headphones on or just turn your speaker up and you listen to Frank. And there's a lot of people that do that. I've touched people in many ways, I touched truth. I've addressed their lies. But I don't do shows just on that. I'm one of these people that has a lot to say about a lot of things, if it's important enough to talk about it. World events, whatever going on, that nobody's really aware of or even cares about. All they care about is, how can I, pull this guy's chain on here to make him upset. Meanwhile, their whole world is falling apart around them. The whole world is falling apart around them. It don't matter. Oh, is that the... No. I thought that was the water truck. Oh, I thought that was a Department of Penology. Do you use knee gauze? The fuck? I got some strange people that come on my show. Very strange people. But don't forget to subscribe. Okay, we're going to wind this down. Okay, sum it up. I really don't know what's going on with Ricky, and nor do I really care that much. Is Heide being honest? I think she is. The laugh she put on, which was a forced laugh when she was crying on that show when she had that guest on there, you know. He's another one. Oh my God. That guy that was a guest on her show was giving her advice and shit. Fuck, man. This is like what it is on here. It's like this guy, from heart attacks to diabetes, he injects himself 6 times a day. They're all falling apart. Why? Is it genetics? What is it? It's like pandemic. What the fuck? And contrary to what you believe, just because you're older does not mean you're going to completely fall apart. Some people have never been sick a day in their life. Can you imagine that? Not being sick a day in your life, not even a cold. Man, some people have the genes. They had to eat my papaya here. And that's amazing in itself. Mike from our Philippines. Yeah, Mike. Did you listen to what he had to say about himself? He was talking about expenses and all that. I think he has more money than he puts on to believe. He sounds very intellectual in some ways. So I don't know what he did for a living. But it's like they bought this condo and all that. Where do you get the money for that? But the problem is, and I wrote him on that too, you know me. Stop cheaping out. All they're talking about, they got money, these people. You can't get buried with it. Spend it and you know, find something that you enjoy. I don't know. Maybe you're a laid-back character like I am. I'm kind of happy in my own element. I have no problem. But, you know, if you got a lot of money, don't just save it all for your spouse or something. Do something for yourself too, you know? In other words, be fair to yourself, man. Do something for yourself. I got a piece of fucking papaya on here. And I don't see these guys doing that. Then, you know, I hear him talking. He's got serious diabetes, serious. That's, of course, cause some heart problems, all that shit. That guy went through shit, too. A lot. Like Heide. But then he goes to the French bakery, and sometimes he will buy processed white bread. Oh, but sometimes I do buy, you know, whole grain. Well, even whole grain, take it from me, is better than processed white bread, but it's not perfect for you. If you're a diabetic, these people seem to know a lot about a lot of things, but they don't. They got serious matters going on. And that guy's got what you call really serious. You got a nice voice like a bad guy in a movie. Do you feel lucky? Do you, punk? You talking about me? You talking about me? Yeah, you. You talking about me? You are. I am the talk of the town. What are you looking for now, dog? I got no leftovers for you or nothing. You ate your food? I hope you did. I am the talk of the town. There's got to be a reason for that. Well, it could be because I do talk about a lot of topic matter on here. You got to admit that. I'd listen to me. If it wasn't me, I'd listen to me. Because I really actually do. And it's not an exaggeration. It's just to hear my own voice. I actually getting totally bored of people like Paul in the Philippines, you know, Philly in the Philippines, the master of the clickbait. it's like I don't know who to listen to anymore. And I actually, truthfully speaking, I find myself, I start to listen to somebody's show and I have to turn it off and go elsewhere. There's some people I just can't stand listening to. It's just a visceral effect, you know? I had that from Fazio and other people too. You just can't for 5 minutes. You can't take more than 5 minutes of their show. Just can't. I can speak for myself, but that's how I feel. You just can't hang in there any longer. So what you do is just speed it up. If the show's already been on, just scroll back, or forward and listen to little snippets of the show. If there's anything worth listening to, you stop there and you listen, then you turn off. That's all. You could do that. And I do that with a lot of shows, actually, that I'm going to watch. Now, lately, I have not even been on the Copycat channel. Oh my God, I got so burnt out on that. I mean, I know what I said on my show. I don't have to copy, And now that I've been kind of leaving my shows on, it's leaving less to their imagination. They're confused now, so they got to bring up some old shows or just put let's just say, an interesting thumbnail picture on the show. It's always about me or Gil, that he'll do something to accentuate my age. They got a little AI thing when I'm laying in my bed with a cigarette I don't smoke in my house, for one. I got the phone in my hand and a cigarette in the other. I don't smoke in my house, but, nice AI. I don't smoke in a house at all. I wouldn't tolerate that, even from me. I would not do that. And on my bed, I have more respect for my girlfriend than that, to smoke around her. Some people don't care. They're very, remember Barry, of course, if you remember some of his shows. You remember he's living in that fucking pigsty? It was actually a pigsty over in, what was it, Romblon, whatever, that area. And he got that poor chick out of her 7-Eleven job, who has a baby, promised to the moon, the star, and the sun, to come there. And he finds this place to rent, which was a fucking shack. It even had sand on the floor. He had to buy some pieces of linoleum or something to put in a certain area. It actually might have been a crematorium at once, but it was definitely a pigsty. It was a pig farming place. And he had his girlfriend living there with the baby. She had to bring the baby back to her mom's house, which is in that region, just to eat or get diapers for the kid. He wouldn't even put out for that. He wouldn't help the kid out with some formula, diapers, nothing. And then his thing was, people were criticizing him for smoking around this little baby. You know what his attitude was? Hey, fuck, I'm paying rent here, I'll smoke in my own house. He didn't care about the kid. He didn't care about anything, this guy. Bring a woman, she quits her job to go live in a fucking pigsty. I mean, an actual pigsty. It was actually a piggery little thing. Had the little tub thing in there, depressed area where he hosed down the pigs, and the background, it looks like a crematorium oven or something. This is for real. I'm not making it up. You all know it's true. That's what this guy was all about, man. You can't get lower than that. There's some people that do come that low, but maybe neck and neck, but this was low. Classy guy. He didn't care. And the kid, believe it or not, had bruises on him. He manhandled that little kid, an infant. I'm not lying. God knows what he did to the woman. See, she spent most of her time at her mom's place. And when they were sleeping in there, he had like a fucking blanket on the floor. Didn't have a fucking bed. Not even a mattress. You know what she did? I'm not making this up. There was a crib for the kid. And she actually would go put herself in the crib with the baby. and she would sleep in the crib to get off the nasty floor. I'm not making this shit up. I'm not making this shit up. How lowly can a person be? Well, he's proved it. If anybody has, he has proved it. That's how bad this guy was. So even though he's in jail, detention, call it what you want, it's all jail to me, even those conditions are probably well above some of the living conditions that he actually lived in. Look, he doesn't have to pay rent, but he used to run out of his rent anyway. It don't matter. He had a girlfriend, he'd put like the internet or the electric under her name. So he had no responsibilities. When they broke up, he could say, I'm not paying that. And legally, he was able to get away with it. Because I guess you can't put utilities under your name unless you're Filipino. And he'd run out on that. I ain't paying that. Wow. Wow. How much does an American school till grade 12 students learn multiplication tables? You're from India. I don't know these days. Well, they're not really well educated here in the Philippines, I'll guarantee you that. They're not up to, like, for example, American standards. Hey, how's India going anyway? I got to ask you a question, if you're really from India. What are they doing with the Ganges? Are they even trying to make an effort to clean that river up? And are they trying to control some of the tanneries and stuff and human waste and stuff like that? Is there any progress at all with that? I'm actually interested in knowing, because I know a lot about it. The Ganges is it's a very holy river, but I figure if it's that holy, you don't want to pollute it. You want to preserve it, but that's not what's been going on. So can you give me any information at all about that? Aman Kumar? Because I am actually curious about that. I truly am. Are they doing anything to clean up that river? I mean, it can't go on like this all the time. People are getting sick. Or they got the strongest goddamn immune system in the world after being exposed to all that contaminants and shit. So give me a little synopsis of that, if you will, if you don't mind. I just don't see how people live like that, Multiplication tables are grade 5. It's been a long time. I don't remember, but thanks for tuning in on that, Brett, to clear that up. But I kind of wish this guy, if he really is from India, would come back a little bit of a fill me in on what they're doing with the Ganges, however you want to pronounce it. Fish are dead. People bathe in it. They recreate in it. They wash their clothes in it. They shit in it, which is horrible, man. What's worse? Bangladesh worse? I don't know. It's both bad, and Bangladesh is terrible too. I still call that part of India. I don't care what you say. To me, it's part of India. Maybe it was at one time. I don't know. But Bangladesh is just as bad. Don't have to be there to know it. I see enough online. Don't even have to live there. Well, I don't know. He's not getting back to me. So anyway, I posed a question. I was hoping he would answer it. But I could always find out and go to ChatGPT and find out all the information I need, really, if I don't get an answer back from him. But since he's supposedly directly from India, I guess he would be the guy to give me the real skinny on what's actually going on with that river. Too much of this is happening all over the place, man. You watch these sci-fi movies, which I watch a lot of them. Every disaster or possible... Oh, by the way, speaking of, didn't Trump saying that he's going to give out information about, ETs and all that stuff, whether or not, supposedly in his speech, he's going to be supposedly talking about that? I'd love to hear that. Obama already said, and you heard that recently, he already said, when posed a question by an interviewer, he said that yes, there are aliens, but he has never seen them. he wasn't privy to that. I'll believe Obama. I won't believe Trump. That's for damn sure. Heidi's update is, well, we got time then. Heidi's update is in 20 minutes. I don't know what to say about Heidi. You do what you want to do, donate. I mean, I did. Whether the trolls say I did or not, don't matter. Topic is rude people and trolls. And she's going to be speaking on there? Doesn't she have enough problems to raise her cortisol level? This is where I'm scratching my head. She's under, a condition, going to suffer from congestive heart failure, and she's going to come on a show herself and raise her cortisol levels talking about rude trolls. That's why I'm scratching my head. Should I have made a donation or not? I mean, I'm just, it's like when I gave Barry, of all people, $20 toward his teeth that time. I regret it. Helping him out at all. And he didn't use it for such, I don't know if I made a mistake or not, Maybe I did. I don't know. If she's that gung-ho with her condition to come back on and still do more shows, come on, man. Or they're going to try to push their GoFundMe campaign. Isn't that what it's really all about? I'm kind of midway with her now, as I think about it. What to believe. I know she has health problems. I mean, that's obvious. How bad is she just kind of riding, is she just kind of pushing the envelope with this to get money? I don't know. I'm starting to think. I'll know from her coming up show in 20 minutes. I'll figure it out. I believe she's having health problems, but I don't know. Is she just pushing this GoFundMe thing? Default's crying on camera when she was talking with, what's his name, Ian? Didn't sound real to me. Now, I know a real cry or not. A forced kind of cry or a forced laugh or whatever. Thumbnail image has her at home. She is out of hospital. She hasn't been in the hospital except for some tests. Isn't that right? She's home. Isn't she supposed to be getting medical treatment? I mean, if you have something as serious as she has, shouldn't she be in a fucking hospital? Shouldn't she? 17 watching, 17 thumbs up. Okay. Shouldn't she be in a hospital? No, because it costs a lot to stay in a hospital. Unless they're going to do a procedure. But shouldn't she be monitored? I know, I understand the financial part. You can't stay in a hospital all the time. It can cost you thousands and thousands of pesos. I understand that. I don't know. If I was in her condition, I wouldn't want to be far from a hospital. I'll tell you that. Hell no. Yeah, she's worried. But like I said in my other broadcast, I've said, she should have took care of some conditions before she moved here. I still feel that way. If anybody out there who had pre-existing conditions decided to move here to the Philippines, there's no excuse for that. Take care of it. I had some things done before I actually moved out here. As I said, I made sure I had my colonoscopy, endoscopy. I took some, inoculations like hepatitis and pneumonia and all that kind of shit, flu shot. So I kind of prepared myself a little bit. Oh, now you gotta look at the clock. The big countdown for Heidi. See what they have to say. I'll get off here so you guys could go make your popcorn, drink your beer, or go take a shit or piss so you can get ready for her show. I've talked enough here for a couple of hours. It's enough. So here she has to say, make your own assessment from her show. Just like the State of the Union address with Trump, I haven't followed up on that. Boy, he's going to be under the gun, that's for sure. Will I be on the chat? I think I'm blocked on there. I've made a lot of comments on her show, and George or her never reactive to that. They must have blocked me along the line somewhere. I've tried making comments on her show, but they never acknowledge me, so I don't think, even though I may see my own comment, the way it works on here, if you don't understand that, you could see your own comment but it doesn't mean that she's going to see it, because if you're blocked, you'll still see your comment posted there. Maybe others could see it and she can't, but she wouldn't see my comment if I'm blocked. Okay, now's the time she's going to do her show to see whether we believe her or not, or whether there's missing information, or she's making things sound worse than they really are to collect money on her GoFundMe. I don't know. You make your best of it. I'll do my job of making my own assessment. I think there might be some exaggeration of some stuff on there. The forced crying is what got me. I still have it. It's on there. To me, it sounds like forced crying. People are sending me, some people that care, they're sending me donations. Then the voice goes right back into normal track. No, when you're really crying, your voice is not going to go back into normal track 2 seconds later, like you weren't crying at all. No, that's not the way it works. That's why that was a phony cry. That was a phony cry, a forced cry. Just like somebody does a phony laugh. Like I could say, and I do. It's forced. It's not coming from my belly. We all do it. We laugh as an expression, but it doesn't mean that something was that funny that physiologically it forced you to laugh. That's not how it works with most of us. You laugh as an expression to something. Like I'll say, yeah, yeah. That's a forced laugh. It's not a real laugh. But believe me, I've had real belly laughs on here that came from the belly on certain people. All right, I'm going to get off here so you guys can go take your piss, drink your beer, take your meds, whatever you need to do for the Gay Law show of Heide and George for the update. Now, if you cruel people out there have a little bit of heart, if it's even possible, because there is no doubt she is having problems with her obesity or lupus, all that shit. That's real. You could have a little bit of heart. But if you don't believe what she's saying, then you don't believe. But just read between the lines, make your own assessment of what she has to say, and go from there. Oh boy. Hello, folks. I was listening to Heidi's channel, barely falling asleep, literally. Phone, my hand was losing grip of the phone. I had listened that long. I had no energy to even switch to another whatever on YouTube. I had no energy. She literally had me nodding out. And for a person with the lung problems and this and that, boy, she has a set of pipes well beyond mine. I'll tell you that. I don't know. She says she doesn't have oxygen. I'll tell you what, man, I smoke, and I'll tell you what, I don't have let me tell you, she don't smoke, I should say, and she has probably better oxygen than I do. I'd like to put her on this little digital device I got here for the measurement of oxygen. For somebody who is suffering all that, I'm still not going to say that she's not having health problems, because I know she is, but here's the thing that just got me. It's a Freudian slip, or whatever you want to call it. Oh, she's humbled that people are sending her money and this and that. Okay. But then she gets to the point where she's, you mind me cover the screen for a little bit here so I don't have to hold it up in the air. Well, we're thinking of getting another air conditioner and putting it, upstairs or whatever. And then she starts talking about a hospital bed. No, wait a minute. She's got this immediate need for operation. Then she starts talking about, okay, well, a part of her And this is the important part, besides saying she needs an air conditioner, a hospital bed, in between me, literally falling asleep. Believe me, you could ask Gilda right here. I listened to her whole broadcast up until a little while ago, till I got on here. I mean, the phone kept on falling out of my hand. I'm not lying. She's witnessed. The phone kept on falling. I was holding it, and I lost grip of the phone because I was nodding out. I was in a state of half awake. I didn't leave the bed for over an hour unless I had to take a piss. I was listening to her show, absolutely. And I heard enough. I had to get, I don't know, she's probably still on. She got a set of pipes for somebody with lung damage from her situations or whatever. I don't know, man. But then, here's the thing that got me too. What got me too was, she's saying, this is the one that got me even more than the air conditioner and buying a hospital bed with your money. Is that I was just thinking of, better yet, just get palliative care at home, hire a nurse, and not go for the opera. Wait a minute, this funding is supposed to get for her surgery and everything else, but she's talking about just, fighting it out at home and have home care and hiring a nurse and because I'm afraid to go for an operation, I'm afraid to go under the knife, I'm afraid of this and that. And that's when my mind started thinking. I said, wait a minute here, wait a minute. Something ain't right here. Maybe she does have some problems, but nothing that particularly needs surgery? Have anybody thought about that? Am I the only one that could figure this out? Or I might be wrong. Okay, look, I might be wrong. I'm just speaking out loud is what I'm thinking for what's on my mind. And I certainly could be wrong. So if something does happen, then I'm wrong, but this was kind of like just pops in my head. I'm trying to get my energy back. I swear to God, I didn't leave the bed hardly. Because I was so weak to leave the bed because I was like half asleep, half awake. And Gilda's my witness. She's right on the side of me too. She's my witness. I was half awake. I'm listening to the whole damn show. She had to listen to it too because I had it on. I'm surprised she didn't fall asleep. But she still had a lot of wind for somebody that says that she's not getting enough oxygen and stuff. So more wind than I got. A lot more wind than I have. But when she started talking about, I'm beginning to think, is this the direction that it's going? People are sending her money, and I was, stupid enough, and maybe not, but where she's talking about, well, maybe I just won't even go in. I was thinking about talking to George about this, that maybe I'm not just going to go in, because I'm afraid. It was like a forced cry again. There's that forced cry. See, I notice these things. Maybe you guys don't, but I notice these things. I'm pretty good at reading between the lines. For the most part, I'd say I'm pretty good. Not all the time, but for the most part. Then, it changes direction, where, all of a sudden, well, this money, people donating for her so she can get the surgery she needs and maybe get stabilized and go back to America and get treated from there on, where she could use her Medicare. All right, that makes sense, right? Yeah, that would make sense. But the way she's talking is that, well, maybe I won't. I'm afraid. I'm afraid to go in because I know that I don't. Okay, that was a forced cry. Man, come on, man, that was a forced cry. If I've ever heard. Believe me, I could go back to the video where she's forced crying, and I could play it to Gilda, and I could ask her, do you think that's a forced cry, or is that real? I think I know what she's going to say. Not putting thoughts in her head. I mean, she's listening to me right. She's right here. My lovely Gilda's right here. Did I say lovely? Yes. Okay, so I'm beginning, and I hope I'm wrong. Because sometimes I do hope I'm wrong. I hate being right all the time. But sometimes I hope I'm wrong. With certain situations, I hope I'm wrong. But when I started to listen to her more and more, she says she needs an AC. We're thinking about, she got a life-threatening illness. Oh, we're thinking about another AC to put in the other room. We're getting a hospital bed, and Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. You have more immediate needs than buying another air conditioner. And, oh, come on. This is where I'm starting to think different. This is where I'm starting. And you can share this video with anybody you want. You know, share it with her if you have to. This is when I'm beginning to think that something is just not totally kosher here. Maybe partially kosher, but not all the way kosher. Because if you've got a life-threatening illness, you're going to want to go to the hospital and get... And you know what? They don't... Oh, they got to have my chest cut open. I don't know. They're doing a lot of things laparoscopically these days. It may be very non-invasive or partially invasive. You know? They can do that these days. All kinds of surgery. Non-invasive. I mean, they can go in laparoscopically. May not require opening up her chest that she's so worried about. But I started to take a turn. She started off with the AC thing and then the hospital bed, where she started talking about, this is a person who's worried about her life, but now she's thinking about just getting palliative care at home. If she has to die at home, but I don't want to put myself through an operation. This is why people are donating in the first place. Because people want to see her get well, right? That's why they're being generous. For the purpose of trying to correct the problem, to give her a chance at life. Okay? To give her a chance at life. But then when she's talking about, you know, not going to the hospital, thinking about it, I don't want to get opened up on the table, I'm afraid, and starts the phony cry, forced cry. Now, I'm scratching my head more, not for dandruff. I'm scratching my head thinking, that is everything she talking about true? Did we like catch her with a slip down? Like, oh yeah, well, we're thinking of buying another air conditioner. Hey, you're hurting to get an operation. You're looking for donations. George put this up there. And people encouraged her to have her operation, whatever she needs to get done. Right? Now she's veering off in a whole different direction. God, I almost feel like the phone falling out of my hand right now because I hold it up in front of me. Yeah, I guess I put my thumb on it because, you know, at times I don't feel like being on camera. Maybe I should get a piece of tape and put the fucking thing on it like I used to do with my laptop. I put a dirty sock, as they used to say. Maybe when I got adventurous, I put a dirty piece of underwear. Why not? Well, the phone's too small for a dirty sock. It would cover my whole phone. But a point being made that when I started listening to her as the show progressed, and I'll be honest with you, I couldn't believe I listened to that much of her show. But I was honestly too weak to turn her off because I was like half asleep, almost like paralyzed with my hands. My phone kept on falling out until I let it just lay on the bed and I just listened from there instead of trying to hold the phone. Hold the phone, they say. We'll be right back, you know. But all this talk about it, wanting to get an air conditioner and a hospital bed. Oh, so wait, but we're supposed to be paying for her expenses to make her more comfortable with an air conditioner, have a hospital bed. Wait, I thought it was about an operation. I thought it was about treatment. I don't know what you thought it was about. I thought it was about treatment. Isn't that what it's for, these donations? I don't know what to say, folks. Follow your heart and do what you think is right. If you want to just help her out for whatever, you know, even though the money may not go to an operation, that's up to you. My intent was help her out for an operation, you know, what the intent was that she needs to get surgery. And all this time, we're thinking her life is hanging on a thread. I mean, come on, man. Are we being bamboozled here? Is she that good of a fucking liar? But she ain't that good because she's slipping up. Something's not right. And when I surmise it, you know I'm right. Because I have been right about a lot of things on here. And I'm surmising that half her story is true, and I'm surmising that half of the story is not true, at least to the extent that she gives us on her condition. She might be on statins, probably was anyway, to control the, the plaque in her arteries and stuff in her heart. No doubt she has to be on statins. There'll be no doubt about that. But then statins also make you feel uncomfortable too, where you get muscle aches and everything else too. There's always side effects, especially with statins. My brother used to be on them, so I know. I've never taken any statins. But I was listening to the show, and there was some discrepancy. There was definitely... It started with the AC in the bed, but then prior to that, actually, she was talking about, I really don't want to go in the hospital. She starts crying, forceful or not, real crying. I don't know, you figure it out. But she seems to be able to turn it on like a light switch, on and off the crying situation. Am I wrong about this? And you could jump on my ass later on? I don't know. You do what you want to do. I'm just kind of speaking my mind. I'm thinking, I'm speaking out loud, but my mind is thinking about this. Look, I got my own set of problems. We all do. I'm not going to make my life about Heidi, but I will speak up when I think something doesn't seem, who's singing, kosher, or something doesn't seem kosher to me. It just got me at that point where, I don't know, me and George are talking, I don't know if I even want to go in the hospital to have any operation. That's the whole idea of your funding, Heidi, for treatment, for doctors, for ongoing treatment, for the hospitalization, and maybe to get you, stable enough to be able to take that plane. A lot of people be willing to donate money for your plane ride to go to the United States and take care of the rest of the problem there, at least to get you stabilized. I'm all for that. Hey, I'll raise the sign. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. What is he singing? Sorry about that bad singing in the background, one of her son. Happy kids, happy life, right? No kids are going to sing if they're unhappy. Hint, hint. But I got to subject myself to it to sing. At least she's not crying. At least she's not crying. What time we got? Oh, it's still there. Not even at lunchtime. You make your own evaluations from this, but I just thought I'd talk out loud to you what was on my brain after listening to her show. Is she still on? I don't even know. I had to get off. I had to build up some energy, get my blood flowing, and prevent myself from going into seems like a drunken stupor of energy. Listening to her show was like listening to Fazio's show. I was like literally falling asleep. Really, the phone was falling out of my hand. That bad. And boy, she got a set of pipes for somebody that supposedly she's not getting the oxygen level. How does she do it? Come on, I want you to think about this shit, folks. Am I being real or not? Am I just making this shit up? She got a set of pipes there. I mean, I do, but not like her. And I shouldn't have a set of pipes that great because I do smoke. She don't smoke. I do pretty good, but man, she's got me beat. I'll tell you that, for someone who is suffering some kind of an oxygen deprivation type of certain percentile. Maybe listen to him for a second. Oh gosh, karaoke in the house without the machine, yeah. That's all right. He's happy, means he's happy. Happy child, happy life. Even my dog had to come in the room to get away with this sound. Oh, Sal, you are overdue for a bath. Maybe today if I got the energy. But listening to Heidi took all my energy out. It took all my energy away. Take my breath away. Take my breath away. Sure got a lot of breath for somebody with this problemo. All right, man. I'm not going to bore you anymore. I got to get energized here. I'm not going to be able to face the rest of the day. You know how it is. I got parties to go to and people to see and places to go. You know, the life of a foreigner in the Philippines, a retired foreigner. I got lots of things to do. Oh, yeah, people are waiting for me. I got appointments, places to go, things to buy. The active life of a monster, right? Ah, boy. So she takes my breath away. Just listening to her. To think I was generous. I'm never doing this again. I'm never doing this again. Not going to happen. But you wait and see. Wait and see. See if I was right. You know what? Listen, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong in a sense. I don't want something bad to happen, but I hope I'm wrong that I have suspicions about her wanting to use that money for other things, for her own comfort level in the house with an AC in a hospital bed because she has trouble sleeping and it's more adjustable. I'm hoping, I'm not praying because I'm not religious, but I am hoping that I'm wrong, that she isn't using a GoFundMe, a GoToFundMe with two different companies or something, I don't know. That she's not using that for her own self needs and, other than the medical for an operation. I'm thinking, I'm having some thoughts. I'm not 100% on this, so mark my words. So, you don't jump on me later on, and you will. I'm hoping that she doesn't need an operation. In a way, I hope she is lying. For her sake, I hope she doesn't need an operation. But please, don't tell people that she's got to get, surgery for valves or congestive heart failure if she's not really needing that. Then I will be pissed off. Well, I'm not going to yell and scream or nothing, but, she will definitely hurt her reputation on here as a vlogger and as a human, period. We know she has health problems. Just look at her. We know that. So she's not lying about some things. Absolutely not. Believe her. But the rest of the story, maybe it's built up a little bit. Maybe they're having a little financial problem. They have some needs. They need to get another air conditioner, like she said, a hospital bed that'll make her comfortable. So she sleep properly. It'll be adjustable. Sure, that's great. Everybody like to have a hospital. Not me, really. I hate hospital beds. Even if I need one at home here, I'll find a way of adjusting my bed, prop the fucking mattress up if I need to. Prop the back where my feet go, prop it up with something if I need to elevate my legs. I don't want to be in no fucking hospital bed, man. I hate them. Because it means you're sick if you're in a hospital bed. And I don't want to be sick. Okay, I bet she's still going, isn't she? That's why I don't have a little crowd on here, but just getting the word out how I feel, and I hope I'm very wrong. Yes, there are times that I actually hope I'm wrong about somebody. Really, I do. I hope I'm wrong about certain people, but I'm usually pretty right. But I might be proving myself wrong here by assuming that she's getting this fund just to get other needs. But what got me the most thing wasn't buying an air conditioner in a hospital bed. What got me to narrow it down is that she's trying to supposedly talk herself out of having any operation to potentially help her problem. Because if you don't take care of, she's worried about dying in the hospital, but if you don't get an operation, you could die. So is there something not right about this picture? Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. Well, nobody's talking, so you can't tell me, but all right, I got to get off, and I'm hungry early. I got to search for something to eat around this fucking house. Because we haven't gone shopping. God damn it, I almost want to get something from a restaurant or something. Even if it's fucking chicken parmesan, I don't care. I'm in the mood for fucking blueberry pie. This company on my feed, they're in Cebu, they're a pie company. And they make blueberry pies, all kinds of different stuff. I said, don't show that to me. Because first of all, I'm out of blueberries. She came back from Cebu, Gilda. And she couldn't find any blueberries. I said, oh my God. All I have is blueberry jam here. Guess that'll have to do. God, now I'm in the mood for pancakes with blueberry jam. Am I crazy? Talk about something, now I'm interested in having it. All right, so put your mind to in the thinking process. Do you feel that Heidi is kind of like partially bullshitting everybody? I mean, were you listening to her broadcast? If you were, you could make your own assessment. But the red flag went up on a couple of parts of her show from the beginning to midpoint, where she started talking about the air conditioner bed, but especially the thing about not wanting to have an operation. She's afraid of it. I don't know, guys. I follow my instinct, you know, and I'm actually hoping. I don't usually hope that I'm wrong for anybody. I'm hoping I'm wrong with this one, my own assessment of this. I'm hoping I'm wrong. If not, just like, you know, get attacked by everybody. Say, well, Frank, see, right away you came to some assumption or conclusion that she was bullshitting about all this and she really had a problem. She really needed an operation. Okay, if she does, you know, get the operation. I'm all for it. Did my part. Go get it. Help yourself. Jiminy Cricket. Jiminy Cricket. She's doing this just to get a new bed. Well, an air conditioner too. But I guess you weren't listening to my whole show unless you were listening to hers. And she did mention about an air conditioner because upstairs, because that's why to go downstairs. And how the fuck would she get upstairs anyway? She ain't got the oxygen to get herself with her weight to go upstairs. Why would she need to go? See, I catch these things. Maybe you guys, it's just not that attentive to some of these things that I am. Maybe you're not. But I am attentive to these little details. I don't know. There's so much chicanery. There's so much scamming that goes. And did you hear what I said earlier? I said, I want to be wrong. I want to be proved wrong. It's okay in this time, this incident, to be proved wrong, and I'll accept it. I'll accept being wrong. I'm not right all the time, but I just follow my own instincts. You can do whatever you want with yourself. You can believe what you want, but I'm seeing something that ain't right here. I'm just gonna blurt it out. Something that ain't fucking right. And yes, this is the time I wish to be wrong. Intuitive. I'm a lot of things. I'm called an asshole. I'm called a lot of fucking things. I'm even called a liar. Which I'm not. Sound like a little kid. I'm not. I guarantee you I'm not a liar. You know? I'm actually really not. I'm actually not. It's like, you know, liar. Do you remember Jim Carrey, that movie where he couldn't help it but tell the truth all the time? No. What was it there? Yeah. And he would say things that were really rude in front of people, but he was telling the truth, right? He just couldn't help it. Or how did that work in that movie? It's been a long time. He was doing a lot of lies, that's why it was called Liar. Yeah. It's just kind of hard. It's easy for people to lie. It's real not easy for me to lie. Because I feel, this is just me. I feel guilty if I lie about something. Because if I'm lying to somebody about something, I'm also lying to myself. I mean, that's, you know, it's my way of seeing the world. It may not be yours, but it's mine. So if I say something on my show, believe me when I tell you it's been researched to a point. It really has. It really has. And it's from information I hear and see. That's where it all derives from. That's where it comes from. So generally speaking, I don't generally lie on my show. Oh, except to say I was in God all the way back to the Machton thing or something. Or maybe when I had choreographed some stuff, yeah, I guess that's a lie. Yeah, I have lied. When I choreographed something, in fact, the Shine 'em Up Gilda show, that was my best show ever. There was the thing about the tree and being in Mactan when I was really in Hawaii. All right, I guess that's technically it's a lie. I choreographed it to get, you know, some response to that I knew I was going to get. All right, that's, well, I call it fibbing. Fibbing. That was basically fibbing. No doubt and out lie. I call it fibbing. But for the most part, unless I'm choreographing something, I'm telling the truth. Can I tell you I'm 100% health? I can't, because although my health is good, I do have ailments, you know, of some sort. Sometimes I get aches and pains with muscles. I do have Barrett's esophagus. It's not cancerous or nothing, but I do got a hiatal hernia. I'm not a specimen of perfect health. No, I'm not. I could lie about that too. I don't have to say I got a hiatal hernia. You know, it's up in your chest, you know, in your esophagus. I used to have GERD. I don't think I've had it for years. But then again, it's also silent. You don't have to feel bile coming up in your fucking throat overnight. That happened to me a few times. Where like you're throwing up in your fucking sleep and we get woke. That's happened to me. I lived in Hawaii a couple of times. So I'm not what you call a perfect specimen of health. But compared to some people, yeah, it would seem to be that way. But it's really not. There's always some ailment that we all have. I got allergies. Oh God, the floor is wet. I didn't know you mopped it. Somebody did. You mopped it, or she mopped it? Okay. I didn't realize the floor was wet. I could have slipped on this. I would have liked to have known beforehand. Now I gotta go search around for some fucking food. Like I said, things are not defrosted. What am I gonna have? Fucking noodles. I didn't know you were mopping the floor. Should have warned me. You don't want me to break my hip, do you, this old man? Sometimes you gotta tell me ahead of time, so I can put some slippers on or something. All right, I'm heading to bed for another second. We'll finish this off in a little bit here while she's mopping the floors here. Zing is to get a new bed. Well, okay, why don't I just say, we'll see. Play it out. By the way, is she still doing a live? I also said, too, man, she got a set of pipes. Hey, I could talk up a storm, as you guys know. I mean, I could go for long walks and not really breathe hard. And I usually wear my watch. I come home, I have my little SO2 digital on the finger monitor to measure my SO2 and to measure I do that routinely. It's just my own personal test. Hello. Are you a subscriber? I don't know. Never heard of you. Okay, well, welcome anyway. But, yeah, you know, I went out for a brisk walk the other day and I put it on video. And I walk very briskly. And most of you are familiar with my age. I hate to talk about my age older. Fuck my age. But nevertheless, I'm not a teenager anymore, okay? I went out for a brisk walk to take a walk. Okay, and people saw my speed. I walk faster. What they say about your general health is a couple of things. If you could stand on one leg and keep balance for 10 or 20 seconds, do it with the other foot, you're in pretty good shape. If you could walk a brisk walk and not be like really out of breath, because you'd be able to hear it on my phone. You can't hide it. If I was breathing hard, you would have heard it, right? I wasn't breathing hard. That's a good sign. Doesn't mean like it's going to be like that forever, because I have a nasty habit, but Knock on wood. Where's wood? Okay. But not too bad for an old timer, right? Okay, you know, this thing about age, I'm going to try to eradicate about this thing about age on here with me. I don't need to remind myself that I'm getting older. So you, we're all in the same club, every single one of you, trolls and all in the same fucking club. All the same club. But talking about age actually ages you. It makes you older. There's even times on my birthday, they would always have a cake and everything else, and there were times that, and I do it for them really. They want to feel they want to celebrate. That, you know, I have a friend named Mark, old friend anyways, he's living in Florida now. I'd ask him what his age is, he'd have to think, oh, I don't know. I don't really think about my age. I don't think about my birthday. I don't. Maybe it's a good way of thinking about it. Just be, you know, rejoice that you're here to talk about it, or you're here the next day, wake up in the morning. It's when you start dwelling on your age, that's when you actually age. I truly believe that. I'm going to try not to talk about age shit on here. Why don't you just say that I qualify as a senior? How's that? Call me a senior citizen. How's that? That has a better ring to it. Let's just say I'm not a young man anymore. I'm an older man. I like that better too. I'm an older man. I'll take that. But I don't want to dwell on my age all the time. Not because I'm trying to escape the reality of my age. I can't escape that. But I hate talking about age all the time. Oh, you can't do this because you're that age. You can't do this. You can't do that. Tell you what, you'd be surprised some of the things I could do. In fact, I even surprise myself sometimes. I actually do. I surprise my girlfriend sometimes too, the things I can do. And I'm talking about everything. Where I get this energy, when I'm energized, I'm like that ever-ready Energizer bunny. Wind me up, whatever, put the battery in, watch me go, whatever. I got a ton of energy. But there are times that I absolutely crash. Because certain things catch up with me, like I take a med at night that remains in my system the next day. It's always in my system because I take this med every fucking night. It's always in my system. It's probably why I nod out a lot if I'm just not stimulated with something. More than likely. In fact, that's probably what it is. And forbid, and I haven't taken antihistamines in a long time. I got an allergy. My allergy's been, I mean, you'll hear me sneezing. I get the post-nasal drip, and I have to, I don't even do a lot of that anymore, do I? Do you hear me like Barry coughing up my lungs on here? You don't hear that much, do you? Well, you don't hear me coughing up my lungs anyway. All I got is a little post-nasal drip that makes me clear my throat. And you've been listening to me, and you know I'm telling the truth. Do you hear me going into these big old coughing spasms and spitting up mucus? No, even with my allergy, it's been pretty good. I say it's been really good. And thank goodness for small miracles. I'm thankful for the good things going on with me. But I'm respectful to the things that I don't find are good. You know, I mean, I take it at heart, I really do. I mean, there's things that need to change, obviously, and, you know, it's not up to you, it's up to me. If you want to make any changes in your life, it's you that has to make the changes. You can't expect somebody to do it for you. It just doesn't work that way in real life. You know, you don't want to smoke, stop smoking, right? You don't want to drink, you become an alcoholic, stop drinking. But of course, it's easier said than done when that's been part of your life for a long time, right? Makes sense? Of course. But anyway, moving on here, you guys come up to your own conclusions. There's so much lying that goes on YouTube here. I find myself finding it hard to listen to some people on here. But you know what I used to do with Fazio? I made the mistake of deciding to listen to his show. Combination of his voice and his timing and his speech, his pattern, that literally used to knock me out. So from that point on, if I was going to listen to Michael Fazio, it would be in little drips and drabs. If the show was already on, I could go back to it and I could pull it up and just listen to, you know, any area of that show he put on, swipe through it a little bit, you know, scroll, and that would be okay. But to listen to a whole show with someone like Michael Fazio was nearly impossible for me to do. I've never actually listened to a whole show of Fazio's unless it was a short show, and it never really was. I'll fall asleep doing my own show here if I'm on long. I did a 2-hour plus show. I've been doing that sometimes when I got some dialogue going on. Like when I don't got a lot of dialogue going on, it'll knock me out like it is right now, which is telling me it's time to get off. I gotta figure something out to eat for lunch soon, and I need to energize myself, and I need to hydrate too. I need to drink a lot more water. I was laying around listening to fucking Heide for over an hour or something. I didn't drink any water or nothing. I hardly moved from the bed. I was too tired. What do you need? Oh,
In the kitchen.
what's that for?
Kitchen.
The kitchen? What, on the folding table?
No. I mean, curtains ba? Kitchen.
Oh, did you clean the other set of curtains?
Yeah, but this one, it's so long.
No, no, you can't use that for the kitchen. That'll look gaudy anyway.
Huh?
That's too gaudy looking.
Good, di ba? It's nice. Gani curtains?
Yeah, look, it's all wrinkled up.
Hala, na-check pa lang eh. After you put there, you saw
Okay.
iron.
Okay.
But it's so long, I said.
Yeah. No, God, I mean, put together some money to buy a little curtain shit. I like the blue curtain. I like the color. But I know it was starting to fall apart a little bit, wasn't it? Or stained. There's my 13 in here. I could always count on my 13 on here. All right, so why don't I just kind of wrap this up and say, I don't know, you should make your own evaluation of these vloggers, such as Heidi. And do you think she's telling the whole truth about everything that's going on with her health? Okay, we have established, yes, that she got health problems, but how bad are they really? Sounds real to me, George came out with those figures on there, 90 mm/HG, which is basically having to do with the blood and pressure to the heart, or whether the blood is flowing properly. Sounds real to me. I looked it up. And maybe this is my interpretation of what I'm actually hearing on here. As I said, I could be wrong. But when they start talking about air conditioners and stuff like that, and not going to the hospital for an operation when your life is on a thread, that she's emphasizing very strongly to us that she needs this money because she can't afford it. She can't afford the operations. And she's starting to talk about some other stuff to buy. I'm sorry, but that's where I put my 2 cents in. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave you to be, so you don't have to listen to me any longer than you have to. Might be excruciating to some people, but sometimes it gets excruciating to me to do a long show and be long-winded. I'm really surprised I got the lungs to be long-winded on a show. And I'm more surprised that her having this oxygenation problem, that she could be so long-winded with all the...
I can't deny the fact that you like me. Right now, you like me.
Hey, well, another vlogger in the Philippines disappears, gone, passed away. Ian in the Philippines. The name of the show was Ian in the Philippines, and I guess he's been on for a while. I'm not sure what the cause of death was, but I know he was just days before having argument with, British expat in the Philippines. I guess they were on edge with each other on that. I don't know what caused his death. So that's Ian, that's IAN. In the Philippines was his name. And I just learned of that because somebody else, I can't even remember his name, just did a little tribute to him. And that was a good friend of his. It seems that people that are passing away have one thing in common. Well, they're on YouTube and, well, they're retired, retirement age. And as time passes by, people's bodies change, they have medical problems and so forth. And it's not uncommon to hear that maybe your favorite vlogger passed away, became ill, or maybe for a long time they've been suffering health conditions. And I don't know if YouTube has ever helped these people out in the sense that causing them more stress. I don't know what to say about that. You could probably contribute to that. It probably does, but yeah, that's an outlet for a lot of retirees. Yeah, right here on YouTube, obviously. I'm on here, a lot of other people are on here. It's an outlet for a lot of us, actually, for different reasons. Some people are very lonely, they have all their reasons. I don't have to go into that. There's too many reasons why people come on here, you know. So people pay the price of their age, they pay the price of their health. So it's Ian, IAN in the Philippines. You might see, there's another bald-headed guy. I don't know who he is. Was paying tribute about him. That's how I learned it. The guy was just active a couple of days ago on a show, actually. And he just died either today or yesterday or something. I've heard his name, but I don't believe I've seen him. I'm trying to recall, but I've heard his name being passed around a few times, and basically, in all honesty, I'm kind of unfamiliar to his work on here, and if he was a really good guy, and I guess a lot of people thought he was. Everybody has their own opinion, I guess. But yeah, they're dropping like flies. But you know, you have to understand something that, as I said, a lot of these retirees, well, they're retirement age, and you know, some people keep up their health, some people don't. Some people have been living with their illnesses for a long time, dykes for the hearts. You know, some people have been living with this, and they don't always tell you all the details that their health is out of control. Some people are very open and honest about their health and concerns, and like Heide and other people, they discuss it online, and people are aware that they've had a health problem. Not everybody gets really that personal. But some people actually do, so you're usually well aware that somebody's actually had a real problem. Well, Ian in the Philippines is one of them, so hello, Reyes Osaki. Please subscribe if you haven't, and you'll understand what my show is all about. Just go through some of the material I have on here. Not aware of his health conditions and whether he was, I don't really know, and I don't know how he passed out, if it was a heart attack, which usually it is, or some other reason on there, you know. Hello, Juliana, Michelle Malanguis. Hello, welcome to my channel. Try to get some more subscribers in here, so please subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you very much. I talk about a whole lot of stuff on here. Okay. I'm not into Roblox. You two, I hope you are having a good day for you too. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to do. I'm alive, and I'm talking about somebody who just died, so I guess I'm having a good day because I'm still here. And I am of retirement age and above, so yeah, I'm grateful. I'm here to be able to even do this show. Oh, I'm just talking about a YouTuber that just passed away. His name was Ian, IAN, in the Philippines. Mr. Osaki here. I don't know, you sound like a creep here with all your little symbols there. I'm sorry, I generally don't put up with shit like that on here. I don't know. I might have to say goodbye to you. Save the time and trouble. Okay, here we go. Gone with the Wind. Yeah, so We have also other people on YouTube that are having serious health problems, and some that have mysteriously have not been on here for a while. And you know how it is on YouTube, everybody's going to speculate and think the worst. Well, it could be just something with thanks for the smiley faces. They're going to just think, well, they just need a break. Sometimes you do need a break on here. Does it mean that there's something wrong with them? I mean, it doesn't mean they don't have pre-existing conditions, but it doesn't mean that they passed away, you know. Sometimes you just want to get off for a while and give it a break and actually have something go on with your life, you know. I mean, Jesus Christ, you know. Contrary, you might seem I live on YouTube, it seems because I do a lot of shows, but I assure you there's more stuff going on in my life all the time. Some not good, some good, and so forth. Trust me on that. Some people have disabilities and you live with your disabilities. Okay, so I just wanted to announce that, yes, another vlogger, popular, I guess, in his own rights, you know, have passed away. I wish I could say I was familiar with him, like just a name. If you hold on a minute here. Sorry about that delay. So I don't know actually who's familiar with this guy. I'm sure some people are. I mean, if he's been on that long, I'm sure some of you are probably familiar with him. Yeah. People quickly, you know, speculate the worst scenario when somebody hasn't been on for a while. Well, it does go through your head. Look, when I was off for a while, they had all kinds of thoughts, not always nice thoughts. But I came back on, I'm still here. So, Ian in the Philippines. Hello, Cristiano. There's nothing wrong with your camera, by the way. I'm just not on camera myself at the moment. Just to beat you to the punch, to let you know. Okay. I don't know what you want to know about me. I'm an American living in the Philippines approximately 10 years. I've been in a relationship with a Filipino for 10 years, actually. I'm residing on an island called Santa Fe, located in the Bantayan Islands, a lovely place. That's a little history on me, just to let you know who you're talking to and where the hell I am. I'll save you the trouble of asking. Not that you asked, not that you were going to ask, but hey, what the hell? I'm ahead of the game. So, I don't know, I should formulate a list of the people who have passed away on here. And maybe even their ages would help. And if it gives you a scenario of what perhaps could be the problems, why they died, they had sicknesses, pre-existing illnesses, or somebody just decided they didn't like him and broke their fucking skull with a bat. I mean, anything could happen, but I'm not saying that never happens. I'm sure it does. It's usually from natural causes, generally. Yeah. You know, they weren't smart enough to get things done before they moved to the Philippines. That's part of the problem, too. Don't move out here unless you got all that medical coverage back in the U.S. if that's where you're from. You know, you got Medicare and all that stuff. I mean, you should take care of your problems for you. Decide actually to move here. It's just, you know, it's an obvious statement that makes a lot of sense, you know. All right. Unfortunately, I know the guy. I have heard of his name. There's a lot of bald-headed older guys on here that I just can't piece them together and remember all they were unless I actually listen to their channel all the time and have that familiarity with them. I'm not familiar with him, and I just learned this from another vlogger who was talking about his death. In fact, he just did a show several days ago. I think he was, I don't know, bitching about British expat in the Philippines. I guess him and him, they didn't get along or something. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. British expat in the Philippines. There's a guy he was arguing with. Isn't he the guy, and I always get his name. He's like 80-something years old, and he was building houses for the poor and all that stuff, but he was pocketing money. He got in trouble and all that stuff. Still has a show. He didn't have a license to a charity license, and he got into trouble for that. Almost got deported, but somehow he was saved by the bell. Is that the same guy, British expat in the Philippines? What's his name? Boy, I should know. And I used to listen to him now and then, but he was awfully boring as far as what I like to listen to. He was like, it had to be at least 82, 84 years old. No, he's not the one that died, but it's another guy, Ian. Okay, I got smiley faces. I did see you smiley face to say I love you. Yes, I do. And I don't know, maybe you're familiar with him. Well, I'm not going to make a long show. I want to watch a movie or something. I've been just doing a lot of little shits today. Besides having to listen to, earlier today, Heidi's channel. And it just went on forever. And I actually falling asleep listening to her. But anyway, I'm not going to repeat about my thoughts on Heidi's broadcast today on Philippine Antics. I'm kind of out to lunch with her on what's really going on in her life and her health and all that. And, something just kind of swayed me in a negative direction as to a few things that she said on her show, quite frankly. But I don't really feel like talking about it, okay? I just came on to announce that yet another vlogger has gone. We've lost many. Not every one of them were great people. A lot of them were trolls. Not exactly welcome or liked in the community, but they had good followings, all of them pretty much. Because that's the way it is on here. The more drama, the more followers, the more hate, the more love of your channel. I mean, that's kind of quirky, but that's kind of the way it works on here. That's why I don't see 1,000 viewers. That's why you don't even see 1,000 subscribers on my channel. I've been around for a while. I've been around for 10 years. And so why don't I have 100,000 subscribers? Because I took myself off YouTube at one time and, I never regained the momentum. And I was monetized once too. But it was like a back and forth thing. Either I got struck out by somebody or I took my channel down. Yes, I should have a lot of subscribers, that's for sure. But I don't. We're only in the 300 region, so we got a long way to go if I really want to go in that direction and really give a fuck. Okay, I'm not staying on here. That's all I have to say. Just made an announcement. Another vlogger passed away. And unfortunately, more to come. As long as I'm not on that list. And there's no guarantee of that either. So, 7 sheets or 3 sheets to the wind, to the deceased. May the heavenly winds be at your back. I wouldn't give that even. I wouldn't even say that for some of the people on here, because some of you people I don't wish well at all. At least I'm honest about it. I couldn't give a fuck if you croaked or not. I know that sounds cold and cruel, but, since I'm a channel of honesty, why don't I just tell the truth? I think it's better that way. All right, that's all I want to say. Somebody passed away. All right, here's a little freebie for you guys. We've been talking about a lot of health subjects lately. It's something you guys never think of, especially as you get older. Hypotension, well, that's low blood pressure. Okay, a little hint for you. And for those that are still working, it applies to you too. You set that alarm clock and boom, you get up. Or you're in the habit of getting up every morning. Just, you whiz yourself out of bed, and you go to the bathroom, take a piss, whatever. And there's some people that black out. And why is that happening? Well, let me give you a little hint. Doesn't cost you a cent. Doesn't cost you anything. When you get up in bed in the morning, don't get up right away. Do some neck stretching in bed, move your blood, stay in bed for about 5 minutes before you actually get up. You could certainly hold your bladder for 5 minutes. I would think you probably could. Why is that so important? Well, from overnight sleeping, your blood pressure has lowered. And it takes time to build up. And if you get out of bed with low blood pressure, then you could get like a surge of your blood pressure after you do activity. But if you do this quick enough and your blood pressure is still low, I guess the best way to explain it to you is that your blood pressure is low and all your functions, your balance, and blood to your heart, it all makes a big difference. And you'll faint on the way to bed. It all happens within 15 seconds of getting out of your bed. You know how a lot of people that were in working age, you got an alarm clock set, and it's like when that alarm clock goes off, you're like, phew, some of you are out of bed. And it's probably one of the worst things you could do. People have actually dropped dead of heart attacks from this. So very simple. Dude. What the fuck? Are they butchering a pig? Oh man, yeah, they're putting a pig on a table across the way. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that pig is struggling. I can see it all the way. They're trying to hold him down. 5 people. Oh my god. Yeah, I can see him from here. Let me see if I could. Goodness gracious. It's the best I could do with magnification, no? I don't even want to know. Yeah, slitting his throat. Yeah, let me tell you something. Pigs are smart when they're going to be slaughtered. They know. I don't know. I don't know how I eat meat at all, to tell you the truth. I really don't know. Gilda or something here. Well, I guess they're slaughtering their pig over there, Gilda. That pig with the old 5 of them around the pig. Pig was screaming like hell. He probably slit his throat. No, he was just doing. You didn't hear that scream? Well, you can't hear with the TV on the fan. But it was loud and clear. Yeah, about 4 or 5 of them there. They're trying to hold that pig down. He's trying to squeal his way out of there and screaming. He knew pigs are smart. Oh, there. Okay, let me just finish what I was talking about here. Got a distraction there. Strain the blood for the. Yeah, they even eat the fucking blood too. God damn, I'm telling you something. I'm sorry, but I know, they eat meat. How do you think they're dying? They're getting killed, right? All of us that eat meat. All guilty. Well, not everybody, but a lot of us are. Some of you are vegetarians. Vegetarians. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like to scream, to be honest with you. I hate hearing that. But it's a fact of life and death. Anyway, I'm just kind of making this quick. I believe that happened to me one time. No, not the pig thing, but yeah, here's what you do, simple as that. And look, as I said, you don't have to listen to me, but especially if you're older, when you get up in the morning, now even if you have to relieve yourself overnight, you got I don't know, you got a prostate enlargement and all that shit. Okay, I get it. Okay, here's what you got to do. And as I said, it doesn't cost you a penny to listen to me. I don't know why I do this for you people, because you don't really give a fuck about me, but why do I always seemingly care about my viewers? I don't know. Don't get out of bed right away. Okay, your eyes wake up. Follow me on this. Okay, lay in bed for a while, just create a little movement. Your legs, kind of roll your head around a little bit, put your arms in the air up and down, move your legs. Do this for maybe 5 minutes on and off before you even get out of bed. This applies definitely to older people too, but younger people also, but more so I think with older people, if I got the information right. So you spend your time moving your blood so that your blood pressure gradually will go up. 5 minutes, you don't have to be there terribly long before you decide to get up, drink that glass of water. That's another thing too. Hydrate, have like a glass of water by the side of your bed because you've been dehydrating all night, and that could affect your heart too. So you're laying there, okay, you don't have to rush out of bed unless the place is on fire or something, unless your bladder's about to bust, but see how much you could hold it in. You could make it, I'm sure you can. And 5 minutes or so, just kind of move around a little bit in bed. Don't have to squirm like a pig about to be slaughtered, nothing like that. But just kind of, draining the blood. It's still in my mind here. Well, I don't hear the pig screaming no more, so he's probably dead already. Oh, God. A lot of that happens out here. It's part of a farm life, and it's just part of Filipino life out here, period. Animals are going to be slaughtered. The chickens you eat are everything. Cute little goats, suckling off their mama over here, too. They don't know they're going to be goat meat sometime. Chain of life, I guess, All right, so don't run out of bed. Lay in bed for a while. Let your blood pressure build up to its normal level. Let the normal amount of blood go to your heart. But remember, your blood pressure has lowered during your sleep cycle, okay? It's also what helps you actually relax, and your respiration goes down too to help you stay asleep because your breathing goes down. Okay, so 5 minutes, 10 minutes, if you could spare 10 minutes, it's even better. Move around, move your legs up and down, get the blood flowing, move your arms around. Even if your girlfriend thinks you're having a conniption or something, you could always explain to her what you're doing. No, I'm being real serious about this. And, I never thought about this before. I did, but it wasn't really that terribly long ago that I was discovering information about this when I actually had one of these blackout spells a while back. It's exactly what it was all about. And it's true. It happens. It happened to me. Take the time, man. Don't have to rush out of bed. Just take your time. Then you can move around. Take your piss, whatever you got to do. Drink at least an 8-ounce or more glass of water to rehydrate, because you've been sleeping all night and your body sweats. You don't see it. There's a loss of hydration overnight. And don't forget, you're fasting when you're sleeping overnight. That means you're not drinking no water. You're not eating any food. Okay? And that's why you got to do this in the morning. You don't have to eat right away. That's not necessary. I get up early, so I eat relatively early. And nothing drastic, no fatty bacon and all that shit, Don't put it around me. I might actually eat it. That's one of those things, Don't tempt me, okay? But, this is what I've been doing, and I've been doing this every morning. Also, don't do any drastic exercise the minute you get up. Jesus Christ, don't do that. Wait till your circulatory system is just, is going and flowing before you do anything, and certainly hydrate before you do any exercise or even during. Okay, and you don't have to go out of your way to exercise, nothing terribly strenuous. The simplest things in the world can actually build muscle, keep muscle, and keep your blood flowing. You don't necessarily have to lift dead weights and all that kind of shit that you see people doing. They're the ones that wind up dying of heart attacks and other injuries all the time. Well, it's good not to talk about some of the shit that we've been talking about here. But don't be surprised if we get into that in a little bit here. Probably will segue into that. So you might have even known somebody who had a heart attack or something in the morning, or injured themselves because they got so dizzy they're holding on to the bathroom sink or something, trying to hold themselves up, and then they black out. And you could hurt yourself on the way down too, I was listening to what is that guy, English guy, foreigner, expat in the Philippines, whatever, a British expat. He's about, well, I thought he was in his 80s. That's what I thought. He says he's 77. I swear the guy was in his 80s. I don't know where I got that information. He hurt himself with a fall, and now he has to contemplate whether he should go for x-rays or something, which he should, get some imaging tests. Because he's in laying in bed, and he said he was giving thought about it. Well, just it's so cheap. X-rays are so cheap. Go and see, because he said he's been feeling pain, but then it comes and goes, and maybe he's afraid to even walk right now. But let me say, when you're at that age, approaching your 80s, a lot less than that, really. The last thing you want to do is to fall. And that's where you got to work on your balance. You remember I told you about a little exercise routine to, don't hold on to anything and, kind of see what your balance is all about. Do it with either leg, stand on one leg for as long as you can. Even if you're a little wobbly, it's okay. See how long you can stand on that leg. And then go and do your other leg. Remember, don't hold on to anything. Then you can kind of graduate to closing your eyes. It's a whole different perspective and balance, and try to do it with your eyes closed, which is a little more difficult. Now, if you're in more of an elder age, if you could, that's a good indicator of your health too. Your balance is really important. So see if you can accomplish that. Can you do 10, 20 seconds on each leg? 20 seconds would be ideal. If you could do that, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And, practice that a lot. You don't think it makes a big difference, but it really does. You need your balance, because the one thing you just don't want to do, if you don't have strong bones, at an older age, I'm going to tell you, man, when you fall, you're not going to heal real quick. And you might be bedbound for a long time, man. That's why, when they say that people who break their hips can sometimes die within 12 months. Well, it doesn't sound like sensible, does it? But it really is. And I'll tell you why. Because if your hips don't heal very well, and you're trying to heal your hips, but you're still in pain. You can't walk. What happens is you become very sedentary. And of course, what happens when you're sedentary, right? You don't got good blood flow. It's bad for your heart. Do that over 12 months. Now, I'll give you another example. It's not always immediate. You're on long airplane flights, right? And you sit there. You get a long flight, 8 hours, 10 hours, whatever it might be. You can't remain stagnant in your seat for that time. You could build up blood clots. That's why what I do, I haven't flown for a long time, but if I'm on a plane, it's for my back too, really, but get up and walk in the cabin back and forth as much as you can. Get up often to do it. Now, here's the thing. Always get the aisle seat. I know you like looking out the window. You're not going to see anything in the clouds anyway, man. You're not going to see shit. Don't bother with a window seat. You may got some big old fat woman or fat guy next to you, and then you got to try to get past him, and he doesn't want to get up. I assure you, the fat guy or woman does not want to get up to accommodate you. They're going to be grouchy. And then if you want to get up all the time, they're going to start getting pissed at you. Choose an aisle seat all the time. Don't get a mid seat, especially, but don't get a window seat. That's even harder. Just get an aisle seat. All right, this way you could get up at any point you want and just freely roam around the cabin. Don't worry what the people, what it looks like. You could do a little stretching exercise while you're in the cabin. They don't give a fuck. They know what you're doing. They're not going to laugh at you. Saying this guy's been sitting down a while, his back's probably hurting, he wants to stretch his muscles. They're not going to bat an eye to you. In fact, they'll probably commend you. Yeah, good idea. I should do it too. Walk around the cabin. And do that as often as you can on a flight, because when your blood is stagnant to flow, That's how blood clots form. And guess what? It's not something that could happen right away. It could be a week or month or more down the line. All of a sudden you get a blood clot. And it all came, believe it or not, from that flight, that long flight that you were taking. It's good to know these things. These things help me out a lot. That's why I like talking. Maybe, as I think I talked about it before, I think it gives me some mental reinforcement, on what to do and not to do sometimes, and to handle things differently. For when I get up in the morning, it used to be, I wasn't sitting at the edge of the bed. I'd get up. Well, usually I'd be up. What happens is I wake up, generally, and I'm going to be laying there for a while. Yawning, moving around a little bit, just normally. So I finally get the energy to get up out of bed. And I wasn't sitting at the side of the bed, but I didn't know how to do this or anything about it. Now I know better. So you get up and sit at the side of the bed for as long as you can. Get your blood flowing like it should. Let your blood pressure gradually build up. Because as I said, the alarms go off. That's horrible, actually. If you're a working person, you're still young enough to work or whatever, don't set an audible alarm clock like that. I don't know what else you could do. I don't know. Have your dogs come and lick your face or something? I don't know. Train them to. That's the worst thing you could do, because you get up abruptly, and man, that could really do damage to your heart. Waking up abruptly like that is dangerous, man. I used to do that when I was working days. I made sure I was up a certain time. I had that alarm clock go off. It wasn't a really brash, really loud alarm clock. You don't want that. And I'm a light sleeper anyway, so it wouldn't take much to wake me up. But just don't do that if you do work. Even if you got an appointment, you want to get up in the morning, whatever you're doing in the Philippines or wherever you are, don't go by that fashion, well, I know you have some. I wake up automatically at a certain time. I don't need an alarm clock. My body is an alarm clock. I don't need an alarm clock. I get up early, which I don't want to, but it's just what it is. But now I know better. Orthostatic hypotension. Hypo meaning lower, hyper meaning higher. Orthostatic, well, it's really having to do all bodily and blood and all the functions of your body that's needing blood. But then the hypo tension just means low blood pressure, okay? Compared to hyper, which means high. And your blood pressure is lower than normal when you're first getting up out of bed. And yes, you can faint. And you could damage yourself in the process, hitting your head against, cracking your head on a bathroom sink, or going to take a shit and falling over on your head or something. Yeah. So anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. I'm not trying to win an award here for information, but I always said that I would kind of share information with you guys when something new is worth talking about. I could save you a lot of trouble, even save your life. Is it worth saving? I don't know. But the free information I give you, there's no charge. You could listen to it, throw it out the window. I don't really care, as I always say that, and I always will. When I learn something, I could have a choice whether to share it with you or just utilize it on myself, Draining the blood for dinner gone. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I couldn't even watch somebody drinking that kind of shit, drinking blood. Not directly like that, I guess anything goes out here, what they eat. If it's edible, they don't care if it's looking back at them or whatever. They'll eat it. It's called survival, It's called survival. I left my phone charged. I have not been watching this shit on TV. A little laid back today. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. And part of me don't really care. There's just too much bad information out there, whether it's on the news or on YouTube. Who's dying, who's about to die, who's needing hospitalization, who's doubtful about giving contribution to somebody who claims they need this, but they don't want to go for the operation. And I don't know. Who's telling a lie? Who's telling the truth? That's why I hear a few people talking about. I'm not giving to anybody on here because I don't believe anybody. I understand after people being scammed so much, they don't want to give to anybody, especially if they're not known to be the most truthful person on the channel. Yeah, you got to think twice about wanting to give to anybody. I think those days are going to be over now. Not that I, always do that. I have, even recently, but I'm not doing that anymore. I think it's time I need to take care of myself and mine, and that's where my energy is going to me. I'm getting older. I hate talking about age, but I am getting older. I got to think about my own health, what I eat, everything else. I got to keep my body in movement and motion. I don't have to go way out with advanced exercise routines. Just do a little resistance exercise with a little weight, 45-degree angle push-ups, even Tai Chi, which I never really got into. It's just basically body movement. Believe it or not, you can build up muscle and tone just with Tai Chi. I never got into it. I used to thought it was a yuppie thing, All these rich people, they're out in the garden in a park somewhere, and they're all doing this Tai Chi, and I used to laugh at that. I actually did. It was new age stuff, right? Just a bunch of new age mumble jumbo, but it actually isn't. Guess what? It really isn't. It helps you with blood flow and balance and positiveness and all that shit. I mean, relaxes you. At the same time, it actually works all your different muscles. No shit. You may want to consider Tai Chi. I thought it was kind of embarrassing. I don't know. I just thought it was lame. Okay, what are they doing? They gotta be yuppies. They gotta be part of some new age movement or something. That's exactly what I thought. But as time goes by and you learn more and more, yeah, Tai Chi is actually really beneficial. Perhaps I could learn it, but I do something like that. It's like Tai Chi anyway. Many times Gil will watch me just out of nowhere, put my arms in the air, stretching them out, side to side, lifting my knees up and down, get the blood flow moving to my legs. In fact, I'm laying down at the moment, and you don't see it, but, well, I could give you a little. I gotta get this magnification thing off here. And basically, I'm actually moving my feet around. This is not a demonstration for you. I'm actually doing that while I'm actually sitting here. Now I'm going to the other knee, and I'm gonna move my foot around side to side and swivel it around. And I do this actually when I'm watching TV. People in the house, they would notice me doing that. They know it's not a nervous compulsion or something. They know that I'm actually exercising my feet, which helps the ankles too. It helps balance, it helps strengthen the muscles, and it's moving the blood. I do things quite purposely. Even some of the shit that I do on YouTube, most people don't realize I do it purposely. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm guilty. I've choreographed some shit on here, so shoot me for it. Because I know I get a reaction. And that has always been testing me. Can I get a reaction from this? How are they going to react? Because they jump on me for just about everything. So what if I did this? How would they react to it? Well, you people were not aware of it. I was. But you weren't aware of what I was doing or saying. A little hint. I admit it. Not all the time. I didn't do it all the time. But I've done it plenty of times just to get a reaction. And by the way, do you know that time not too long ago I was off YouTube for several months? Well, there's some truth in what I said. I need to get off. I just wanted to get off. But part of me was kind of a test because I wanted to get a reaction from the people, all the shit talk, to know who was actually behind me and who wasn't. And I found out. That's right. I do a lot of testing when people don't even realize I'm testing them. I want to see who was loyal to me on my show and who was not. When they thought I was completely off, I would read the comments on live shows and different shows and go to the copycat and listen. I wasn't really able to do it on my phone though, because and my computer's packed away, my desktop. I got to take it out, try getting it to where I need to, how I want to use it. It's been laying there, tucked away. But I was using her phone to listen to some of this stuff. Because I actually wasn't able to get, not through YouTube, because I couldn't get on YouTube. I dismantled my Google account completely. I didn't even have Gmail. I'm not shitting you. So anyway, I could see the comments would be on her phone. And I used to sit there and I used to read the comments. And it was very interesting. All the speculations about what happened to me. I mentioned that recently. I was talking about it actually. And it was interesting just to see the comments that were made about me. What is she making in there? Maybe she took some beef out. Biff. Animal flesh. Oh, after just listening to that pig, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of wish I was a vegetarian, as I like to call it, a vegetarian. But vegetarians are frail. As vegetarians are fucking breadsticks. You need protein, and they're not getting enough from vegetables. You can get a lot from beans and stuff like that. Legumes, however you want to pronounce it. Not always enough. And some don't even eat eggs, you know. Those are maybe vegans, I guess. They're a step in the other direction. There's vegetarians and vegans. Vegans just means all they eat is fruit and vegetables. I couldn't just survive on that. I guarantee you I couldn't survive on that. Sorry, but I grew up that way. Hamburger's a hamburger. You know, I need a taste of beef. There's all these amino acids, iron, everything you need from beef, as well as the yolk of an egg. I mean, it's incredible what's inside that thing. Remember, it has all the building blocks for life. That's why you eat it. So to form that chicken, it had everything in that egg yolk, especially the egg yolk. That's why you eat eggs. You can't go wrong with eggs. Just don't eat 20 a day. I mean, you know, enough is enough. Just don't eat 20 a day, you know. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to be on here. I'm going to limit my time on here now. I'm just so frustrated lately with everything on YouTube. I know you've been hearing that for a long time, haven't you? I think I'm going to break down one of these days and just pop the cork, or put the cork back on or whatever, and just not even post anymore. I'm getting pretty close to that again. I always feel it in my bones. Every now and then I get this big urge to just say, what is the purpose why I'm even on here? I give all this valuable advice, great topics, but I just don't get the feeling that people appreciate it. They appreciate channels that are just yelling and arguing with each other, calling each other names, antagonizing other people. Remember I said I never want to be a part of a club that would have me as a member. Well, I actually meant that. All right, but anyway, hey, free is good, right? Free is good, free is good. Free information, you don't have to look it up. I give it to you free, no charge. I'm not even pushing my Gcash, which is a waste anyway. You know, I got to get stragglers that don't know who the fuck I am. It's the only people that are going to donate to my channel, some stragglers that find my information useful. Let's face the truth about that. Am I right or wrong? Yeah. All right, man. I'm going to go. I got to see what she's cooking up or starting to. And I just feel like watching a good movie or something today. Now that I heard a pig screaming for his life. Look at that. Shortly living, no sooner dead. Didn't take long, did it? That pig was, you know, walking around, having a good old time. Then all of a sudden, 4 humans take hold of him, try to hold him down, and slit his fucking throat. That's life, isn't it? We depend on vegetation and animals and everything to survive. I guess it's always been that way. So, I don't know. Do you have to feel... I don't know. Do you have to have a guilty conscience if you eat an animal that you bought at store-bought? You didn't go out and kill it. And I sort of convince myself of that sometimes, too, and say, well, you're doing an animal a favor because, you know, he didn't die for nothing. He gave his life so that you can continue yours, and I try to think that way. I try. It doesn't always work. Like little kids don't know what they're eating unless they're brought up on a farm, you know? Hamburgers to them, they don't know what it is, just it tastes fucking good, right? Pork, they don't know it's a pig. I mean, some kids, city kids, They know nothing about country life or animals except what they see on cartoons. They don't understand what they're eating. You might get some kids that all of a sudden get educated. Hey, you like that hamburger, son? It's good, Daddy. Do you know where hamburgers? I don't know. Well, you were playing with, Elsie or Bobo the other day in the field. That's where it came from. You mean they killed that animal? This is what I'm eating? I'm sure that has happened thousands and thousands of times. But if you're raised on a farm, you don't think that way. The kids learn real fast. They're okay with it. Mother had a son. Maybe his name was Brian. Brian's song, that could be it. And this guy had bone cancer or something. And how does a mother feel when she can't take the pain away from her child? This guy's pain was so bad that she would put him in the bathtub and make the water as hot as she could without scalding him. And that's the only thing that would help his pain. I mean, she was making that water hot to the point he couldn't take it. And that was the only thing, that heat, that was helping with his pain. Of course, he eventually died. And in an extreme case like that, death is welcome. Then there's people who just give up on themselves. I think my brother just gave up on himself too. He had so many things wrong with him that he was afraid of dying. He didn't want to die. But he told me many times, you know what, I don't care if I do. My problems will be over and all that. No, he didn't kill himself. But he wasn't using his oxygen like he's supposed to, and probably wasn't taking his medicines right. And I don't know. I don't even like to think about it, Death might have been more welcome to him at that point because he had so much things going on. The fact that he lived to be, 72, I think? And let's see, 2 years ago of coming this March, actually it's March 8th is the anniversary of his death. That will be 2 years. I can't believe it's been 2 years, man. Then my friend Larry, it's been, how's it been? Let me see, my brother. Did my brother pass away after Larry? Or let me see, who passed away first? I think my brother did. I'm not even remembering now. But if you're in that much pain, you don't think properly. You don't think properly. If you've been under pain every day like that, day and night, and you can't sleep, you can't think, you're just in pain, and pain medicines are not helping you. Why do you think these drug addicts in the street, legitimate ones, that the clinics don't want to give them any pain medicine because they think you're selling it on the streets? Well, part of the time they're right. A lot of these guys are selling the drugs on the street, but there's actually ones that really, really need it. And right away the doctors are concluding, no, I'm going to take you off there. No, you can't. My sister was on drugs for quite a while for her back, and, I don't know where she is now with it, but she was taking the stronger shit. She had a car accident and other things going on. But the true people who need the drug medicine, they were taken off. Of course they'd get mad. One guy kicked in the clinic door overnight, broke the glass because the doctor didn't want to get him any. Maybe the doctor suspected that he was selling them. Or maybe the guy did a piss test and didn't turn out the way it's supposed to, what they found in his piss. But let me tell you, people who are really in pain, they know what pain is. And, here's the thing. This is why they get mad at the doctors, too. Where a doctor's going to tell you that you're not in pain. There were times I was in pain. A doctor said to me, I said, can you tell me I'm not in pain? Oh, you don't need that. You don't need that. And I don't like taking that kind of shit. Oh, no, I don't. There were times I was on the hydrocodone, but nothing, 325s. /5 milligram, garbage. You see the Minifin in there and all that shit. My brother used to take all the way up to, what do you call it, Dilaudid? I could never pronounce it right. Dilaudid. I'm not a drug freak. Dilaudid. He used to take the good stuff, but then it comes to a point they didn't want to give him the good stuff, and they gave him something that was halfway decent, but, it didn't work all the way. Then he become addicted to it. But I'll tell you what, man. You know what I keep on saying about what's the worst of the two evils? Either take certain drugs that are going to have side effects eventually or whatever. You got to go ask yourself the question, does it work? or does it not work? And if it does, if it's the only thing that works for you, then continue doing it. Don't worry about weaning off it. Why would you wean off it? If you're going to wind up in the same shape to start as you take it in for, and that applies to me too, on a med that I take. You know what happened if I wean off that shit? Yeah, what's the worst of two evils? Suffering for how long? Having rebound anxiety hit me like a fucking Sears bus hit me in the face? I'd rather stay on this shit. I use it for sleep anyway. So it's like this. You know, what works for you? If it works for you, then do it. And if you're around my age, you don't give a fuck. Could it possibly affect your liver a little bit? It's possible. It can make your liver enzymes go up a little bit, not radically. I don't take big doses, that's why. But still over time. I'd rather stay on something and even have to pay the expense for it than have to think how things will be without it. Right, are you going to not take your heart medication? Because you don't want to spend the money or it's just like, oh, I don't know, it's got to be a natural way of doing this. Sometimes there is. Not often. Not everything that's natural is effective. Not everything is natural is even good for you. It has side effects like any other medicine. That's a fact, son. So you do what's good for you. It's not always what the doctor says. They're not living in your body. If you're in pain and whatever's going on with you and you just can't live, get through your day very comfortably. And by the way, if you're in pain a lot, it's going to change your mood. You're going to be grumpy, like Dave Phelps. You're going to be grumpy. If you're grumpy, nobody's going to want to be around you. Like, Mad Mathew. It's always grumpy. Nobody likes a grump, like Popeye, Mad Mathew, grumpy people. That's why they ain't got no girlfriends, a lot of them, because who the fuck wants to be with Mr. Grump? You don't sing, you don't dance, you don't have fun, you can't be a little comedic, you can't loosen up. I could do all that shit. I do it every fucking day on my show and otherwise. I could loosen up. A lot of people can't. A lot of people, they're just like, stiff as a board. Personality, everything. Body and personality. Like an ironing board. It's like the whole body is fused in one direction, and their attitude is fused to be just very negative people. That's why I try in my real life not to surround myself with negative people. And if I suspect you're somebody negative, or something's wrong with you psychologically, like Brevis or Barry, people like that, I want nothing to do with them. Even McFish Sandwich. He turned on my ass. I wanted nothing to do with that guy. I couldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Never, ever. But I wasn't out looking for friendships. That's the denominator. I was not out looking for friendships. Huh? Come on, doggies. Uh-oh.
What?
You're eating something very nasty.
Nasty.
If that's what I think it is, those things are actually good.
Yeah, it's the
They're thick. And they're flavorful. They're really thick waffle.
waffle.
Now, I had a few of them in a couple of days. You know that. It went down. Did you buy more today?
Yeah.
Oh,
that
God.
one is Nina. Bought that one.
Well, it ain't hers anymore.
When I tried, I like, so that's why I bought.
They're actually very good. And really good with milk or something. My almond milk or whatever. I don't have any more almond milk.
Allah.
Yeah. They're thick
That's why I said
and crunchy.
Almond. I forget to ask you. You want?
Almond milk?
This one.
I'll take a bite of that. Absolutely. Absolutely. See what I mean, folks? Don't put it in front of me. I'm not perfect, guys. I'll show you this thing. She broke me off a piece. It's like a chocolate wafer. Cream inside. It's a big boy. She's got the other half or so of it. And this thing is so tasty. Listen to the crunch. Mmm. There's my sugar rush. Oh my goodness. Oh. You know when I really feel that I need something sweet? It was after I eat a regular meal.
Yeah. Like a dessert.
And I think that's why people like desserts. That's why in the restaurants or you visit somebody's house, they'll make a main meal, but then they're going to have some kind of dessert. Could be a nice pie. And I love pies. Oh, don't put me in front of a macadamia cream pie. Macadamia nut cream pie. That's where I gained 190. I used to weigh 190 pounds at one time in Hawaii, but you wouldn't know it. Well, you'd know it. I look kind of husky, like a quarterback or something, or a linebacker or something. But my weight was so evenly distributed, you wouldn't know I weighed 190 pounds for my height. You wouldn't know it. But that's because I was dating a Filipino who just liked to eat snacks. And we'd buy that Doritos cheese in a jar, you know, and you dip your nacho chips in there, or whatever you had, we dipped. If it was pretzels, we dip it in there too. And that's all highly caloric. That's all highly caloric. So that's how I gained weight back then. Like I said, I'm not like a sugar freak. I'm not a sugar freak.
what?
Huh?
You what?
The dog's looking?
Yeah.
No,
You
she
what?
can't get no chocolate. Dogs can't eat chocolate. No, you can't have that. We love you to death, dogs, but certain things we can't give you. I never knew that dogs were, in the past, were highly dairy intolerant. A lot of people would give their dogs ice cream. I've done it a few times with the dogs I had in the past when I was in Hawaii or in Seattle. And I know my brother did it when we went out for an ice cream cone, me and my brother or something. Oh, let's get an ice cream cone, right? We'd buy one for the dog, for his dog. And I don't know, I didn't know that dogs were highly intolerant to dairy. Oh, yeah. Believe it or not, you can't even give a kitten, dairy food. They can get their mother's milk, but if you don't have milk, you got to get goat milk because cow milk is just not the same. It's kind of toxic in a way to their system. See, I learned all this shit. I'm like a walking fucking chat GPT. So you can't. That's why when I had a kitten here that time, I had to look it up. I said, I don't have any of this shit. What can I give the cat? So what was it? I was able to give the cat. What the hell was it? I made a liquid out of it, and gosh, what was it? I was able. Oh, it was egg. Oh. Okay, it was egg yolk, the yellow of the egg, and mixed with some water and just a tiny pinch of sugar, and mix it up into a liquid. Then I put it in the syringe and slowly put it in the cat's mouth. It kept the kitten alive. Then it was brought over to the shelter. They probably killed it because that cat had problems with its back legs. But I don't want to see it. In fact, I'm wondering with this cat that just had a couple of kittens a couple of weeks ago. Where the hell are her kittens? Did she kill them too? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. It's a repeated pattern around. These cats are getting pregnant all the time. It's like all these Filipino chicks are getting pregnant all the time. It's nonstop. Okay, boys and girls. Tragedy. Tragedy. A lot of tragedy going on lately. Heide, shit going on with Heide. Ian in the Philippines commits suicide. Ricky's missing in action.
Look at the mouth, eh? They go there out toilet.
She went?
Yeah, the garbage.
What has she got in her mouth?
I don't know what's that. You
Hold on,
check it
folks.
first.
She's going for those Q-tips or something. Hold on, guys. That's why I click to close the door. Got the flashlight?
Maybe they swallow already.
What did she swallow? Do you know if she swallowed
I
anything?
think I saw they get something from the out toilet.
In the bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happens is, Ginger likes to go in the bathroom. We have a little garbage basket, throwing tissues, and there'll be Q-tips in there. And I found a Q-tip sticks on the floor a couple of times. I don't know what she's after with the Q-tips.
Oh,
Let me
you
see.
eat the Q-tips.
Here, see? Look, there's the culprit. I don't know what she wants with the Q-tip on here, man. That's why in her poop, I actually showed it to you guys the other day, didn't I? I saw something on the surface of her poop. And it was a piece of this plastic.
That was from the garbage. The thick from the garbage.
From outside?
Here, inside.
Oh, from in the bathroom. All right, that door has to be shut. Bottom line. All right? Or we have to empty this basket now and then. That might be a good idea, to empty this basket out. My goodness. My goodness. And the dog could choke on that. I wouldn't know what the hell to do. I'm not that good at shit. I wouldn't know what the hell to do. A joint? What a fucking idiot. Is that a joint? Get the fuck off my channel.
Huh?
Is that a joint? A joint is a marijuana cigarette, a joint. What the fuck this guy talking about? Is that a joint? What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot. Whoever you are, you're a fucking idiot. I gotta tell you that. I gotta tell you, you're a fucking idiot. Get off. Idiots don't belong on my show. Get lost. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Doom, 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 doom. You come on the show, you try to be funny. You say a few words and I send you out with the bunny. I say, go, Jack. You're not coming back. Not here no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, motherfucker. You ain't coming back no more. Boom, 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 ba-dum, boom, boom. Okay. I know, how is that a joint, Mr. Bendover, right? Fucking it. I think somehow all these trolls are related to each other somehow, genetically, I don't know. And they come on my show. My show. How dare. Yeah, that was a joint. What a skinny little joint. Never seen a joint like that. What kind of joint is this? I'm getting the hearts. Oh, I love you all too. You know I do. Just try to be kind. What kind? That's a different story. But yeah, I need to work on myself a lot. As for I'm very careful, that's why I told you, man. I could go out and buy a bench set, a weight bench set, but I'm not going to do that. No, I work with the 20-pound thumb, and I don't work out hard either. I don't work out hard. I know what I need to do. I don't deviate from it much. I know what I need to do. I'm happy to get the blood flowing. I'm happy to keep the existing muscle tone that I do have. I'm very happy with that. I'll be happy with that the rest of my life, but I don't want my muscles to atrophy. That's the worst thing that you want to get. Don't let your muscles atrophy. You become weak. And definitely, my God, do stand-up squats or whatever with your legs. Get the thigh muscles and all that. Get them going. It'll affect your back muscles too, your obliques. For God's sakes, get that shit going as you get older, man. Because you ain't going to be able to get off the chair without holding on to something. I could get off my fucking recliner chair in the living room without holding on to the arms. Can you? I can get off that. I can do that. There'll come a point that you're so fucked up that you can't even do that. You might even need help getting up. You need a walker to get up. I don't want to reach that point. Hell no. I refuse to give in to shit like that, man. I'm sorry. That's just me. I don't know why the dog goes for shit like that. I don't know. Then my other dog likes to dig. We'll see a big pile of dirt up there, and she's digging for something in there. This is the third time we see her do it. She'll dig all that dirt out with her paws. You find a big pile of dirt right there. Okay. I don't know what that's all about. Did you bury a bone? No, she don't bury nothing here. She senses something underneath there or something. They got a certain sense, that we don't have. Nobody has sense on YouTube, though. That's dollar sense and sensibility. No offense, folks, but believe me, I question my own mentality coming on fucking YouTube as much as I do and how long I've actually been on this fucking thing. Believe me, I question myself every fucking day. You want me to sound like Mad Mathew? I will. He's pretty honest and open about shit. He'll tell you the truth. And that's the thing I admire about him is that He's not telling the whole truth, I'll guarantee you that. But, you know, he's voicing out his stuff. Barry decided to attack him or something or whatever. You see, Mad Max don't know a whole lot about me. He claims that he is the master of truth. I don't care who this Frank. He goes, I like that name. I like the name Frank. It's a powerful name. And I'm familiar with the last name. He's from Philly or something, originally or something. And he says he knows a lot of people with my last name. He respects my name. And Barry starts talking shit about me to Mad Mathew. He came on Mad Mathew's show, was making comments, and Mad Mathew wound up pissing Barry off or something and told him to go away or something. He didn't want to listen to him. I don't want to hear your shit. He talked about he was in jail and all that shit. And I don't know. I didn't hear it. He just was told to me. But then I listened to Mad Mathew's show today, the exact show. Of course, I couldn't see the chat comments on there. I couldn't see it on my phone anyway. I could just hear him making comments to Barry. So he's still using his phone. Yep. He's still using his phone. The motherfucker's still using his phone. Who's he paying off now? Who's he paying off now? What would they get away with, though? I'll tell you. What they get away with in the jail system. And this is after they fired officials and shit. They're still doing it? The greed is that much that they're still doing it? I mean, hello? Hello? Get a grip. You want to lose your job? They don't care. Apparently, they don't care. Look what's being done to me. They don't fucking care. They'd rather listen to a Filipino than a foreigner, but I still have my rights. You know, believe it or not, I have some rights. I know. What? How many? I get you on that, you know. But it is what it is. Fight the system. Sometimes it's very hard, but you can succeed if you just keep strong and keep on doing what you're doing. Prove that the other person is wrong and let the law take care of them. That's all. The biggest payback karma you could ever fucking get. And Barry got his share of fucking karma from me. Faith, whatever. He's paying the price, that piece of shit. That's right, Barry. I called you a piece of shit. You're probably listening. You're a piece of shit. You should rot in that fucking place. And no, Barry, you don't want me there. Oh, no, you don't. Because when I tell all your little inmate friends what you've done to people and women and Filipinos, taking money, and how you knocked the Muslims, they should all be dead, even the children. Because he's got Muslims there, too, with him. And the Chinese, I used to talk about the Chinese. You know what he said about the Chinese, Barry? That they're filthy pigs? I'm going to tell them that, too. Maybe I'll pull up your recording. How would you like that? Then what he said about the Filipinos and the government, and oh, I'll pull that shit up too, motherfucker. As long as he let me use my phone, I'll pull it up. I'll turn the tide and the table on you. Big time, motherfucker. Big fucking time. Oh, I lost the RDR. Who the fuck are you? What do I care about some fucking game? Go away. You're gone. That's what you gotta do, folks. You have to listen to these aardvarks that come on here. I don't know where they come from. Why is it the majority of people who come on these fucking shows, they're all fucking retards, fucktards? Why is that? Why does, like, you know, these live chats attract, and even people put on shows? I mean, what's the draw? Is it the loneliness? What is it? All the things I've talked about in the past? Where did they come from? What rock did they crawl out of, you know? There's so many people in this world that are mentally ill compared to 50 years ago. It's like night and day. Maybe just it's always been that way, but maybe because of high technology and communication systems, we're more in social media, we're more aware of it. In other words, the awareness has come to us more clear. And people find a format where they could be themselves. You know, you got the nutcases, you got the stalkers, you got killers, you got narcissists. Plenty of them on here. Plenty of narcissists. Antagonists. All the good people. That's just a small example. How many people are on this earth? 8 billion people? How many of these 8 billion people are mentally well? If you had a way of figuring that out, you'd probably come up with a surprising figure that would blow you away. How many people are on psychotropic drugs? That would probably blow you away. I would think that half of the people on here that are the biggest buffoons are on psychotropic drugs. They're not going to tell you they're on it. They'll make fun of you if you're on something, but they're not going to tell you that they're on something. I'll bet these people are on it. Maybe they're not getting enough dosage. Maybe they skipped a dose or two here and there. I don't know. Maybe they should be on them if they're not. Try it. It might help you. It might help you from killing somebody too, you know. Think about that. Well, I don't know what your psychological problem may be out there, but you just never know. I'm pretty highly reactive to people, I'll tell you that. I don't trust myself. I mean, I'm not going to go out purposely hurting somebody without a reason. Even if they brought me to court or put a complaint on me, I have no threat to them at all. None whatsoever. But I'm just saying, in a real life situation, someone approaching you, well, there's two things that better happen. And I don't care what fucking age I'm at. You better knock me out or kill me. It's going to be one or the other. Because otherwise, you got an enemy for life. You'll regret it. You would actually regret it. You drew blood from me. Oh my God. Ugh. I couldn't even put it in words. Seriously. Yeah, you report my channel for violence. Please do. You know how many reports I made for people on violence? We received your report. We'll consider. Nothing ever happens. You know how violent people on here? Oh, please report my channel. Do me a favor. I need 2 more strikes. Then it'd be no question whether I'll be on here or not. You'd be doing me a big favor. Well, you know, okay, see, here's the thing, too, the person who said that. Guess what? You don't have to listen to my show. Problem solved. How's that for a response? Baby bruh. How's that for a response? You don't have to listen to my show. I am not forcing you at knife point or gun point or anybody else to listen to my show. You're not here forcibly, you're here by choice. Stop whining and bitching. You want some cheese with that wine, bruh? You want some cheese with that wine? What do you like, brie? What do you like? Limburger, cheddar, Swiss? What kind of cheese do you like? Like more exotic cheeses to go with that wine? Maybe I could accommodate you. Get lost. Bye-bye. So long. Bye-bye. Do-do-do-do-do-do. So long. Bye-bye. Do-do-do-do-do. Was that the Wizard of Oz? Popeye's favorite song. And speaking of assholes, Popeye's been in hiding. What's going on with him? Did he stroke out again or something? Did he stroke out? Poor guy. All he needs is to get laid. He won't be as bitter. I keep on saying that. Just Popeye, just get laid. Might calm you down a little bit, man. You won't be as, you're still going to be bitter, but you may not be as bitter. Think about that. I told you that for years. Might calm you down a little bit, you know? Sometimes you need a good release. With a real woman, not a blow-up doll or your right hand. It's different. You'll get the release, but it's not the same being with an actual live woman. But you could think, or you could watch that Pornhub or something, right? Is that what you do? No, I think you actually got my picture and Gilda's up there, right? Right above your laptop. Right above your laptop. I bet you he does. I told you, these are psychological creeps on here, man. Pathologic psychopaths, sociopaths, all right here in a genre, in one bunch, in one group. I could talk psychological things about every fucking character that's ever attacked me on here, and I'd be true. It'd be true what I say. I told you, man, I'm a good analyst with people. It's my thing. I see through people like they're transparent 90% of the time. I'm not 100%. I give myself about 90%. More hearts and smiley faces. Thank you. Okay, listen, I got to spend, speaking of partners or whatever, I got to spend some time with my partner. I think I've been on here long enough, don't you think? So, yeah, we talked about a few things on here. So, Ian in the Philippines committed suicide. I don't know all the details. In review, we talked about Heide today a number of times. Is she pulling our legs? Is she not telling us the complete truth about her condition? You know, she want to go buy an air conditioner and a hospital bed with your donation money on GoFundMe, or Go to Fund Me. I guess that's different. Go to Fund Me. Someone tried to copy GoFundMe, and they're illegal. It's Go to Fund Me. I thought it was the same, but it's not. And she made, $1,500 or so far, maybe a little higher, possibly. But now people are starting to think, should I really donate to her at all? Because what she was having to talk about is making people think. Like, wait a minute, she needs to get an operation. She's talking about, yeah, we got to get another air conditioner for the lower level because it's hard for her to go. I mean, it's like, what? Or the higher level, one of the other, don't matter, but in a hospital bed, ought to be nice. Oh, I'd love an adjustable bed too. You're not going to buy me one, are you? You're not going to give me the fucking time of day on here. Buy me a fucking bed or buy me an air conditioner or even give me money on my Gcash. I'm lucky I made a couple $100 tonight. I'm like shocked. Fall to the ground. But I haven't been advertising it, so, what's the use anyway? It's not like I got a generous. No, they love listening to me, but they're not very generous. Go figure. They got a scumbag like Barry and shitlins like that. Oh, they used to donate all the time. Big Kevin, another scumbag, you donate to him. Right? Ricky, a total fucking psychopath, sociopath / simple nutcase. You'll give him money for insulting people because that's what they want to do. They want to hear you insult people. Come on, I'll give you more money if you insult people. I'm not going to turn my show into that. I mean, I may insult people, but something based on fact. Well, I'm basically talking about them, not necessarily an out-and-out insult. An insult is when you say something about somebody that's not true. When I talk about somebody, I don't call it an insult. I call it a fact based on their own performance, their own demonstration, their own whatever they put out on YouTube that everybody else besides myself was able to see and prove that they did say that. There's ice cream cones coming now. I got ice cream cones on the screen here. Somebody's enjoying my show. Look at that floating. Can you guys see that actually? I don't know if you guys can actually see that. I had the hearts, I had the ice cream cones, the smiley faces. Look at that, like the 100% here, whatever. Look at it, they're going crazy. The crowd's going crazy, man. They're going nuts. They're going nuts. Look at the screen going. Look at the screen going. Look at the screen going. Look at that. Look at that. My goodness. They're going crazy on me. I'm going crazy on you. I'm going crazy, crazy on you. On you. Look at them. Look at the hearts. Look at it. Oh my God. You're smothering me with love. Oh, I love love. He's such good boys. He's such good boys. Those are my boys out there. They're such a good boys. Such a good boys. Such a good boys. Look at my screen lighting up. Not with money, but little emojis, whatever you call them. They're going nuts, man. Oh my God, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Their finger must be hurting. That's all right. You could stop that. You made your point. You don't want to exercise your finger too much there. Relax, relax. Calm down. Take a couple of deep breaths. I need to. I'm overwhelmed. Anyway, as usual, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed my shows. Yeah, I admit I've been putting out a lot of shit this past few months. I admit it. I don't know what's got into me, but I've been putting out a lot of shit. But generally when there is something to talk about, and apparently I got a lot to talk about. Let's give them something to talk about, and I do every single day. That's why you love me so much. You love me so much. I have to love you back. I tell you what, how much you love me, I'm going to post my Gcash number in the description box when I sign off. And why don't you show me the money. Show me the money. Show us how much you love me in Gcash, my friends. We'll put that in my description box. Let's do a test. All these hearts and all this emotion. Okay, it's time to take it out of your pocket. Show me how much you love me. Okay, I gotta go. Gotta spend some time with my honey bunny. My honey bunny. My honey bunny. My goodness. People are getting sick. They're dropping dead. They're committing suicide. What the fuck is going on here? Ricky's missing in action, for God's sakes. Roberto's been missing in action. We don't know what happened to him with Alzheimer's or something. He's missing in action for years now. People are falling apart by their seams. I'm still here. They're all disappearing, dying, falling like flies, dying like flies, dropping like flies. Oh, look at the emoticons here. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, I gotta go. It's getting ridiculous. Yeah, I love you all. Love you all. Yeah, in another century, in another world, you know. And Mad Mathew, shut the fuck up, man. Mad Mathew says he's the king. I've been on it for over a decade. And I've been dealing with people like this for 10 fucking years. I've been speaking the truth and facts for 10 fucking years. And Matthew's a relative newbie on here. And he thinks, tell him, go to his show and tell him who the king is. Or a couple of people already did on his show. I believe it or not, they really did. Oh, fuck, I could outbeat him anytime. No, he's not the king of this or that. I am. I'm the one that, speaks my mind and everything. Well, apparently he don't know me very well. He don't know me very well. But he will. Go to his channel. Tell him who is the king of truth and fact on here. Go tell him. Mad Mathew. Write him. Right now. Don't forget my Gcash. I had bone cancer or something. And how does a mother feel when she can't take the pain away from her child? This guy's pain was so bad that she would put him in the bathtub and make the water as hot as she could without scalding him. And that's the only thing that would help his pain. I mean, she was making that water hot to the point he couldn't take it. And that was the only thing, that heat, that was helping with his pain. Of course, he eventually died. And in an extreme case like that, death is welcome. And then there's people who just give up on themselves. I think my brother just gave up on himself too. He had so many things wrong with him that he was afraid of dying. He didn't want to die. But he told me many times, you know what, I don't care if I do. My problems will be over and all that. No, he didn't kill himself. But he wasn't using his oxygen like he's supposed to, and probably wasn't taking his medicines right. And I don't know. I don't even like to think about it, Death might have been more welcome to him at that point because he had so much things going on. The fact that he lived to be, 72, I think? Let's see, 2 years ago of coming this March, actually it's March 8th is the anniversary of his death. That will be 2 years. I can't believe it's been 2 years, man. Then my friend Larry, it's been, well, how's it been? Let me see, my brother. Did my brother pass away after Larry? Or let me see, who passed away first? I think my brother did. I'm not even remembering now. But if you're in that much pain, I mean, you don't think properly. You don't think properly. If you've been under pain every day like that, day and night, and you can't sleep, you can't think, you're just in pain, and pain medicines are not helping you. Why do you think these drug addicts in the street, legitimate ones, that the clinics don't want to give them any pain medicine because they think you're selling it on the streets? Well, part of the time they're right. A lot of these guys are selling the drugs on the street, but there's actually ones that really, really need it. And right away the doctors are concluding, no, I'm going to take you off there. No, you can't. My sister was on drugs for quite a while for her back, and You know, I don't know where she is now with it, but she was taking the stronger shit. She has a car accident and other things going on. But the true people who need the drug medicine, they were taken off. Of course they'd get mad. One guy kicked in the clinic door overnight, broke the glass because the doctor didn't want to get him any. Maybe the doctor suspected that he was selling them. Or maybe the guy did a piss test and didn't turn out the way it's supposed to, what they found in his piss. But let me tell you, people who are really in pain, they know what pain is. And, you know, here's the thing. This is why they get mad at the doctors, too. Where a doctor's going to tell you that you're not in pain. There were times I was in pain. A doctor said to me, I mean, I said, can you tell me I'm not in pain? You know? Oh, you don't need that. You don't need that. And I don't like taking that kind of shit. Oh, no, I don't. There were times I was on the hydrocodone, but nothing, you know, 325/5 milligrams, you know, garbage. You see the Minifin in there and all that shit. My brother used to take all the way up to, what do you call it, Dilaudid? I could never pronounce it right. Dilaudid. I'm not a drug freak. Dilaudid. He used to take the good stuff, but then it comes to a point they didn't want to give him the good stuff, and they gave him something that was halfway decent, but, you know, it didn't work all the way. Then he become addicted to it. But I'll tell you what, man. You know what I keep on saying about what's the worst of the two evils? Either take certain drugs that are going to have side effects eventually or whatever. You got to go ask yourself the question, does it work or does it not work? And if it does, if it's the only thing that works for you, then continue doing it. Don't worry about weaning off it. Why would you wean off it? If you're going to wind up in the same shape to start as you take it in for, and that applies to me too, on a med that I take. You know what happened if I wean off that shit? Yeah, what's the worst of two evils? Suffering for how long? Having rebound anxiety hit me like a fucking Sears bus hit me in the face? I'd rather stay on this shit. I use it for sleep anyway. So it's like this. You know, what works for you? If it works for you, then do it. And if you're around my age, you don't give a fuck. Could it possibly affect your liver a little bit? It's possible. It can make your liver enzymes go up a little bit, not radically. I don't take big doses, that's why. But still over time. I'd rather stay on something and even have to pay the expense for it than have to think how things will be without it. Right, are you going to not take your heart medication? Because you don't want to spend the money or it's just like, oh, I don't know, it's got to be a natural way of doing this. Sometimes there is. Not often. Not everything that's natural is effective. Not everything is natural is even good for you. It has side effects like any other medicine. That's a fact, son. So you do what's good for you. It's not always what the doctor says. They're not living in your body. If you're in pain and whatever's going on with you and you just can't live, get through your day very comfortably. And again, by the way, if you're in pain a lot, it's going to change your mood. You're going to be grumpy, like Dave Phelps. You're going to be grumpy. If you're grumpy, nobody's going to want to be around you. Like, Mad Mathew. It's always grumpy. Nobody likes a grump, like Popeye, Mad Mathew, grumpy people. That's why they ain't got no girlfriends, a lot of them, because who the fuck wants to be with Mr. Grump? You don't sing, you don't dance, you don't have fun, you can't be a little comedic, you can't loosen up. I could do all that shit. I do it every fucking day on my show and otherwise. I could loosen up. A lot of people can't. A lot of people, they're just like, stiff as a board. Personality, everything. Body and personality. Like an ironing board. It's like the whole body is fused in one direction, and their attitude is fused to be just very negative people. That's why I try in my real life not to surround myself with negative people. And if I suspect you're somebody negative, or something's wrong with you psychologically, like Brevis or Barry, people like that, I want nothing to do with them. Even McFish Sandwich. He turned on my ass. I want nothing to do with that guy. I couldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. Never, ever. But I wasn't out looking for friendships. That's the denominator. I was not out looking for friendships. Huh? Come on, doggies. Uh-oh.
What?
You're eating something very nasty.
Nasty.
Those, if that's what I think it is, those things are actually good.
Yeah, it's the
They're thick. And they're flavorful. They're really thick
waffle.
Now, you know I had a few of them in a couple of days. You know that. It went down. Did you buy more today?
Yeah.
Oh,
that
God.
One is Nina. Bought that one.
Well, it ain't hers anymore.
When I tried, I like, so that's why I bought.
They're actually very good. And really good with milk or something. My almond milk or whatever. I don't have any more almond milk. Yeah. They're thick
That's why I said
and crunchy.
Almond. I forget to ask you. You want?
Almond milk?
This one.
I'll take a bite of that. Absolutely. Absolutely. See what I mean, folks? Don't put it in front of me. I'm not perfect, guys. I'll show you this thing. She broke me off a piece. It's like a chocolate wafer. Creamy cream inside. It's a big boy. She's got the other half or so of it. And this thing is so tasty. Listen to the crunch. Mmm. There's my sugar rush. Oh my goodness. Oh. You know when I really feel that I need something sweet? It was after I eat a regular meal.
Like a dessert.
And I think that's why people like desserts. That's why in the restaurants or you visit somebody's house, they'll make a main meal, but then they're going to have some kind of dessert. Could be a nice pie. And I love pies. Oh, don't put me in front of a macadamia cream pie. Macadamia nut cream pie. That's where I gained 190. I used to weigh 190 pounds at one time in Hawaii, but you wouldn't know it. Well, you'd know it. I look kind of husky, like a quarterback or something, or a linebacker or something. But my weight was so evenly distributed, you wouldn't know I weighed 190 pounds for my height. You wouldn't know it. But that's because I was dating a Filipino who just liked to eat snacks. And we'd buy that Doritos cheese in a jar, you know, and you dip your nacho chips in there, or whatever you had, we dipped. If it was pretzels, we dip it in there too. And that's all highly caloric. That's all highly caloric. So that's how I gained weight back then. Like I said, I'm not like a sugar freak. I'm not a sugar freak.
want?
Huh?
You want?
The dog's looking?
Yeah.
No,
You
she
want?
can't get no chocolate. Dogs can't eat chocolate. No, you can't have that. We love you to death, dogs, but certain things we can't give you. I never knew that dogs were, in the past, were highly dairy intolerant. A lot of people would give their dogs ice cream. I've done it a few times with the dogs I had in the past when I was in Hawaii or in Seattle. I know my brother did it when we went out for an ice cream cone, me and my brother or something. Oh, let's get an ice cream cone, right? We'd buy one for the dog, for his dog. And I don't know, I didn't know that dogs were highly intolerant to dairy. Oh, yeah. Believe it or not, you can't even give a kitten, dairy food. They can get their mother's milk, but if you don't have milk, you got to get goat milk because cow milk is just not the same. It's kind of toxic in a way to their system. See, I learned all this shit. I'm like a walking fucking chat GPT. So you can't. That's why when I had a kitten here that time, I had to look it up. I said, I don't have any of this shit. What can I give the cat? So what was it? I was able to give the cat. What the hell was it? I made a liquid out of it, and gosh, what was it? I was able. Oh, it was egg. Oh. Okay, it was egg yolk, the yellow of the egg, and mixed with some water and just a tiny pinch of sugar, and mix it up into a liquid. Then I put it in the syringe, and slowly put it in the cat's mouth. It kept the kitten alive. Then it was brought over to the shelter. They probably killed it because that cat had problems with its back legs. But I don't want to see it. In fact, I'm wondering with this cat that just had a couple of kittens a couple of weeks ago. Where the hell are her kittens? Did she kill them too? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. It's a repeated pattern around. These cats are getting pregnant all the time. It's like all these Filipino chicks are getting pregnant all the time. It's nonstop. Nonstop. Okay, boys and girls. Tragedy. Tragedy. A lot of tragedy going on lately. Heide, shit going on with Heide. Ian in the Philippines commits suicide. Ricky's missing in action.
Look at the mouth. They go there out toilet.
She went?
Yeah, the garbage.
What has she got in her mouth?
I don't know what's that. You
Hold on,
check it
folks.
first.
She's going for those Q-tips or something. Hold on, guys. That's why I click to close the door. Got the flashlight?
Maybe they swallow already.
What did she swallow? Do you know if she swallowed
I
it?
think I saw they get something from the out toilet.
In the bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happens is, Ginger likes to go in the bathroom. We have a little garbage basket, throwing tissues, and there'll be Q-tips in there. And I found a Q-tip sticks on the floor a couple of times. I don't know what she's after with the Q-tips.
Oh,
Let me
they
see.
eat the Q-tips.
Here, see? Look, there's the culprit. I don't know what she wants with the Q-tip on here, man.
Looking for the Q-tips in the bathroom.
That's why in her poop, I actually showed it to you guys the other day, didn't I? I saw something on the surface of her poop.
They take from
And
the
it was a
garbage.
piece of this plastic.
That was from the garbage. They take from the garbage.
From outside?
Here, inside.
Oh, from in the bathroom. All right, that door has to be shut. Bottom line. All right? Or we have to empty this basket now and then. That might be a good idea, to empty this basket out. My goodness. My goodness. And the dog could choke on that. I wouldn't know what the hell to do. I'm not that good at shit. I wouldn't know what the hell to do.
Why she
A
eat the
joint?
Q-tips?
What a fucking idiot. Is that a joint? Get the fuck off my channel.
Huh? What's
Is
that?
that a joint? A joint is a marijuana cigarette, a joint. That's what the fuck this guy talking about. Is that a joint? What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot. Whoever you are, you're a fucking idiot. I gotta tell you that. I gotta tell you, you're a fucking idiot. Get off. Idiots don't belong on my show. Get lost. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Doom, 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 doom. You come on the show, you try to be funny. You say a few words and I send you out with the bunny. I say, go, Jack. You're not coming back. Not here no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, motherfucker. You ain't coming back no more. Boom, 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 ba-dum, boom, boom. Okay. I know, how is that a joint, Mr. Bendover, right? Fucking idiot. I think somehow all these trolls are related to each other somehow, genetically, I don't know. And they come on my show. My show. How dare. Yeah, that was a joint. What a skinny little joint. Never seen a joint like that. What kind of joint is this? I'm getting the hearts. Oh, I love you all too. You know I do. Just try to be kind. What kind? That's a different story. But yeah, I need to work on myself a lot. As for I'm very careful, that's why I told you, man. I could go out and buy a bench set, a weight bench set, but I'm not going to do that. No, I work with the 20-pound thumb, and I don't work out hard either. I don't work out hard. I know what I need to do. I don't deviate from it much. I know what I need to do. I'm happy to get the blood flowing. I'm happy to keep the existing muscle tone that I do have. I'm very happy with that. I'll be happy with that the rest of my life, but I don't want my muscles to atrophy. That's the worst thing that you want to get. Don't let your muscles atrophy. You become weak. And definitely, my God, do stand-up squats or whatever with your legs. Get the thigh muscles and all that. Get them going. It'll affect your back muscles too, your obliques. For God's sakes, get that shit going as you get older, man. Because you ain't going to be able to get off the chair without holding on to something. I could get off my fucking recliner chair in the living room without holding on to the arms. Can you? I can get off that. I can do that. There'll come a point that you're so fucked up that you can't even do that. You might even need help getting up. You need a walker to get up. I don't want to reach that point. Hell no. I refuse to give in to shit like that, man. I'm sorry. That's just me. I don't know why the dog goes for shit like that. I don't know. Then my other dog likes to dig. We'll see a big pile of dirt up there, and she's digging for something in there. This is the third time we see her do it. She'll dig all that dirt out with her paws. You find a big pile of dirt right there. Okay. I don't know what that's all about. Did you bury a bone? No, she don't bury nothing here. She senses something underneath there or something. They got a certain sense, that we don't have. Nobody has sense on YouTube, though. That's dollar sense and sensibility. No offense, folks, but believe me, I question my own mentality coming on fucking YouTube as much as I do and how long I've actually been on this fucking thing. Believe me, I question myself every fucking day. You want me to sound like Mad Mathew? I will. He's pretty honest and open about shit. He'll tell you the truth. And that's the thing I admire about him is that he's not telling the whole truth. I'll guarantee you that. But, he's voicing out his stuff. Barry decided to attack him or something or whatever. See, Mad Max don't know a whole lot about me. He claims that he is the master of truth. I don't care who this Frank. He goes, I like that name. I like the name Frank. It's a powerful name. And I'm familiar with the last name. He's from Philly or something, originally or something. And he says he knows a lot of people with my last name. He respects my name. And Barry starts talking shit about me to Mad Mathew. He came on Mad Mathew's show, was making comments, and Mad Mathew wound up pissing Barry off or something. And told him to go away or something. He didn't want to listen to him. I don't want to hear your shit. He talked about he was in jail and all that shit. And I don't know. I didn't hear it. It just was told to me. But then I listened to Mad Mathew's show today, the exact show. Of course, I couldn't see the chat comments on there. I couldn't see it on my phone anyway. I could just hear him making comments to Barry. So he's still using his phone. Yep. He's still using his phone. The motherfucker's still using his phone. Who's he paying off now? Who's he paying off now? What would they get away with, though? I'll tell you. What they get away with in the jail system. And this is after they fired officials and shit. They're still doing it? The greed is that much that they're still doing it? I mean, hello? Get a grip. You want to lose your job? They don't care. Apparently, they don't care. Look what's being done to me. They don't fucking care. They'd rather listen to a Filipino than a foreigner, but I still have my rights. Believe it or not, I have some rights. I know. What? How many? I get you on that, But it is what it is. Fight the system. Sometimes it's very hard, but you can succeed if you just keep strong and keep on doing what you're doing. Prove that the other person is wrong and let the law take care of them. That's all. The biggest payback karma you could ever fucking get. And Barry got his share of fucking karma from me. Faith, whatever. He's paying the price, that piece of shit. That's right, Barry. I called you a piece of shit. You're probably listening. You're a piece of shit. You should rot in that fucking place. And no, Barry, you don't want me there. Oh, no, you don't. Because when I tell all your little inmate friends what you've done to people and women and Filipinos, taking money, and how you knocked the Muslims, they should all be dead, even the children. Because he's got Muslims there, too, with him. And the Chinese, I used to talk about the Chinese. You know what I said about the Chinese, Barry? That they're filthy pigs? I'm going to tell them that, too. Maybe I'll pull up your recording. How would you like that? Then when he said about the Filipinos and the government, I'll pull that shit up, too, motherfucker. As long as he let me use my phone, I'll pull it up. I'll turn the tide and the table on you. Big time, motherfucker. Big fucking time. Oh, I lost the RDR. Who the fuck are you? What do I care about some fucking game? Go away. You're gone. That's what you gotta do, folks. You have to listen to these aardvarks that come on here. I don't know where they come from. Why is it the majority of people who come on these fucking shows, they're all fucking retards, fucktards? Why is that? Why does, like, these live chats attract, and even people put on shows? I mean, what's the draw? Is it the loneliness? What is it? All the things I've talked about in the past? Where did they come from? What rock did they crawl out of, There's so many people in this world that are mentally ill compared to 50 years ago. It's like night and day. Maybe just it's always been that way, but maybe because of high technology and communication systems, we're more in social media, we're more aware of it. In other words, the awareness has come to us more clear. And people find a format where they could be themselves. You got the nutcases, you got the stalkers, you got killers, you got narcissists. Plenty of them on here. Plenty of narcissists. Antagonists. All the good people. That's just a small example. How many people are on this earth? 8 billion people? How many of these 8 billion people are mentally well? If you had a way of figuring that out, you'd probably come up with a surprising figure that would blow you away. How many people are on psychotropic drugs? That would probably blow you away. I would think that half of the people on here that are the biggest buffoons are on psychotropic drugs. They're not going to tell you they're on it. They'll make fun of you if you're on something, but they're not going to tell you that they're on something. I'll bet these people are on it. Maybe they're not getting enough dosage. Maybe they skipped a dose or two here and there. I don't know. Maybe they should be on them if they're not. Try it. It might help you. It might help you from killing somebody too, Think about that. Well, I don't know what your psychological problem may be out there, but you just never know. I'm pretty highly reactive to people. I'll tell you that. I don't trust myself. I mean, I'm not going to go out purposely hurting somebody without a reason. Even if they brought me to court or put a complaint on me, I'm no threat to them at all. None whatsoever. But I'm just saying, in a real life situation, someone approaching you, well, there's 2 things that better happen. And I don't care what fucking age I'm at. You better knock me out or kill me. It's going to be one or the other. Because otherwise, you got an enemy for life. You'll regret it. You would actually regret it. You drew blood from me. Oh my God. Ugh. I couldn't even put it in words. Seriously. Yeah, you report my channel for violence. Please do. You know how many reports I made for people on violence? We receive your report, we'll consider. Nothing ever happens. You know how violent people on here? Oh, please report my channel. Do me a favor. I need 2 more strikes. Then it'd be no question whether I'll be on here or not. You'd be doing me a big favor. Well, okay, see, here's the thing, too, the person who said that. Guess what? You don't have to listen to my show. Problem solved. How's that for a response? Baby bruh. How's that for a response? You don't have to listen to my show. I am not forcing you at knife point or gun point or anybody else to listen to my show. You're not here forcibly, you're here by choice. Stop whining and bitching. You want some cheese with that wine, bruh? You want some cheese with that wine? What do you like, brie? What do you like? Limburger, cheddar, Swiss? What kind of cheese do you like? Like more exotic cheeses to go with that wine? Maybe I could accommodate you. Get lost. Bye-bye. So long. Bye-bye. Do-do-do-do-do-do. So long, bye-bye. Do-do-do-do-do. Was that The Wizard of Oz? Popeye's favorite song. And speaking of assholes, Popeye's been in hiding. What's going on with him? Did he stroke out again or something? Did he stroke out? Poor guy. All he needs is to get laid. He won't be as bitter. I keep on saying that. Just Popeye, just get laid. Might calm you down a little bit, man. You won't be as, you're still going to be bitter, but you may not be as bitter. Think about that. I told you that for years. Might calm you down a little bit, you know? Sometimes you need a good release. With a real woman, not a blow-up doll or your right hand. It's different. You'll get the release, but it's not the same being with an actual live woman. But you could think, or you could watch that Pornhub or something, right? Is that what you do? No, I think you actually got my picture and Gilda's up there, right? Right above your laptop. Right above your laptop. I bet you he does. I told you, these are psychological creeps on here, man. Pathologic psychopaths. Sociopaths. All right here in a genre. In one bunch, in one group. I could talk psychological things about every fucking character that's ever attacked me on here. And I'd be true. It'd be true what I say. I told you, man. I'm a good analyst with people. It's my thing. I see through people like they're transparent 90% of the time. I'm not 100%. I give myself about 90%. More hearts and smiley faces, thank you. Okay, listen, I got to spend, speaking of partners or whatever, I got to spend some time with my partner. I think I've been on here long enough, don't you think? So, yeah, we talked about a few things on here. So, Ian in the Philippines committed suicide. I don't know all the details. In review, we talked about Heide today a number of times. Is she pulling our legs? Is she not telling us the complete truth about her condition? You know, she want to go buy an air conditioner in a hospital bed with your donation money on GoFundMe, or Go to Fund Me. I guess that's different. Go to Fund Me. Someone tried to copy GoFundMe, and they're illegal. It's Go to Fund Me. I thought it was the same, but it's not. And she made, $1,500 or so far, maybe a little higher, possibly. But now people are starting to think, should I really donate to her at all? Because what she was having to talk about is making people think. Like, wait a minute, she needs to get an operation. She's talking about, yeah, we got to get another air conditioner for the lower level because it's hard for her to go. I mean, it's like, what? Or the higher level, one of the other, don't matter, but in a hospital bed, ought to be nice. Oh, I'd love an adjustable bed too. You're not going to buy me one, are you? You're not going to give me the fucking time of day on here. Buy me a fucking bed or buy me an air conditioner or even give me money on my Gcash. I'm lucky I made a couple $100 tonight. I'm like shocked. Fall to the ground. But I haven't been advertising it, so, what's the use anyway? It's not like I got a generous... No, they love listening to me, but they're not very generous. Go figure. They got a scumbag like Barry and shitlins like that. Oh, they used to donate all the time. Big Kevin, another scumbag, you donate to him. Right? Ricky, a total fucking psychopath, sociopath / simple nutcase. You'll give him money for insulting people because that's what they want to do. They want to hear you insult people. Come on, I'll give you more money if you insult people. I'm not going to turn my show into that. I mean, I may insult people, but something based on fact. Well, I'm basically talking about them, not necessarily an out-and-out insult. An insult is when you say something about somebody that's not true. When I talk about somebody, I don't call it an insult. I call it a fact. Based on their own performance, their own demonstration, their own... whatever they put out on YouTube that everybody else besides myself was able to see and prove that they did say that. There's ice cream cones coming now. I got ice cream cones on the screen here. Somebody's enjoying my show. Look at that floating. Can you guys see that, actually? I don't know if you guys can actually see that. I had the hearts, I had the ice cream cones, the smiley faces. Look at that. Got the 100% here, whatever. Look at it. They're going crazy. The crowd's going crazy, man. They're going nuts. They're going nuts. Look at the screen going. Look at the screen going. Look at the screen going. Look at that. Look at that. My goodness. They're going crazy on me. I'm going crazy on you. I'm going crazy, crazy on you. On you. Look at them. Look at the hearts. Look at it. Oh my God. You're smothering me with love. Oh, I love love. He's such good boys. He's such good boys. Those are my boys out there. They're such a good boys. Such a good boys. Such a good boys. Look at my screen lighting up. Not with money, but little emojis, you know, whatever you call them. They're going nuts, man. Oh my God, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Their finger must be hurting. That's all right. You could stop that. You made your point. You don't want to exercise your finger too much there. Relax, relax. Calm down. Take a couple of deep breaths. I need to. I'm overwhelmed. Anyway, as usual, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed my shows. Yeah, I admit I've been putting out a lot of shit this past few months. I admit it. I don't know what's got into me, but I've been putting out a lot of shit. But generally when there is something to talk about, and apparently I got a lot to talk about. Let's give them something to talk about, and I do, every single day. That's why you love me so much. You love me so much. I have to love you back. I tell you what, how much you love me, I'm going to post my Gcash number in the description box when I sign off. And why don't you show me the money. Show me the money. Show us how much you love me in Gcash, my friends. We'll put that in my description box. Let's do a test. All these hearts and all this emotion. Okay, it was time to take it out of your pocket. Show me how much you love me. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta spend some time with my honey bunny. My honey bunny. My honey bunny. My goodness. People are getting sick. They're dropping dead. They're committing suicide. What the fuck is going on here? Ricky's missing in action, for God's sakes. Roberto's been missing in action. We don't know what happened to him with Alzheimer's or something. He's missing in action for years now. People are falling apart by their seams. I'm still here. They're all disappearing, dying, falling like flies, dying like flies, dropping like flies. Oh, look at the emoticons here. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, I gotta go. It's getting ridiculous. Yeah, I love you all. Love you all. Yeah, in another century, in another world, you know. And Mad Mathew, shut the fuck up, man. Mad Mathew says he's the king. I've been on it for over a decade. And I've been dealing with people like this for 10 fucking years. I've been speaking the truth and facts for 10 fucking years. And Matthew's a relative newbie on here. And he thinks, tell him, go to his show and tell him who the king is. Or a couple of people already did on his show. I believe it or not, they really did. Oh, fuck, I could outbeat him anytime. No, he's not the king of this or that. I am. I'm the one that, speaks my mind and everything. Well, apparently he don't know me very well. He don't know me very well. But he will. Go to his channel. Tell him who is the king of truth and fact on here. Go tell him. Mad Mathew. Write him right now. Don't forget my Gcash.